IFI to kindly join us on the stage and do the honors of welcoming our eminent delegates with a shawl. We are truly honored to invite on stage the Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ritu Ranjan Mittal, Member TRI. Ladies and gentlemen, with a thunder of applauses, please welcome Shri Mittalji. Thank you, sir, for taking out time for all of us from your busy schedules and gracing the occasion today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming with a huge hand our guest of honor, Shri Anand Khare, Member Services, Digital Communications Commission, DOT India. Welcome, sir. With a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Rajiv Shore, Director, IIIT Surat. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Shri N.K. Bhola, Director, WMO, WPC, DOT. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Ravi Gandhi, President, Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Please put your hands together and welcome our delegate from overseas, Mr. Peng Zhao, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory, GSOA, UK. We welcome you, sir. Please welcome Professor N.K. Goyal, Chairman, TIMA and CMAI. We welcome you, sir. I once again would like to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests for taking the time out to be with us today and gracing the occasion with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the inaugural session by inviting the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IFI. Mr. Bhatia brings over 45 years of experience in telecom and ICT policy, regulation, and spectrum management. He also chairs PPDR working groups for ITU and APT, a key architect of India's first national frequency allocation plans in 1981 and 2000. He was instrumental in opening India's telecom sector, including the first GSM metro cellular licensing in 1992. Actively involved in ITU and APT, attending all World Radio conferences for the past 20 years. He originated key ITU resolutions on PPDR at WRC-2003 and WRC-2015. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. And thanks to our chief guest, Shri R.R. Mittalji, and I'm very pleased to welcome him to this podium. Actually, we have worked together for many, many years. He was the chairman of the recent WTSA that was hosted by India. Very pleased to welcome Shri Khareji, Member Services, Digital Communication Commission, and he has been a friend of IFI for many years. Welcome Shri N.K. Bhola-ji, Director Wireless Monitoring, and part of the Spectrum Management Team, WPC of the Government of India, and he is leading a lot of spectrum activities in this country. Welcome my friend Rajiv Shore-ji. He is Director of IIIT Surat. And before that, he was in IIT Delhi, and also has many other positions which I don't want to read, but he has been a friend of Spectrum for many years. He was one of our co-hosts for the previous India Spectrum Management Conference also, and we worked jointly on a number of Spectrum projects. And welcome Shri Ravi Gandhi ji. Ravi ji is the head of regulations for Geo, and most pleased to welcome you. We have Peng Zhao, Vice President of Global Satellite Association, Operators Association, GSOVA. And Peng and we have worked together for many, many years in many WRCs together. And so most welcome to India, Peng, and great to see you here. And we have Mr. N.K. Goel, Vice Chairman of IAFI, and also President and Chairman of TIMA, CMAI, and so many other places. So welcome here. So what I'm going to do is very shortly, about 5 to 7 minutes. I just want to quickly introduce IAFI. I think everybody is aware of IAFI, but just give you a glimpse of what we do in the IAFI. We basically are a non-government, non-political, non-affiliated, everything that is possible, non-registered society. We are not with any particular sector of the telecom. We are with the satellites, we are with the mobile industry, we are with the Wi-Fi industry, we are with the IT industry. So we are with everybody. So we are normal, we promote everything that helps the country, trying to promote the ICT industry in India. Our mission is basically to foster the growth of telecommunications, and particularly with reference to participation of India in the global IT activities, with the ITU, with the APT, with the WWRF, with many other forums, as much as possible, promote India's participation in all the global activities and to create favorable policies and regulations for every sector of the economy. So we do advocacy and policy development. We do a lot of international collaboration. We do standards and best practices. We do a lot of capacity building and training. Our activities continuously include contributing to ITU and APT. Practically in every meeting of ITU or and APT, we have 4 or 5 contributions going, and this has been going on for the last 4 or 5 years. So around the world, everybody recognizes IAFI's contribution. In every ITU-R meeting that you go to, you would know everybody recognizes the contributions that IAFI has made. We do a lot of events like this here and many more, just to promote our vision and mission. We collaborate very exclusively with the stakeholders, not only in India, but around the world. We work closely with FCC, closely with the CPT, with CPG, with many other government bodies around the world, as well as with all the stakeholders in India on a continuous basis. And that way, we do weekly meetings, we do monthly meetings, we do events like this. We try to make sure that the message of global ICT collaboration is spread around. And of course, we help in furthering the research and development activities. And Professor Shori is here. We are going to work with him in trying to do some R&D activities in the area of 6G, which we already started discussing. So those are the kind of things we do in the IFI. Last year, this current year, our focus is on a number of activities, particularly the WRC-27 and of course the 6G spectrum and satellites. So those are the key areas for the WRC-27. We are working towards studies to support additional spectrum for 6G, particularly between 6 and 15.35 gigahertz. A lot of work is going on in that area. We are, of course, very actively involved in implementing the spectrum and policy reforms for the satellite services, and we have submitted a number of contributions to the TRAI, and hopefully TRAI is working on those, and hopefully we'll see activities. We have worked with the Government of India in opening the lower 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi and for innovation services, and that is in progress. We are also very actively involved in the promoting the captive non-public networks, and hopefully we will have some activity in that area also. Plus, we are now preparing for the WTDC that will be held later this year, as well as in PP26 that will be held next year. Now coming to the theme for today. Today we are going to discuss on the World Radio Conferences. Last WRC was in Dubai. Many of us here participated in that. It was one of the very big conferences, 4,500 participants, and it worked simultaneously in 6 official languages of the ITU. And that conference from India's perspective was very successful. And India had a very active participation in that with 71 delegates. So that's quite a big number for India's participation. IFI was very actively involved in this. I was also the vice chairman of Committee 4, which is responsible for spectrum allocation. And that way we were able to mold the activities of the WRC. The next conference, WRC-27, the location is still not decided, but most likely it will be in China. It will be in 27 October, November timeframe. So the location will be decided soon. And there are 19 main agenda items of that conference from 1.1 to 1.19. So each of these deals with particular service, particular spectrum, particular band, particular issue. And there are about 2 to 9 standing agenda items, and they are basically related to different topics like footnotes or satellite regulation, etc. But of all these, the 2 major agenda items are 1.7 and 1.13. 1.7 dealing with the 6G spectrum, and 1.13 dealing with the direct-to-device satellite connectivity. And most of the agenda items, almost 80%, deal with space services. But on one hand, 1.7, which is a mega agenda, which covers 3 bands, is huge, but there are a lot of satellite bands as well. The 1.7 agenda item, WRC-27, is mainly dealing with the 3 frequency bands in 4 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz, and 14.8 gigahertz, and there will be a specific session for dealing with that agenda item. We will be spending a lot of time on that today, almost the entire forenoon part, talking about the 6G spectrum. And we are very sure that we will be able to find a good solution that will help India finding new mid-band spectrum for 6G services and 5G services. And this is the kind of band that we are looking for. If you look at the lower 2 bands are already done. It is a mid-band which is basically going to be used. And high band was already done. So this is the only band that is left, and this is very important for India to make sure that India sports good spectrum find for mid-band in this range. Direct-to-device satellite connectivity under 1.12, 13, and 14, those are 3 agenda items. This is going to be a very key issue. Already there are a number of discussions held. We just came back from Kathmandu, where we had a lot of discussion on satellite services. But next almost a month, from middle of this month to middle of next month, there are going to be meetings in China, in Shanghai, which we call as 4A and 4C, which are going to work on these agenda items and prepare a lot of material for this. We from IFI have submitted a lot of contributions to those meetings, and hopefully we'll find a way forward on those. And that's just a very quick overview of what is WRC, and whole day we will have sessions addressing each and every part of this agenda items. So please stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for addressing the gathering and introducing us all to the workshop. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to invite Shri Ravi Gandhi, President, Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio, to the dais for his keynote speech. Dr. Gandhi is a seasoned expert in public policy and regulatory. His career began as an ITS officer, where he served for 14 years. He has spent 12 years as Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel before joining Reliance Jio. Dr. Gandhi demonstrates exceptional skills in business management, strategic planning, and cross-functional team leadership. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Respected member TRAI, respected member services, and other dignitaries on the dais, and my friends, industry friends. It is my pleasure to start this workshop. Spectrum, as we know, is the lifeline of telecommunication and the basic raw material around which the whole telecommunication network is built. This, for India, this is even more important because we have a lot of dependence on wireless with very less wireline penetration. So the whole telecommunication sector revolves around how much spectrum and what kind of spectrum the industry gets, so that they are able to actually penetrate and provide telecommunication services to the last person in the country. So that's the importance of this sector. And of course, the preparatory workshop for WRC-27, I would request Bhatia ji now to bring WRC also to India. And I think we should work towards that. We have been contributing. I think most of you who are sitting here have been contributing to WRC in one form or the other, and it is a great achievement and matter of pride for all of us to actively engage and contribute and get the things done. Now we are actually seeing the contribution and the outcome which are coming out of WRC. Last time we could get 6 gigahertz for IMT and many other bands. I think we'll still continue getting that. As far as I think spectrum from consumer perspective is concerned, how do we ensure that we have the best and most efficient utilization of spectrum and are able to provide the services to all consumers in such a way that it is just not only technically feasible, but also economically feasible. So that's how, as a country, we have to plan the spectrum for various kind of use, whether it is a terrestrial IMT kind of use or satellite LEO, MEO or D2D or Wi-Fi. So there has to be balance between all type of uses of the spectrum to ensure that we are able to sweat this asset, the spectrum, in best and most optimal manner. Like GSMA had done some study for the IMT part, that 2 gigahertz spectrum would be required in below 10 gigahertz band, and we had been striving to get that vacated. A part of that has already been done. The balance is, I think, part of agenda number 1.7, which we saw on the screen. So that is going to be very, very important for IMT industry in next 5 to 10 years, that how do they get sufficient spectrum for the services, not only 5G, but 6G. So when we talk about 5G, 6G, why do we require, what are the kind of use cases which we think would require that much of spectrum? So this era is of AI, and in AI, that requires a lot of computing. There are two options: either to do all the computing on the consumer devices or CPE, or to shift this computing to the edge in the access network. So if you shift that, you require a lot of bandwidth which will interact between edge and the consumer device, which would be, I think, the biggest use case of the newer kind of networks, the faster, the wider, the network with higher bandwidth, with lower latency. to provide and to enable every user to start using AI, to enable every machine to start using AI. So that's going to be the biggest use case, because of which more and more spectrum requirement for the consumers, the masses, is going to be exponentially higher than what we have been using till now. So that's where I think all of us need to deliberate in today during the workshop to see how do we actually bring more and more spectrum per user. So when I say per user, means we have different kind of the frequency reuse structure. If it is say Wi-Fi, practically a smaller cell or access point would have few users, couple of users. In a macro cell, there may be thousands or hundreds of users. In satellite, this number may be even 10,000. So how much spectrum per user gets? I think that should be one of the criteria while designing and distributing spectrum between various kind of use cases, so that every user who is connected to the network is able to get sufficient spectrum or get the access to the network which is built on the sufficient spectrum, so that we have AI-enabled network in next couple of years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening all of us and gracing us with your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce you all to Mr. Peng Zhao, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory, GSOA UK. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Peng Zhao for his keynote address. Mr. Peng directs global advocacy on spectrum management, licensing, and national policy. His extensive experience spans telecommunications, mobile, and satellite industries, where he has provided strategic counsel to governments and industry leaders. Mr. Peng holds a master's in telecommunication from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology and an executive MBA from London Business School. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to come back to Delhi, and many times thanks to BB and to the IFI. It's always a pleasure to be part of this workshop to preparation for the WRC and WRC-27. I think just a quick word about GSOA. GSOA, we are the Satellite Operator Association. Our members include both GSO, MEO, and the LEO operators, but also many satellite manufacturers and also launcher providers. So it's really, we try to represent the whole, the voice of the whole satellite industry here. And I think just before I dwell into the kind of the WRC issue itself, just want to give you a quick overview and why we believe that the satellite industry has been coming to a kind of through a renewal, revival phase. And one is that realization of the connectivity, and especially inclusive connectivity. I think mobile industry has done really well over the last 20 years to try to connect everyone and everywhere. But we are reaching a certain kind of economic factor limits, which is represented in this graph. Is that, at some point, I think GSMA was saying that globally, there's only 4% of population not living under the mobile broadband coverage. But if you see where those 4% people are, and is that the top 96% of the people are living in the 20% of the landmass. So basically, that's where you have the mobile broadband. But to reach the people that is at, let's say, at 99%, so the next 3%, then you need to double the coverage of the terrestrial networks, so both fixed band and mobile broadband. So double the investment we have made until today on the mobile network, so that can become challenging. And when we want to reach the last 1%, which is to reach 100% connectivity, then that's where you need to make 4 times more investment. So it is, you have some country who can do that, very small geography, but most of the country will be very challenging for the mobile industry to do that alone. So that's where we see the role of the satellite. Satellite can, work together with mobile operators to cover those gaps. And also in the future, with this all the discussion about D2D and all this, a satellite can go in places where there's no, not even possible to cover both from both mobile and satellite perspective. So we see that the satellite communication, will bring this kind of a global connectivity and expand the capabilities of the different kind of technology as we go. But one big part is also this integration between 5G, 6G, and satellite operation. So hence, all these things are coming to play. WRC, of course, is really critical. Like anything that is wireless, both mobile and satellite and any other wireless industry, rely on spectrum. And those spectrum and the way we're going to use it is defined in those WRC at the ITU-WRC. So WRC-27 will play a crucial role. Apologies. And so in these kind of emerging technologies and for satellites and for other industry, of course. So we really need to come together and to make the most efficient way for this. And as Balaji presented earlier, there's 19 agenda items, but out of this 19, 16 agenda items for WRC-27 is for satellite or impacting satellite service. So I will go very quickly through the overview of it, but I know that we have many sessions later today to discuss more in details, so just give you a very quick overview. So the first one is about fixed satellite services, which is being discussed mainly in the Working Party 4A of the ITUR study groups. And so that includes already 6 agenda items that are new and 1 standing agenda item, which is agenda item 7. So to look at those agenda items, we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, which is mostly about having a potential to create new bands for both GSO and NGSO, or getting more services into the same band that we already have for FSS. We want to get eSIM service, which is a mobile terminal on either ships or aircrafts. So that's basically 1.1. 1.2 is also, again, is already FSS bands, but we want to make a better use of it to have it used more efficiently. Basically, right now we have antennas that have some size limitation. For example, the GSO is we need to have like 1.2 meters antenna size, and for the NGSO we need to have 4.5 meters antenna size as a minimum. And that is preventing the industry to use it really well, because as you know, the antenna are getting smaller and smaller. We want to integrate those into the different systems, put it on an aircraft or put it on a car, or even at home. So to have smaller antenna, it will be more to make better use of that particular spectrum, and et cetera, et cetera. So QV band for gateways, again, that is already FSS bands. We already have that for GSO gateways, and this is just opening up for NGSO gateways as well. And 1.5 is aligning the different kind of that particular band for the Region 3 only, because that is already present in Region 1 and Region 2. 1.5, this is a quite sensitive agenda item. It's talking about unauthorized operation. I think we have a session just after that, so I won't dwell too much in details. And QV band for equitable access, 1.6 as well. And agenda item 7 is mostly about the really kind of the regulatory issues and regulatory procedure on satellite filings and et cetera. So as you see, that is already quite a lot of agenda items just for one study group. Usually one study group like 4A have 2 to maximum 3 agenda items to deal with, and this time they already have 7. The next one is Working Party 4C, who deal with mobile satellite services issues. And again, on those, we have many agenda items, 4 of them. One dealing with space-to-space links or intersatellite links for MSS. The next one is about narrowband, low data rates, kind of IoT type of application for MSS. We're asking for more satellite spectrum, MSS spectrum, basically to deal with those NGSO very low data rates type of application. 1.13, I think that is one of the hottest topic, as Balaji mentioned. It's more about how to use, how to provide MSS type of service, but using spectrum that is today allocated to mobile network operators, and how to make that, how to ensure that both services can coexist, but also offer complementary services. And 1.14 is about getting more MSS spectrum to help with D2D as well. And finally, I think we have other agenda items that is also impacting satellites that is being dealt with in other study groups. So in the terrestrial service, we have the 1.7, which is IMT looking for additional spectrum bands. But of course, those additional spectrum bands targeted have incumbent service, including FSS service in the X band and in the C band. So it's also something that we're keeping a close look at. And also, for example, just one other for the science services in study group 7, agenda item 1.16 is looking at the radio quiet zone and providing additional kind of protection for the radio astronomy services. But of course, those bands are either adjacent to the FSS band, that is, we have allocation, and we have already been providing services using FSS. So it will have negative impact if we don't do that right. So this is just a quick overview of the different kind of the different agenda items that impact satellite services. I have put on my slide all the kind of a preliminary initial position from GSOA on some of those agenda items. I won't go through that right now. I know we're going much more in details later. So just offering that for your reference. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao, for sharing your expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly privileged to have with us Shri N.K. Bhola, Director, WMO, WPC DOT. Mr. Bhola has a proven track record in the field of spectrum management and monitoring with extensive experience of over 30 years in WPC and WMO in various capacities. He has played a key role in the department's spectrum management and monitoring aspects. He carries out spectrum monitoring through a network of 1 international satellite monitoring Earth station, 5 international monitoring stations, and 22 wireless monitoring stations strategically located all over India. We welcome you, sir. We are privileged to have you with us. I request you to please join us on the dais to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Good morning. Respected members, Chairman TRI and Director IIT Surat and Mr. Bhatia, distinguished delegates, industry leaders and colleagues. It's my privilege to address the esteemed gathering of the second preparatory workshop for the WRC-27. As just now previous speaker has spoken, one speaker, Mr. I think from Reliance, Ravi Gandhi. So he talked about the spectrum efficiency. Suppose WPC has allocated the spectrum, but what is he described as spectrum efficiency, how much it should be. But being in WMO for last 6 months, I came to know that we can have the idea of basically qualitative measurement of spectrum efficiency from WMO perspective, at least not quantitatively. So, and Mr. Bhatia has described about the WRC-27 agenda items, and he described about new mid-band spectrum also from 4 to 15.35 gigahertz. So basically today we are all gathered here to discuss and deliberate upon few agenda items, major agenda items of WRC-27, and which are, I think, agenda item 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, and 1.13, basically. As a representative of WPC wing of the Government of India, I am here to highlight technical and operational challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we prepare for the landmark conference. WRC-27 makes a defining moments in the evolution of global wireless communication. The agenda of WRC-27 addresses critical issues that will shape the future of connectivity, from the identification of spectrum for emerging technologies such as 6G and the integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks, that is satellite communication, satellite. As we navigate these discussions, it's essential to approach them with technical lens, ensuring that our decisions are grounded in innovation, practically, and long-term sustainability. The growing demand for spectrum, particularly in the 7 to 15 gigahertz mid-band range for 6G, the need for detailed sharing studies and ensuring continued operation of incumbent services while making sure that sufficient spectrum is made available for mobile services as well as the innovation services. The convergence of satellite and terrestrial networks presents unique technical challenges. Ensuring seamless interoperability between these systems require careful technical harmonization, and India is committed to develop robust frameworks that enable direct device-to-satellite connectivity while maintaining network reliability and security. WPC is actively participating in ITU and APT activities and preparing for WRC-27. Our NPC, that is under the chairmanship of Wireless Advisor, is interacting with all stakeholders in preparing for our national inputs to the next APT meetings. Towards this, I am happy to note that IFI, APT Foundation India is organizing this workshop today, and I look forward to the deploying conference as well as day-long conference as well as the discussions that will take place. Our NPC will look forward to receiving inputs from IFI on the conclusions of the workshop. The success of WRC-27 will depend on our ability to collaborate across borders and sectors. The IFI Foundation's role is fostering dialogue among regulators, industry, and academic is invaluable. I urge all stakeholders to engage constructively in ITU and regional preparatory activities, bringing technical insights to the table. In the last, what I will say that as WRC 23 is, which was held in Dubai in 23, and I think numerous meetings held last year and this year also. So I again request all stakeholders to be ready and prepare actively to participate actively in the NPC meetings and other meetings, so that consolidated inputs can be given. In closing also, I repeat, India's commitment is advancing global wireless communication through innovations, equity, and security. Let's work together to ensure that WRC 27 outcomes reflect both technical rigor and practical implementations. Thank you, and I look forward to production discussion, to fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhola. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Dr. Rajiv Shore, with a PhD from IISc Bangalore, has a distinguished career spanning with industry and academia. He has held leadership roles including CEO of UQIDAR at IIT Delhi and President of NIIT University. His industrial experience includes positions at TCS, General Motors, IBM, and Sasken. He serves on editorial boards of IEEE, focusing on 5G, IoT, and automotive networks. Dr. Rajiv serves on the advisory board of several startup organizations and evaluation committee of several IT-related projects of the Government of India. We welcome Professor Rajiv Shore, Director, IIT Surat, on the dais, and I request, sir, to please address the gathering. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge hand?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning here. I'd like to start by extending my deep appreciation and big thanks to the organizing committee of this wonderful second preparatory workshop for WRC-27. Very special thanks to my good friend Bharat ji. Again, it's a great pleasure to be here amongst stalwarts in the country in spectrum, not just spectrum, but entire telecommunication space. Great to be with Shri N.K. Bhola, Ravi Gandhi ji, Mr. Peng Zhao, and of course, Shri Ritu Ranjan Mitter, the chief guest and the guest of honor, Shri Anand Khare. I think this is a very important time for the country. I was telling Bharat ji some time ago that, as I work closely now with the Ministry of Education and the entire gamut of, technology and research and education in the country, it is clear that there is a huge thrust in, as many of my eminent colleagues mentioned, not just technology research per se, but in translating that technology and research to, leading to products, leading to services, leading to new applications. I just want to share a few of my thoughts today in the few minutes that I have. I'll start with, sharing that this is a great time for collaboration across diverse ecosystems. In terms of the technical challenges, I think all of you who are all experts, subject matter experts in the area of spectrum, and I'm not going to talk much about that other than the impact. If you look at the WRC-27 agenda, it's all around the spectrum, which is an end-to-end journey, right? It starts from the device and then it goes all the way to the, you can end with the terrestrial networks or the satellite networks. And we are seeing that the changes here are very rapid, right? Every spectrum that we know has its own challenges, right? Whether it's spectrum at the low end or the middle end, as Bharatji pointed out, or very high end, as we call millimeter wave and, extremely gigahertz or terahertz spectrum. Each of that band has challenges, technical challenges. And so I think one has to really figure out the challenges and to overcome that and to propose solutions in that band because the lower band will have its own challenges. The higher band, of course, will have cost issues, attenuation issues, and there are a plethora of other things. The other thing I want to, we are seeing that is there is so much heterogeneity now, right? There are plethora of devices around us, right from IoT, industrial IoT, all the way to the large devices. In fact, Raviji mentioned very important area, edge. Edge computing today, I don't think there's any industry today, or there is no academia today that is not working in edge computing. And the reason is very clear, right? Because everybody, all the devices are generating data, and you've got to store the data, and you really can't afford cloud because the delays, the end-to-end delays, propagation delays, and the other delays, the end-to-end delays for storing data in the cloud are fairly significant. So the edge has really become a very important area of research. And I think now it's not just research. I mean, we are seeing edges coming out by all the large organizations, right? To me, I think that will also play a very big role in the journey that is being embarked over here by experts. Because at the end of the day, you really cannot store all the data in the cloud. You've got to tap and utilize the diverse edges across the globe. I also want to mention something very interesting, that, we are seeing that, and all of you know the impact of AI, machine learning, deep learning, but the generative AI, it's just unbelievable. The changes, people ask me, wherever I travel, including our ministry, my eminent colleagues in the Ministry of Education, what do you see is going to be happening in the impact of Gen AI, large language models? There is no going back. Let me tell you, there is no going back. This is something that is going to increase. When you talk to some very eminent professors in IITs, ISC, or even across the globe, there is no going back. I think the time is not far that you will have small language models on these small devices, not just our cell phone, but even smaller devices, which will be solving every problem that you can think of, or at least, if not to an entirety, but to a large extent. And the same thing with spectrum, right? When I look at spectrum, right, when I look at the entire focus of WRC-27, how do you think Gen AI or deep learning or machine learning will help us? It's all about right planning, and proper optimization. It's about cost minimization. We are already seeing that with large language models, you can have wonderful optimization. We have techniques like reinforcement learning, we have graph neural networks, and all these kind of techniques are helping us in the spectrum world to figure out what is the optimal solution, or if not optimal, what is the suboptimal solution, and how do I arrive at proper planning. Because left to human beings, it is not going to be possible, because the complexity is increasing, the end-to-end complexity is increasing significantly, as you all know very well. And of course, last but not the least is cybersecurity. I know we've had discussions earlier in, under the aegis of ITU-APT Foundation, IAFI, in the same venue last few years. I think cybersecurity to me is an area which really needs a lot more focus. Because the attack vectors, attack surfaces are only going to increase with time, not just because you have new devices, but the man-in-the-middle attacks, all kinds of variety, a plethora of spectrum, and it's not difficult. Satellites, they're not talking about attack vectors, and whether it's LEO or MEO or GEO, not GEO, but at the LEO level, we are talking about attack vectors over there, right? So imagine the consequences of not proposing mitigation techniques in real time. I think these are very exciting technical challenges to have in front of us. I'd like to wind up by sharing that, we are also at a very interesting time, because we have realized that, as was mentioned by my colleague, this is a time of deep collaboration, and I call it the triad between industry, academia, and the government of India. I have to really, I think it's an absolute, one thing we're observing is that the government of India, and that includes every ministry. I work closely with MIT. I have great, eminent colleagues in DOT. I report to the Ministry of Education and several other ministries. I know we have friends all over. This triad of industry, academia, and government of India, I think this is the time to really work together. And the government is emphasizing that on a daily basis. In fact, a very interesting development happened, Bharatji and my colleagues. Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which was started by DST, as you know, it is the NSF equivalent of US. The National Science Foundation equivalent has become now Anusandhan National Research Foundation. And they are so aggressive in this collaboration that they just hired the first CEO in New Delhi, my very good friend, Dr. Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman. In fact, with immediate effect, Shiv takes over and he's going to advise the government of India in the entire spectrum. I don't mean the spectrum of WRC-27, I mean in technology, in services, across all the verticals. And I'm going to actually request Shiv to see how he can, with his support, because he's now the key advisor to the government of India as head of ANRF, how can we in WRC-27 and IAFI benefit from the huge global collaboration that they are envisaging. Finally, I'd like to mention that at IIIT Surat, we are planning a center of excellence. I'm very glad to share that good friends like Dr. Kiran Kuchi in IIT Hyderabad, who are spearheading 5G. There's a new standard, as you all know, right? Thanks to the team from many IITs and ISC. We are planning a COE in partnership with IITs, ISC, industry, startups, and Government of India. And I think that's the right way to go for every institution going forward. Thank you so much. I really look forward to the deliberations today. And as you saw, religiously we're making my notes, because I think there's a lot of learning for all of us during the day. Thank you very much once again.
Thank Thank you very much, Professor Shore, for such an incredible address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Shri Anand Khare, Member Services Digital Communications Commission, DOT, India. Shri Khare brings 36 years of extensive telecommunications experience to the department. He spent over 19 years with BSNL, rising to DE, DGM, and served as a project manager at TCIL for 5 years, overseeing World Bank-funded projects in Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. He also served as PGM at BSNL Co. for 7 years. Prior to his current role, he was additional DG DOT in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please put your hands together and welcome our guest of honor, Shri Khare. Welcome, sir.
Respected Mr. Mittal, all the dignitaries on dais, all my seniors, my colleagues, Department of Telecom officers, railway officers, all industry specialists, good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank APT Foundation for inviting me here. I am delighted to be here and to be part of this inaugural WRC preparatory workshop. APT Foundation they are the pioneer of technical things in India. They always take the lead, and this is not new to them that they have started this effort to prepare for WRC-27. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, that India has done very well in deployment of 5G all over the India. In developing countries, India is the only country which has covered all the districts and talukas where the 5G presence is there. And I must congratulate all of you, all stakeholders of telecom ecosystem for achieving this under the leadership of our Prime Minister. Now, there is no need to be content and complacent, and we must look forward to 6G. We must prepare ourselves, and definitely with this kind of effort, they say that well begun is half done. I am 100% sure that we will be making an impact in WRC-27, and India will move not only in footnotes, it will give the major recommendations in WRC-27. So best of luck to everybody, and let's be a part of Viksit Bharat and take a leadership position in 6G standards and recommendations in all over the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Shri Khare, for your expert views and gracing us with your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored and grateful for our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ritu Ranjan Mittal, Member TRI, for joining us today and gracing the event with his immense presence. A distinguished 1985 ITS officer, having over 35 years of extensive expertise to the telecommunications sector, a recognized expert in emerging technologies, Shri Mittal has played a pivotal role in shaping standards for quantum communication, 5G, IoT, and M2M technologies. He served as chairman for the prestigious ITU World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly 2024, which convened over 3,700 delegates from 160 countries. We are truly honored to have you with us, sir. Please welcome with a huge hand, Shri Mittal ji.
Thank you for the introduction, madam. Good morning, everyone. Experts on the dais, distinguished experts also of the dais, senior officers, industry experts, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here for this inaugural session. at the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Bhatia and the ITU-APT for organizing the second preparatory meeting for WRC-27, and it's my pleasure to be here to address the August gathering. The frequency spectrum is one of the important natural resource which has a great socio-cultural, political, and economic value due to its use in establishing radio communication. The growing use of radio waves in all types of public and private telecommunication networks has become very common and is very normal. The emergence of new communication and information technologies and their need for frequency spectrum has drawn more attention to the issue of frequency spectrum management and the short-term and long-term planning for its optimal use. Now, WRC is convened every 3 to 4 years, and it looks at various agenda items. Mr. Bhatia very importantly told the important agenda items of 1.7 and 1.13, which are going to be very important in the upcoming. Then Mr. Peng briefly illustrated all the agenda items, and I'm sure the various sessions which are dedicated here to specific agenda items will go into details and bring in the Indian position, considering that all stakeholders are here. India has consistently showcased its commitment to advance global radio communication standards through active participation in the ITU and the collaboration with regional organizations such as APT. There was a request by Mr. Ravi to bring WRC-23, and I can see Mr. Avinash Agarwal, DDG International Relations. I think he has taken good note of it. And but I am also reminded of the attempt by the department to bring WP5D, which is one of the important this thing to India, and the successful hosting of WTSA last year will instill enough confidence in the word community to maybe give next WRC, the upcoming one, as Mr. Bhatia told, will be in China. So let's hope that next one we can have it here. The APT is the regional coordinating agency for the Asia-Pacific region, and it has commenced preparatory activities. So I think the second meeting is expected in July, August 25. The agenda items we've all know in brief. So I'm sure that this workshop will address pressing challenges in spectrum management and wireless innovation, and the participants will engage in forward-looking dialogues on regional and international priorities. Ensuring India's strategies align with the global advancement is telecom. Just for the experts here, there was a newspaper column by Professor Jha, which I read while coming. It talked about that the 6G spectrum may have issues with some of the spectrum which Department of Defense has. I'm not into it, but please look into it, that how much we have to care. Some of the ex-defense personnel like Mr. Jitendra are nodding their head, so I think there is some merit into this newspaper item. And I also wish a very successful conference today, and I also would like to, I think, apart from bringing WRCs and the plenipotentiaries to the country, India is also trying to have a position of director radio in the next plenipotentiary, and I extend my warm wishes to Madam Revati. I think she is a candidate there, so all the best, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are truly grateful to hear from you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the inaugural session, I would like to request Professor N.K. Goel, Chairman, TIMA and CMAI, to please join us on the dais Professor Goel, President of CMAI Association of India and former GM of HP Electronics, Dev Corporation, and President of HFCL, is a highly engaged leader in the ICT, mobile, telecom education, alternate energy, multimedia, and infrastructure sectors. His signature events include the NTA ICT World Communication Awards and National Education Awards, often graced by international dignitaries, as well as ICOM, a prominent mobile technology exhibition held annually in India and China. Sir.
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। जितना अच्छा ये एमसी बोलते हैं उतना हमें खुद नहीं पता होता अपने वास्ते। तो सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद हमारे चीफ गेस्ट मित्र साहब का। मित्र साहब ने WTSO जिस तरह से ऑर्गेनाइज किया, वर्ल्ड में अब इंडिया का इनका नाम चलता है, तो WRC, PP सब हमारे आ सकता है, सब कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। इट वाज ए ग्रेट इवेंट। मिस्टर खरे हमारे पास हैं, मेंबर सर्विसेज, मिस्टर सौरी, मिस्टर भोला, जैंग, रवि गांधी जी, thank you to all of you. And my special thanks to the ITU team headed by Mr. Dua sitting very politely there. भाटिया जी प्रेसिडेंट हैं, SC सोनी जी हैं, RK मिश्रा जी हैं, प्रोफेसर लाभ सिंह जी हैं, जितेंद्र सिंह जी हैं, और DOT से वीरेश गोयल जी, रेवती जी, RK पाठक जी चुपचाप बैठे हैं, 6G अलायंस के DG हैं, वे विक्रम तिवेतिया, other officers from DOT and WPC etc. Thank you very much sir. सर मैं 1.5 मिनट में राजीव सौरी जी के 2 पॉइंट्स को लेना चाहता हूँ। आपने कहा टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट ओनली टेक्नोलॉजी बट ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग द प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज। लेट्स होप दैट वर्ल्ड विल नॉट डू द सेम थिंग विद 6G एज वाज डन विद 5G। 5G बना दिया, इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया, कोई यूज़ केस नहीं है और पूरा वर्ल्ड परेशान है कि 5G को कहाँ काम किया जाए। सेकेंड थिंग, सर आपने अच्छा वर्ड यूज़ किया, AI, जनरेटिव AI। टेक्नोलॉजी इज हेयर टू स्टे, इसमें कोई 2 डाउट नहीं है। बट इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ ये है कि बिकॉज आई एम आल्सो प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ साइबर सिक्योरिटी एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, कि जितनी भी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी आती हैं दे आर मोर यूज्ड बाय बैड एक्टर्स देन द गुड एक्टर्स। सो लेट्स होप दैट समथिंग इज डन नाइसली फॉर दिस। Special thanks as association for our partners Qualcomm, Viasat, GSOI, OneWeb, Bharat 6G Alliance, INSPA and ISA. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Goel. On behalf of IAFI, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our esteemed dignitaries who spared their time from their busiest schedules for joining us today. We really appreciate that. We have a small token of appreciation for all of you. Please accept it with our sincere gratitude. I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to our honorable chief guest. Please put your hands together for Shri Ritu Ranjan Mittal. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Shri Anand Khare, Member Services, Digital Communications Commission, DOT India. Professor Rajiv Shore, Director, IIIT Surat. Thank you very much, sir. Shri N.K. Bhola, Director, WMO, WPC DOT. Shri Ravi Gandhi, President, Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Peng Zhao, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory, GSOA UK. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly pose for a group photograph. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a quick break, tea break for all of you, and request you all to please join us back in 10 minutes for the session 1. on spectrum for 6G WRC-27 Agenda 1.7. to kindly be seated. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your tea break. Next, we have a powerful lineup of speakers for a session on Spectrum for 6G, WRC-27 Agenda 1.7, followed by a panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please welcome the session chair, Ms. Revati Mannepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor to the Government of India and Member Radio Regulatory Board, ITU. Revati ma'am, yes. Ms. Revati joined Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing as a Group A officer in 1996. She is a well-recognized frequency expert for the Asia-Pacific region, represented India in the Frequency Working Party of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization, headquartered at Washington, USA. She is a member of the Radio Regulatory Board of ITU-R. She contributed and attended various meetings on spectrum management at International Telecommunications Union level and also at Asia-Pacific Telecommunity regional level. Please welcome the moderator of the session, Shri Vikram Tewatia, Deputy Director General, COAI. Mr. Tewatia plays a crucial role in shaping regulatory and policy landscapes. He engages extensively with ICT industry leaders and senior government officials from DOT, MITI and TRI. A former GCF board member, he actively participates in national industry coalitions like CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, TSDSI, NASSCOM and IAMI, and contributes to international forums hosted by ITU and APT. Please welcome our panelists with a huge hand, Shri R.K. Pathak, Director General, Bharat 6G Alliance. He has done BE Honours and MTech and has more than 33 years of experience in different disciplines, including entrepreneurship, standardization and promotion, development of manufacturing of telecom, equipment and investment promotions. He is the nodal officer for the implementation of 5G technology. He has additional responsibilities as Secretary of TEPC and also Director of TCOE India. Please welcome Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs Qualcomm India. Mr. Singh has been with Qualcomm since 2009, where he serves as a key interface with regional regulatory and policy making agencies. With over 30 years of communications management experience, he is a prominent figure in India's ITU-R national working groups. He has significantly contributed to industry standards, particularly in advocating for and planning additional spectrum for IMT and mobile broadband, both nationally and globally. Please welcome Ms. J. Sophie, Associate Director, Frequency Management Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters. She is responsible for frequency management activities, which involves ITU filings and frequency coordination for all ISRO missions, communication satellites, remote sensing satellites, space science and interplanetary missions, and is involved in satellite planning activities. She has contributed towards preparation of inputs to Working Party and WRCs towards augmentation of orbit spectrum resources for ISRO missions. Shri Sachin Kumar, Assistant Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT. Shri Kumar, an IRRS Group A officer, joined WPC wing of Department of Telecommunications in 2012. He has gained experience in international satellite and terrestrial monitoring, planning and implementation and training within the Wireless Monitoring Organization, DOT. Shri Kumar has actively represented India at APG meetings and the World Radio conferences in 2019 and 2023, advocating for government positions. Please welcome Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson. He works closely with the national, regional and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He actively contributes towards national preparatory views towards ITU-APT, AWG, and WRC. He was awarded PhD in electrical engineering with specialization in wireless communication from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Prior to Ericsson, he worked with research organizations including Samsung R&D, Center of Excellence of Wireless Technology, and Telecom Sector of Excellence. Please welcome Dr. Puneet Rathore, Lead Technical Standards, Qualcomm. He has more than 15 years of experience of wireless research and development. He has a diverse experience of working as an academic researcher and a co-founder of a startup with deployed equipment in public safety agencies in India and multinational companies. His recent work has been focused on spectrum and standardization as a lead technical standards with Qualcomm Standards and industry organization. We'll be virtually joined by Mr. Stuart Cook, Senior Director of Future Spectrum, GSMA. Mr. Cook oversees the GSMA's range of advocacy issues on public policy relating to future spectrum, including world radio conferences, working alongside national governments and multilateral stakeholders. We welcome our session chair, the moderator, and the speakers of the session. And I hand over the dais to Ms. Mandepalli. Vikram, sir? He's coming, ma'am. Over to Ms. Revati.
Thank you for introduction. Very good morning. It's the first session on the WRC agenda items. I think it will get a lot of traction. And we have a presentations as well as we have a panel discussion. I think presentation is for half-an-hour session and panel discussion for 1 hour session. Hopefully, we are already, I think, behind the schedule. We will not try to take your lunch time. With that, this WRC agenda item, you all know this WRC-27 is mostly for the satellite. Except few items, this agenda item 1 point, it's okay? And this agenda item 1.7 is for IMT new bands. And you will see in detail what is the presentation. You know the frequency bands up to 15 gigahertz, that is 4.4 to 4.8 gigahertz. Another is 7.125 to 8.4. Another is somewhere around 14 to 15 gigahertz band. And come to Indian point of view, we have started doing reforming of this particular some frequency bands to make available spectrum for 6G. To that effect, we were successful in getting some spectrum, not in 4.4 to 4.8. Probably we see a lot of challenges in that because of existing usages. But in the 6 gigahertz band, government has announced, and once our NFAP, National Frequency Allocation Plan 25, we are going to release with approvals and all, maybe in a due course of time, maybe within 1 or 2 or 3 months. There clearly will be indicating 6425 to 7025. It's already identified for IMT in India. Over a period of time, the last time is by 2030, because we have existing usages and applications in that. You all know that satellite-based applications. And you all know that 7025 to 7125 already it is clear and it is identified for IMT in India. So beyond that also, we have other data downlink applications. I think Sophie will be addressing that. She's a satellite expert, she's there in the panel. How much we can do, how we can coexist. I say that India, yeah, we have taken a lead and we are trying to make available the sufficient contiguous spectrum as much as possible in this mid-band for the IMT. When we come to 3.5, we have limitations because we have other satellite applications. With that outset, now I'll request my session's speakers to give a presentation detail about agenda item 1.7. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Revati ma'am, for the few opening remarks, and that was very apt because that is exactly the first few set of slides that I had, which is the main IMT agenda item in WRC-27, agenda item 1.7. This was also briefly touched upon in the opening session as well from Bhatia ji, from Peng, that there are several agenda items in this WRC, and then which are primarily satellite focus, and this is one of those IMT focus agenda items. Yes, thank you. So from the IMT spectrum perspective, there are several bands which are actively being utilized for IMT from different generations of IMT, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and so on. And for this particular WRC-27 agenda, there are 3 bands that are primarily of interest as candidate spectrum bands for this agenda. During the WRC-23, at the time of the agenda item discussion, all of these 3 bands, the intention was that the studies will be global in nature, and then at WRC-27, the decision making will focus upon certain region-specific perspectives. So for the 4 gigahertz and the 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz, they will be global. And then for the 7.25 to 8.4 gigahertz, region 1 has some special situations. So that is the decision-making part for the agenda. But having said that, there will be the need for looking at the studies from a global perspective. And if you look at like the entire set of agenda items, Working Party 5D is the key responsible group for agenda item 1.7, which is one among the many agenda items. But for IMT, this is the only agenda item which is getting discussed. Very quickly, to look at the timelines for WRC-27, we have just concluded Working Party 5D 48th meeting, and towards CPM, if we look at the amount of time that is remaining, it is very less. We have less than 2 years to complete all the sharing and compatibility studies and discuss different regulatory methods and the CPM text, which will go into the CPM towards the WRC-27 preparation. So, and one important element is also that December 2024 was the deadline for all the contributing groups to finalize their incumbent service characteristics, with the possibility to extend further by another 6 months. So by June 2025, we will be exhausting the deadline for all the extensions that different working parties have sought to finalize the incumbent service characteristics. So June 2025 is where all the incumbent service characteristics would be frozen and finalized and available. And if we look at the different studies, we are already seeing that there are a lot of studies which have started pouring into Working Party 5D towards this agenda item. This is just a very quick snapshot of all the different incumbent services and the corresponding working parties that are providing those incumbent service characteristics into Working Party 5D. I'll be coming to this in a slightly different flavor in the next few slides. In the Working Party 5D 48th meeting, which concluded in February 2025, in the sub-working group for agenda item 1.7, they established 3 drafting groups, one for each frequency band. One for the 4 gigahertz, which is led by Japan, the 7 to 8 gigahertz led by India, and the 14 gigahertz led by Russia. The discussions in the February meeting were very intense, with a small subset of topic occupying entire available time. So except for the 14 gigahertz, none of the other drafting groups could get any time, which resulted in all the input contributions getting carried forward. And if you look at the volume of inputs, the 7 gigahertz drafting group received an enormous amount of
13 different studies in that particular range. And this is also reflecting the kind of incumbent services which are widely prevalent in this range, from making it very complex and also very exhaustive. It has incumbent services, fixed services, ESS, FSS uplink, downlink, MSS, and then there are additional services which are also having additional allocation from a footnote point of view. So there are a wide variety of services, and if we look at how Working Party 5D is organizing the work, it has created one main part of the document, which is for the sharing and compatibility studies, with 3 different annexures, one for each range, and then each individual annexure will have individual attachments for individual services which will get studied. One of the key open issues which has yet to be concluded within Working Party 5D is the status of this document, whether it has to remain a supporting material towards the CPM, or it has to become a report. There are a few administrations which do believe that it has to be given a status of a report, which adds additional overhead of creating a PDNR, DNR before RA-27. And at the end of the day, all of these studies will also become an annexure to the CPM text itself, which itself is a report which will go into WRC-27. So there is also a strong view that the additional overhead of declaring it a report should not be done. And if we look at the different attachments, particularly within the 7 to 8 gigahertz, if we look at the context within India, there are 2 attachments where we need to pay more attention and more focus, which is where we have known services which are under use. So that is something where very clearly India-specific inputs could go into as we look at the 7 to 8 gigahertz. One interesting point is that when we look at the drafting group work, and I put drafting group in square brackets because the drafting group never got an opportunity to discuss all of this, but all of these inputs got carried forward. One thing which is very interesting is that there are many inputs which have come into the Working Party 5D meeting in February. All of them will continue to be updated in the June meeting as well, and more inputs will come. And this is also the right time for India to also start contributing actively towards this agenda item, particularly one, because this is also one of the ranges which is of interest to us. To make sure that there is regional or global harmonization wherever it is comfortable, and also secondly, to focus on services which are incumbent services within India, and then to focus on ensuring protection for those. And another element which I also wanted to highlight here is that if you look at the FSS, and there are input contributions which are showing up in both the rows, for example, attachment 4 and attachment 6, the contributions are the same. Because the sharing and compatibility studies that have been conducted, they are utilizing FSS and MSS interchangeably from their study point of view, whereas from the allocation point of view, the system characteristics point of view, there are slight differences. The frequency ranges are also slightly different. So eventually they will have to be split into FSS IMT and MSS IMT as the work progresses further within Working Party 5D. Both within Study Group 4 and Study Group 7 services, there are a few challenges because within Study Group 4, there are several NGSO characteristics. Some of them at the initial level, they are theoretical in nature because they have not yet been put into use. Even for the protection criteria, there are no existing reports or recommendations of ITUR which are fully documenting the NGSO MSS protection criteria in particular. So this is one topic which is under active discussion within Working Party 4C to finalize the protection criteria for MSS. And then within Study Group 7 for the science services, one of the key topics which is under discussion is the transfer orbit for deep space missions, that what is the near Earth duration, how many hundreds of kilometers should the study focus on, because most of these are deep space situations. So the key topic of discussion is that when it is at the transfer orbit status, the study should capture those situation as well. And then one very, very important topic which is occupying a lot of time within 5D is the topic of reverse studies, which is interference from incumbent services into IMT. And if we look at historically all the IMT agenda items or any other agenda item, the new entrant is the entrant which is, it is more like a request that may I come in please. Whether the new entrant can enter into the into operation while ensuring protection to the existing services. And if at all there are constraints, then the new entrant has to deal with it or take into account some constraint that may be imposed on the new entrant so that the incumbent services are protected. But there is one element which is within the resolution which is causing a lot of debate, which is the language that without imposing additional regulatory or technical constraints on existing services. And there are a few administrations which are interpreting this that without doing the reverse study, there is no way to address this part. Working Party 5D had very long deliberations. It spent almost 8 sessions of the sub-working group level to discuss this particular topic. And at the end, the common understanding was that there will be no changes expected out of this agenda item into the incumbent service footnotes or the allocation table. The second part, which was also a common understanding, is that these reverse studies are not expected to be carried out for all different scenarios, but they may be considered on a case-by-case basis. And this is something which is also what we had been highlighting in the India inputs so far over the last 1 year, that these may be considered on a case-by-case basis, where it is very clearly understandable that without doing these reverse studies, we may not be able to make progress within the agenda. And with that, it is more about us as a community to be very active within this agenda item to look at both protection of our services and also for regional or global harmonization for priority bands which are important to India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puneet. He has covered almost all the topic about agenda item 1.7, where we are the studies, and especially went up to reverse study. Some are asking for reverse study and what are the issues, and in fact he touched where are the points where India can contribute. In fact, we were trying to contribute for the license statements also. Some of the contributions have come, and if you see, most of the services are satellite-based services, SRS, and there is a ESS, there is a MSS, MMSS, and some of the technical parameters, and we have our satellites operational. I think we can show those inputs so that desired services will be protected, and there should not be unnecessary constraint to make this spectrum available for IMT, if they can coexist. So with that, I think we have one more speaker, Mr. Stuart Cook, Senior Director of Future Spectrum GSMA. I think he has already joined online. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Cook, over to you. You can take the floor.
Good morning and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are very loud and clear. Please, you have a PPT?
Yes.
You would like to share from there? Yeah, I think you have given the control over there, right?
So thank you very much, and thank you to provide GSMA with the opportunity to share some of our views on this agenda item. You know, as previous speakers said, there are lots of satellite-related items at the WRC, but I am very happy there is only one IMT agenda item. So let's move forward to the next slide, please. You know, if I look back at where we were 30 years ago and where we are now, I think it's incredible the journey that IMT has been on. 57% of the world's population, over 4.5 billion people, are now connected to the mobile internet using IoT technology. And the role that India has played in that, and the incredible progress of deploying 4G and 5G in India, and the amazing and rapid rollout is quite incredible, right? And so that's where we are, but there are still some challenges. So in terms of the coverage gap then, there are still people that live outside of the umbrella of an IMT network. 4% of the people currently are not covered by mobile broadband, and that's what we call the coverage gap. And that's around 350 million people globally. And so the agenda items, the satellite agenda items, looking at how can satellite supplement terrestrial communications, whether that's within IMT spectrum or within the traditional MSS spectrum. And then we have a usage gap. People live within the umbrella of an IMT network, but they don't use the mobile broadband network. And that's for a variety of reasons, whether it's economic, whether it's literacy, whether it's some social aspects. And so we still have a lot of work to do on connecting more and more people within that usage gap. Harmonization. You know, I can't stress how important this is. This has been a big part to take us from up to 57%. As we address the coverage gap, harmonization continues to be really important as we move towards 6G. Next slide, please. In India, you know this better than even I do. Huge growth in traffic globally. The rate of growth over the last 10 years is slowing, predicted to be around 20% year on year globally at the end of this decade. That's still an enormous amount of traffic to carry, and it continues to, the actual traffic continues to increase year on year. And a number of operators around the world are now beginning to say they will experience capacity crunches in their network as we approach the end of this decade. Next slide, please. And so before I move on to spectrum-related topics, you know, let's think about 6G and IMT 2030 in that broader context. Universal connectivity, still really important. Those coverage gaps and the usage gaps. Energy efficiency, sustainability, really big topics. The data rates, the latency, they're still really important, but let's focus on the user experience. So the user experience as we move across a city, an urban area, a suburban and rural area, a consistency of services. So let's build these big themes in as we generate the standards and the technology for 6G. Next slide, please. So let's focus in on some of the spectrum aspects. Before I get to the WRC related aspects, I wanted to take a look back at the history of the channel bandwidths. You can see with each generation from 3G, 4G to 5G, there's been a 4 to 5 times increase in the maximum channel bandwidths in the mid-band frequency ranges. From 4G with 20 megahertz, now with 5G up to 100 megahertz. So does that help us think about the future as we begin to plan the long-term roadmap for spectrum for 6G? Next slide, please. So where is 6G heading in terms of the channel bandwidth? At the recent workshop, 3GPP had a kickoff workshop on 6G recently. They indicated that the channel bandwidth in the mid-band frequency range will be at least 200 megahertz. And there are discussions whether we should take that up to 400 megahertz. So somewhere between 2 to 400 megahertz is what we would expect the maximum channel bandwidth to be as we head towards 6G. So that's an important aspect to plan into our deliberations as we begin the discussions on the spectrum roadmap, on the sharing studies. So we would expect 200 at least, and possibly up to 400, or an aggregation of 2 and 200 megahertz channels. Next slide, please. And where on earth is that additional spectrum going to come from? We have some of the WRC, previous WRC bands. We have the future WRC-27 bands. Some discussions around the world on 3.5 gigahertz. Some discussions about extending down from 3.4, 3.3, possibly to 3.1. Those discussions ongoing, very early stages in some countries. What about extending up from 3.5, so 3.8 to 4.2? Is there any additional spectrum that could be made available for macro networks within that range? Some countries also already operate within a portion of that band. Some countries having discussions about whether to extend up to 4 or 4.1, possibly 4.2. 4.5 gigahertz. We've discussed this at the previous conference in terms of 4.8 to 4.99. Very challenging bands, but this is on the agenda item for 27. Is there anything that we could do to better understand the sharing concerns and characteristics, and is that possible as a global band, a regional band, or a sub-regional band? And lots of discussion about the 6 to 8 gigahertz range. The upper 6 is identified in a number of regions and countries at the WRC-23. So the upper 6 offers the opportunity, and then we have the 7.1 to 8.4. Is any spectrum within that range possible to coexist and share with? So just wanted to put this in context. Next slide, please, as we approach the WRC-27. So in the middle there, 6.4 to 7.1
Yeah, it is stuck. Mr. Stewart, are you able to hear us? We lost you. We are not able to hear. Can you call? And video also passed. Yeah, I think he is connecting again. I think we'll save some time. Once he's back, we'll come back to him. So we have seen. Yeah.
Is that a challenge for in-building?
It has nothing to do with in-building, I think.
No, I'm just curious.
So we are going to be 6G now. Probably will not have this type of problems. Hopefully. Can we move on? Or I think we are already, okay. Huh? Okay. I think this presentation will stop here. And what we have seen almost as the technology is increasing, you need a larger bandwidths and mostly contiguous. And you have seen all what the fundamental stress they are trying to bring also, there is a coverage gap. It's not only, coverage gap is only 4%. It's affordability, connectivity gap. So I think we have to see that also. With that, I think we'll conclude or we'll go to the next session. You will be moderating the next session, right? So from my session, I will try to summarize. We have seen that agenda item 1.7, the band, as for 6G, you need a minimum of, they are thinking 200 megahertz. I was really calculating, even if India, if we think to give in 6 gigahertz, that is not sufficient to accommodate 4 operators. We have 4 operators. And we have a contiguous of now only 600 plus 100, 700. So we try to get some more spectrum for IMT. So I request all the people to contribute, so make sharing studies possible so that we can coexist. And we'll try to make minimum spectrum available for 6G to be launched in India. Like 5G we launched first, 6G also will be launching. With that, I think I summarize and thank you. Thank you ITU-APT for giving me this opportunity. And special thanks to both the speakers, Dr. Puneet and Dr. Stewart. Thank you. We are concluding our session.
Thank you very much, Revati Madam, and thank you to both Puneet and Stuart once again, and particularly to Stuart because he put in some perspectives on the kinds of channel bandwidths that would be required. In fact, so far since the morning, the discussion's been pretty interesting. So what Peng covered about the coverage gap, the 4% to reach 96 and 4. So the question for countries, and particularly for India, before we go into our session is to emphasize the fact that as a country, our wireline coverage is not going to reach or deliver the kind of services that the country wants to deliver into this to be consumed by the various segments of the population. So there is a significant emphasis and importance for the country to see how can you augment both using either satellite or the IMT network to work together to achieve such national objectives. With that, I recollect in WRC-15, there were a lot of agenda items, predominantly IMT, and in WRC-19, we were able to get about 18.5 or so gigahertz of new IMT spectrum. And then the emphasis in WRC-23 was largely around, as Stuart mentioned, around 6 gigahertz, thereabouts, a lot of discussion. Now, in this, out of the bands in agenda item 1.7, out of the 4 bands were essentially majorly 3 bands. So it's the 4.2, 4.4, and the other bands. I was just totaling up the total amount of spectrum is about 2.2 gigahertz. So for India, if you divide by 4, maybe about 500 or 550 per operator, but would not be contiguous. So a lot of effort is required in coordination amongst the various agencies, and that is what I'll request our speakers to dwell upon. Okay. So, no go? Okay, no worries. So we have a very eminent panel with us. We have Dr. Sendil, and we'll begin with Dr. Sendil. Sendil has been, very deeply involved in the preparations up to WRC-23, coordination amongst various groups. He has a presentation, and he also built a tool as part of our efforts within COI. We have the 5G India Forum. So the 5G India Forum was an independent evaluation entity in Working Party 5D to evaluate various RITs, and you were very deeply involved in this. So, Sendil, how is this cycle going to be different?
Yes, I think Madam Revati had very accurately ended the previous session saying we will be more engaged in national preparatory. Okay. So I have put few slides to share how we are preparing within the country and what we aim for when we contribute from India to WRC-27. And is the one? Oh yeah. So this is how we are prepared within the country. Any input that goes out, we have equivalent national study groups, which goes into study group 4. We have similarly study group 4, what we call as Energy 4 and Energy 5. Within the groups, we have preparatory groups, for example, 5D1, which is focused on developing contributions on spectrum-related aspects to ITUR. Yeah. So within that, I think in the last few months, we had created technical groups called task groups 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is focused on FSS versus IMT. We have MSS versus IMT and FS, IMT, and ESS, SRS, all those things in the task group 4. And this task group 4 is where all the stakeholders, the incumbent users, actually bring in contributions to do a technical discussion. And in the recent national preparatory meetings, we also discussed that, for example, in the agenda 1.7 and 1.13, there is a close activity between 4C and 5D. They need to coordinate their activities. And that's also was a discussion within our national preparatory that when we do the studies in India, we also need to be working closely with the National Study Group 4 so that we know what are the parameters being used, what is used within our incumbent usage. Go to the next slide, please. So the entire focus is to put energy within the national preparatory group so that we can actually contribute to sharing studies. I think Dr. Puneet also mentioned about the timeline within 5D when the parameters are to be finalized and how these sharing studies will contribute before we create the CPM text. And I would also like to also acknowledge that compared to previous cycle, this cycle, the DOT has taken very cautious effort so that industry and the relevant stakeholders are part of these technical activities being done so that all the incumbent users and the parameters are rightly reflected. So when we bring this input to 5D or the other working parties, we are very confident in doing these studies. So we have, So we will be focusing on all the 3 bands. 4.4 to 4.8 in task group 1 and task group 3, where we focus on FSS and IMT usages, which I am chairing this group along with colleagues from defense as well as TEC. For the fixed service, next slide please. Similarly, we have all the services we intend to study, and we have a very close plan. Dr. Puneet is chairing the group for task group 2, where MSS versus IMT will be studied. And similarly, Divakar from Samsung is chairing the group for cases with ESS, MedSat. I believe Madam Sophie ma'am will also share some lights on the current incumbent usages. So we have full plan to contribute to 5D for all those combinations from India. If you go to the next slide. Yes, this one you can skip. Next slide, please. Yes. So we have a target plan to have some inputs going to all the combinations where we would want to show that India is fully prepared, and then we would want to contribute so that we find out all possible combinations to have a region 3 identifications IMT by doing sharing studies with all incumbent usages. Last slide. This is the distribution of the activities that we are doing within the task groups. Next slide, please. Yes. So irrespective of, so this is an example objective that the task groups have. Whether we have incumbent usage in the country or not, we would also try to do services studying for incumbent usage within other countries in the region, so that when we are in the WRC, we are confident to talk to other administrations, show our leadership that we are looking for this band for 6G, and also see that there is a regional IMT identification done. And we would want to cover all possible combinations of studies from our region. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the work plan that we have, and I think we will kickstart the technical activities in this week about the activities, sharing studies work. Thank you. Yeah, maybe you can stop at this point. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think that's a very good overview of the work plan, because this is a workshop and people have to work to do the sharing studies, right? Because one of the challenges that we've had in India is, you don't work enough to be prepared for the discussions that happen at the WRC or in developing various, proposals through the APT and take the common proposals. And with that, that's a good segue to request colleague Jitendra, who's kind of a stalwart in spectrum management in the country. And Jitu, given your experience and inside knowledge of working at the ITU 5D various committees, so by when should India have some new spectrum ready? We are talking IMT 2030 by 2030, India public announcements leading in 6G. So what is your suggestion? By when should we be prepared, and what should be the process to be followed for creating regional common views at the APT?
Thank you. Good morning. So the important thing which we saw in GSMA's presentation about the spectrum is that firstly, what is the spectrum we are looking at, and how do we get that spectrum before we get into the mode of getting that spectrum out for starting work on 6G in India. One thing which we are very proud of as Indians is that India is taking this lead in 6G in ITU work, and that is something which drives us to go all out. And something like what Dr. Sandel said and Dr. Puneet said earlier, as Indians, we are very energetic to see that we can actually drive this entire effort in ITUR. Coming to the point that what is the spectrum and by what time we are looking for that spectrum for 6G in India, important thing for us as a lead or a 6G leaders on this, we need to get the right spectrum, get that spectrum well in advance in terms of not giving licenses as such, but making it available to startup communities or other communities or academia or other groups who want to carry out trials in this particular set of bands so that they can develop the technology on those bands if they have clarity about the bands. If they don't have clarity about the bands, then that whole thing will get delayed. So since we have 3 frequency bands which are being discussed in ITUR, it is important to for us to decide on those bands at an early date so that we know that, okay, these are the bands we are driving as India on these bands, and therefore we are going to open up these bands with our industry, with academia for carrying out trials, opening up those bands for those kind of technology development and trials. That will be the first step in my view. That will help both India telecom community to note about those bands. Also, this will give an indication outside India that this is how India is driving. And then since we have Bharat 6G Alliance also and others who are also focusing on similar lines, they should also get involved in this kind of activity. Other point was about how do we do regional harmonization. So once we know what is our requirement, based on that, then we can push, and that's exactly what we did in APG 23, 5th meeting of APG 23, where we as India took a contribution to Korea meeting, and we had very clear identified spectrum range that this is what we want to study. And that's how we got this entire band in or these 3 ranges in the discussion of WRC as an agenda item of WRC-27. This was what was discussed and finally decided in the WRC-23 small group. I was lucky to be part of that group where we could discuss and why it is required. I think if we can continue pushing that, if we can show that with our initial views as India probably in the next APG meeting, which is I think is in June end, if I'm not wrong. So if we can, as India, provide a contribution there on APG, to APG as India's preliminary views about these frequency bands, that will also give an indication to many other countries in Asia Pacific that how we want to go about it. So I think if we can go ahead with these 2-3 steps, we can start making regional alignment on these frequency bands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jitendra. And since you mentioned the Bharat 6G Alliance, so no other than Pathak Saab, who was, the driver of the 5G high-level forum, and now he's driving the Bharat 6G Alliance. So, Pathak Saab, your views on how Bharat 6G Alliance is working on the agenda item 1.7. I know you'll be doing more than that.
Thank you. So for those who are not, I think, aware of Bharat 6G Alliance, that is a society, and it's have all the operators, startups, academia, and industry as its members. So now we have grown more than 70. We have specific working groups, and one of them is the Spectrum Working Group headed by Professor David Koil Pillai, and he chair, but all the three operators, Airtel, Reliance Jio, Vodafone, are as a vice chair, and with more than 50 participants. So that's a very vibrant group, and I request any of you can join and contribute. So this is my first, one can say, official meeting on the spectrum. So I don't know spectrum much more than we tried in 5G that how India can make available much spectrum for 5G, and I'm sure that I think whatever India did with the 5G report, that was the maximum spectrum we can get. So I'm sure that even in case of 6G, so there is a report, task force report of Bharat 6G vision statement, and that has given a very clear line, and that is a government report I'm referring to, that what should India take various actions for making spectrum by 2030. So I think whatever feedback I have, the Department of Telecommunication, Space, Defense and all, I think working together, and with the whole of the government approach, I think we'll be able to give spectrum more than whatever I think we are just saying 200 to 400, but that is for IMT you are referring to. More important is that how it will be the TN NTN integration. As regards what we are doing on 1.7, so right now we are just deliberating in the group, and that's meeting consistently on monthly basis. Next meeting is on 24th of April this month. So, and each one is making the presentation, including from our global alliances with like NextG Alliance, 6G IA, 6G Forum Korea, and others. So we are working with the global alliances as well on the spectrum requirement. But what I think I got the lessons and as a individual independent person, that these all 1.7 or 1.13, we have to develop the ecosystem within the country first. Because otherwise, if you just give the spectrum, this spectrum will be used by someone else, some other technology developed by someone else. So how can we utilize it to our benefits? And this is what we have to work. Like Mr. Jitendra told that how can we do the technology trials? Perhaps if I remember then 23rd July 2019 spectrum policy of the government, that's very simple, and perhaps there won't be any problem even in technology trial in this band as well. So, I offer my Bharat 6G Alliance platform for this sharing and coexistent all type of studies. So whatever is required, and naturally if whatever is the help required, support required, or even in R&D and technology trials.
Thank you very much, Pathak Saab. I think that's very encouraging that, good focused effort within the Bharat 6G Alliance, particularly on spectrum, and you have all the operators deeply involved, so which is a good thing. I would encourage if BSNL is also part of that.
It's there.
Is there, okay, because you mentioned 3, so I was just curious about that. With that, of course, very important part is we have Sophie ma'am with us, and she has been so active both at the APG level, at the WRC-23, and in all our meetings, the very extensive slide which Sendil showed as to the contributions that go into the NWGs. substantial coordination and support we get from space. So maybe, Sophie ma'am, if you could dwell on the coordination activities and trials of incumbent usage and particularly focus on agenda item 1.7 and metasat usage as well.
Sure,
Over
sir.
to you. Yeah.
So thank you, sir, and a very good morning to all. Thank you, Chairman, and other esteemed fellow panelists, and thank you for sharing your valuable insights into this agenda item 1.7. And looking ahead to WRC-27, as echoed by almost all the previous speakers, this WRC-27 agenda item, it's predominantly centered around the satellite services. And even in satellite services also, it's a mix of communication, navigation, and space science services also. So, however, based on the recent observation on the previous WRCs, agenda item list, it's truly not complete without an agenda item related to spectrum identification for IMT, and this time it is the agenda item 1.7, which addresses the spectrum identification in 3 bands, 4 gigahertz band, parts of 7 gigahertz band, and 14 gigahertz band. However, I should definitely mention, thanks to WRC-23, the outcome of the agenda item 10 mainly aligns with India's input. So in this panel discussion, I would like to bring out the importance of the bands for satellite services globally and then from the Indian context. So first, let me start with the 7 gigahertz band, and as such, I would like to more emphasize on the satellite services in this band. As shown in the previous presentations also, if we flip through the Article 5 of ITU-RR, there are totally 11 incumbent services. And in this 11 incumbent services also, 9 it is related to satellite services. And in satellite services also, it's a mix like space research services, Earth exploration satellite services, and FSS, uplink, downlink, meteorological satellite, mobile satellite service, and the list goes on. And today, let me dwell more on the remote sensing downlink band, which is nothing but the 80252 to 8400 megahertz. This 375 megahertz, we are using almost in all our remote sensing satellites. And in remote sensing satellites, as of now, we have totally around 26 remote sensing satellites, which are of different series like RISOSAT series, RISAT series, CARTOSAT, etc., etc. It goes on. And here, as I would just like to emphasize how the satellite remote sensing, it is essential for India. It caters to many important applications like disaster management, early warning, forest fire, and maritime domain awareness, and the list goes on. And due to this versatile application and the consequent socio-economic benefits, this remains as an indispensable tool for government, research, and even for businesses. As mentioned earlier, nowadays the satellites are becoming smarter and the technologies are becoming advanced like artificial intelligence. So now data, it may be even transmitted to the users directly. So whatever be the payload, like whether it can be microwave or optical or anything, the data gathered through all these payloads, at last it has to be accumulated and it has to be transmitted only in this 8 gigahertz band. And so hence this particular band, which is very essential for natural resource planning, it has to be protected. And now space system, ecosystem, it's undergoing a profound transformation, and this you can very well observe in the ITU filings also. So if you see in 2000 compared to 2018 to now, the number of APIs, it has increased to around 4 times. And the same way, if we compare the number of notifications, it is almost double. So this emphasizes that mostly it is going towards now the space-dependent era. And almost all the previous speakers touched upon the importance of the mid-band. So in the same manner, this band, it serves as the mid-band for the ESS downlink, because we have only S-band which is the first downlink band available for these kind of satellites, and then directly this band, and then it goes to Ka band. So this band, it is the mid-band for the ESS, and we have considerable number of Earth station locations here within India. And so we have to even the task group 4, it is formed mainly to address the sharing studies between the IMT and the ESS. So here we have to like work further. We are almost like initiating the work, how to like work out the mechanisms for the coexistence. And now due to new policies and ground station as services, the number is also like increasing. So taking into account all these factors and the new emerging recommendations, we have to work out the exclusion zones. So now coming to the next band, which is nothing but this, in this itself, the first band like 7145 to 7190 or 7235, here the space research uplink, it is there. And in 2023, if you see from ISRO context, ISRO was mainly in use for the historic landing of the Chandrayaan-3, which it is really a memorable moment. And the next big news was the Aditya mission, which was the first space-based solar observation. So any guess like which band controls the operation of this satellite? I think many may not be like aware of this, but this particular satellite, it is controlled by this particular X band. And this was the first time we adopted X band in ISRO's history for the uplink. And so we have started adopted and the journey has started, so it will continue. So maybe this may like play a role in the reverse studies also. So with this, it highlights the importance of the 7 gigahertz band. And next moving to 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz band. Here prior to WRC, space research was in the secondary service. Then it was upgraded to primary service with certain restrictions to the orbital parameter. And here if we see this, it is mainly used for the inter-satellite links by countries like Russia and USA and for feeder link, uplink also. In addition to this, this band is used for some high data rate downlink also. But from India, we started using S band, X band, and future we have to further see. So now moving on to the last band, 4 gigahertz band. Yes, this band, it is under the planned band, and it was a really critical band for us. And if you query the database, we are the major users next to Russians, but now it is used to support the critical applications like this meteorological downlink and this SAR payload downlink, where the uplink goes in the UHF band, and downlink comes in this particular band, which has saved many lives. So some parts of these frequency bands are used to protect many critical services. So we have to see the coexistence between all these services. So I think with this, like I have captured the importance, how these frequency bands play an important role for satellite services and especially in India. Thank you.
Sophie ma'am, thank you very much. You know, folks, she did not have to refer to any notes. She had everything on her fingertips, right? And it's complicated stuff. So thank you so much, and compliments to you for, updating all of us on a variety of stuff. And last but not the least, we have the man from WPC. So Sachin is here with us. And, sometimes I wonder, WPC, wireless, they have to plan and then they have to coordinate. And everybody's competing. So they are the biggest diplomats going around, because without that coordination, it's very difficult, both domestically as well as, when you interact with all the various pulls and pushes at the various meetings internationally. So Sachin, if you could share with us the work at WPC and DOT on this agenda item.
Thank you, Vikramji. First of all, senior officers from Department of Telecom, other government departments, all the industry stalwarts and esteemed guests. I thank ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this preparatory workshop. Yes, WPC wing DOT, being the nodal wing for the management of ITUR work, has the entire structure under its strategy document for the preparation of ITUR activities related to WRC and the ITUR study groups. Under the National Study Group 5, chaired by Gulab Chand sir, National Study Group 4, chaired by Madam Revati, National Study Group 7, chaired by Viresh Goel sir. These national groups are having specific working parties and task groups, as you have seen in the previous presentation. We are almost mirroring the ITUR work structure for each and every small aspect. This Agenda 1.7 where the three bands are being discussed. India is one of the administrations which took the proposal to APG and then finally to WRC for identification of IMT. We ourselves are the users of most of the incumbent services, as you have seen in the various task groups, which is chaired by ISRO, chaired by Defense, and we have contributors, chairs, leads from Qualcomm, Ericsson, and Samsung from their India offices. So these three bands are being deliberated, broken into each of 100 megahertz part. And each 100 megahertz has various incumbent services, including fixed services, satellite services. And the most difficult, as I saw the presentation from Mr. Puneet, is 7 gigahertz band, where the most contributions are being submitted in ITU Working Party 5D. So India National Study Group 5 has been continuously submitting contribution documents from the administration in the last 3 Working Party meetings of Working Party 5D, and the Indian delegation, composite Indian delegation, a mix of government and from the industry, has been advocating Indian views in the Working Party 5D for the protection of the incumbent services, finalizing the parameters. So as we saw, that upcoming Working Party 5D will be the last meeting of ITUR for finalizing the parameters for conducting the sharing studies. And then we'll have a time frame of almost a year and a half for doing the sharing studies. So we, from the WPC wing and under the structure of National Study Group 5, under the national working parties, under the task groups, we are trying to start the sharing studies and really contribute this time. A lot of contributions are in the pipeline, and I hope we'll be submitting to the Working Party 5D and the upcoming meetings of APT, which are relevant to this agenda items, like APG meeting. So under the 7 gigahertz band, as said by Madam Sophie, our satellite services of space research, ESS, MSS, and the similar discussions are being held under the agenda 1.13. So both these agenda items become crucial for the industry, for the government, and for the incumbent users. So we saw rising graphs presented by Jesua, Mr. Peng, and then by Mr. Stewart from GSMA. So we see that then the spectrum is limited and the demand is there from both the terrestrial and the satellite stakeholders. So I hope these discussions would come out positively for the benefit of the citizens of India, and we will be contributing to ITU and the APT meetings in a lot great manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sachin. And needless to say that we'll be continuously banking on the WPC for support to get the India Act together. So thank you very much. With that, I'll just query, Jitendra is chairing in the Working Party 5D, the IMT 2020 applications working group. So, what is important is, while we are working for 6G or whatever type, it's important to know what are the applications. So something, if you could dwell on that.
Thank you. So thanks for that point about work in Working Party 5D, where we are also leading this effort. And a report was created on this, report number 2527, ITURM 2527, which is now, basically it was on about IMT applications, what IMT applications we can actually do, which is basically, when we spoke about this, it was 5G related IMT applications. So when we, and in the first session, there was also a discussion that whether we are actually using it 5G effectively or not, or it is only mobile phones which we are looking at with 5G connectivity indicator. But there are countries, there are examples which are in that report, which is more than 150 odd pages report, which shows that what are different kind of use cases which are being used and developed around 5G technology. So it is important thing to note that it is not limited to what we are using on your standard mobile devices. It is all about taking, those are small steps or initial steps when we start using mobile phone as for that new technology, but then there are so many other things which are required to be done, and and all of you are aware of this fact that there was a initiative from government on 5G, 100 5G use case labs. So that was initiative which actually forced people to think about the use cases. What are the different use cases which we can be tried out using 5G technology? I can assure you that all of us sitting in this room will probably using 5G only on your phones. But there are people, startups, and other communities which are actually using 5G technology for different kind of use cases, user scenarios. So, and as Qualcomm and maybe Bharat 6G Alliance and others, COI and others are also seeing this growth which is happening. And so when we come to 6G, I think it will be on similar lines. People will start developing use cases based on that. Very recently, in the AWG 34th meeting of AWG, which finished last Friday, there was a contribution from GSA and GSMA joint contribution, which was submitted there to ask various countries of Asia Pacific region that what is it that they are looking at as new use cases which they can expect from 6G, noting that what are the user scenarios which were approved in the vision document of IMT 2030, then what are the use cases they are looking forward. And that is a new thing, which study which has been started, and I want to share that Korea is also taking that lead in this work, and they are also working on this particular new report which will be getting created in AWG going forward. So I think these are things which will help you to understand what are the different use cases, and the actual user of those use cases are the one who need to get support. So I think that will help in growth of use cases.
Thank you very much, Jitendra. So one of the things that India particularly needs to do is, there are 200 million people still on feature phones. We do need to get our act together how to get them onto a smartphone, because they are left out of any delivery of such services. So that's an important area of work. The last thing I'd like to request Sendil is, because he's active at 3GPP as well, is on this agenda item 1.7, what is the importance of standards for it? Or what is the work on standards happening at 3GPP?
Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. Thanks. I think this is a relevant question, Mr. Pathak being here on the B6GA side. And we have our Energify chairman, Gulabchandji, is also here. So we would see that the importance of spectrum and technology both goes together. And under the chairmanship of Energify, we have been contributing to IMT 2030, which is mainly focusing on what kind of technical requirements we are expecting from the technology. And 3GPP had 2 workshops, I think, in one of the presentation, I think yours or maybe Stuart's presentation had about the recent workshop that 3GPP had. In all those cases, what we see is there are some new capabilities that 3GPP and ITU are expecting. For example, positioning or sensing of objects, passive objects around when the device is connected, the nearby devices are connected. They all assume that we could have access to 200 megahertz channel bandwidth where you could do a very precise sensing, centimeter level accuracy. So these developments in standards are assuming that we will have access to this new band in 7 to 8 gigahertz. So the possibility of having this large chunk of spectrum in 7 to 8 has an impact of how we are going to develop the 3GPP standard and to deliver some of these applications which will operate using this large channel bandwidth. So this is the relation between those two cases. Given that India wants to take lead in the 6G technology side, I think securing this right amount of spectrum is also key. So this is how I believe both the things go together in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Sendil. So that's interesting. With that, we'll open it for a couple of questions, if anybody's got some questions or queries. Yes, the gentleman here, please state your name and organization.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, I have a question. How efficiently our transformative efforts in spectrum policy supports the innovations for rural development and ubiquitous connectivity?
Anybody wants to do that? Basically, the thing is, this urban-rural I don't understand. What I understand as an engineer is coverage and capacity. Rural is a very fashionable word where we sit here in air-conditioned offices and talk. We want to develop solutions for rural. But as engineers, it's about coverage and capacity. I think if that helps, then you can say, okay, what do you want? You can estimate what is the requirement of a service in a rural area, how much bandwidth, how much throughput. That will come under, again, either coverage or capacity.
Actually, why I put this question, according to Mr. Cook, 4% of the world's population means 350 million people are still unconnected. So my question that how many millions are unconnected in India and what specific efforts are going on to make them connected?
So let me clarify. I think Stuart, what he mentioned and what Peng indicated is a coverage gap. So the network coverage gap from terrestrial, which covers 96% of the Earth, so the satellite folks want to cover the balance 4%. And please correct me, Peng or somebody. And the other part is, I might have network coverage. Like, I'll take you back to the 200 million people in India who are on a feature phone. So they do not have broadband. So they do not have a service. The problem is coverage hai. There is coverage. But they are not being able to benefit or use it to the extent that other smartphone users can use. Right? Sendil.
Thanks, Vikram, for sharing this. I think from the recent workshop in AWG, where coverage was also brought up as one of the aspects, because one of the administration who is just planning to deploy 5G has a different topology, a lot of hills around, and some administrations have a lot of flatlands. So they all see that there is a challenge and there is a need to ensure that maximum amount of population where they are staying is targeted and the coverage is given. So that's where I think colleagues from GSO have been also talking about saying where there is population and where terrestrial is not possible to deploy, they still rely on these new agenda items to ensure that there is a connectivity directly that can be delivered to phone, direct to device aspects. And then within the terrestrial, from the recent 3GPP workshop, there is also enough stress going on that if you're talking about new bands for 6G, it's not that we are only deploying new bands only in the major cities where you have the 6G services. But when you have a technology like 6G, it should also operate in existing bands where, say, 700 or 800 band, where these are typically deployed in rural for good coverage. 6G should also be able to operate in such bands. So from both sides, from ITU side, agenda item from a spectrum, and from technology side, we are trying to ensure that we are not ignoring rural. The services should be able to operate in all those bands. Thank you.
Thank you, Sendil. I think we are out of time. We can take your question one-to-one. Not now, but I'll only leave it at that. Just dwell upon in-building coverage. Because a significant is where you live, where you work, is where service is consumed. With that, I'd like to thank all our eminent panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your insights, and hand it back to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tewatia, for moderating the session. I thank Revati ma'am for chairing the beautiful session. This indeed was an interesting and influential session. I thank our eminent speakers for enriching us all with your expert views and excellent presentations. I now would like to request our session moderator, Mr. Vikram Tewatia, to kindly present a memento to all our eminent speakers, starting with Shri R.K. Pathak. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? To Shri Jitendra Singh ji. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. J. Sophie. To Shri Sachin Kumar ji. I thank Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar. Thank you very much, sir. To Dr. Puneet Rathore. I would like to request Mr. Vimal Vaklu, Vice President IAFI, to kindly join us on the stage and present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Tewatia. Thank you, everyone. May I request you all to kindly pose for a group photograph? Up next, we have a very interesting session on NGSO satellite regulations, WRC-27, Agenda 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause our session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, In-Space, Government of India. With 33 plus years at ISRO, Dr. Jain possesses extensive expertise in SATCOM and navigation programs, including planning, implementation, and RF systems. He managed space segment planning, transponder allocation, and pricing, aligning with national SATCOM policy. A leader in frequency spectrum management, he is also the Vice Chairman of ITU-R Study Group 4 and has significantly contributed to ITU-R and APT activities, including WRC-19. We welcome you, sir. Please join me in welcoming the distinguished speakers of the session once again. Mr. Peng Zhao, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory, GSOA. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Ms. J. Sophie, Associate Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters. Welcome once again, ma'am. We'll be joined virtually by Dr. Laura Roberti, Senior Director, Spectrum and Market Access, Global Telesat. Dr. Laura has global responsibility for licensing and authorizations and participates in related ITU-R work. She has a PhD in electronic engineering from the Polytechnic of Turin and many years of experience working in the industry and academic research world. She is the author of several research papers in the area of radio propagation, and she has worked for Inmarsat, British Telecom, NASA, and Polytechnic of Turin. I hand over the session to our session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thanks Bhatia ji and ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this preparatory workshop as usual. And IAFI takes lead in discussions and initiating discussions in WRC agenda. And this is a very welcome sign. And then we are seeing the from 2019 onwards, when I was actually involved with the ITU-APT Foundation of India, the number of audiences are growing steadily, and the participation also from the India is more and more, it is growing, and that is a very good sign. Coming back to this particular agenda item 1.5, it is important in the sense that now we are seeing the growing usage of the NGSO constellations. NGSO has been since long been in use, but for the communication purpose, now we are seeing of late quite a few constellations have come up. In fact, in India also we have authorized a couple of constellations, and some more constellations applications are pending. So, and the constellations now, the previous, if we see, even for the communication purpose were few. The number of satellites, the size of the constellation, now the constellation size is growing. So with this, naturally, there is a lot of discussions at the national and international level on the regulatory aspect, especially when it comes to the coexistence of these constellations or NGSOs with GSOs and of course with the terrestrial systems. And this is what led to the particular agenda item 1.5 in the upcoming WRC-27. Now, a very, very simple term, what is the Agenda 1.5? It is basically to consider again the regulatory measures and the implementability thereof to limit the unauthorized operations of NGSO earth stations in FSS and MSS and the associated issues related to the service area of NGSO satellite systems. I have described you very, very simplified manner. The resolution is much more, the agenda item is much more complicated. So two parts. This agenda item 1.5 contains two parts. One is the regulatory measures to basically limit the unauthorized operations of the ground station, earth station, user terminals, number one. And number two, there is some implied leading statement to consider also issues related to the service area of the NGSO constellation. Now, if we come to the current status, the WP4A is the major responsible group to discuss this agenda, and WP1B and WP4C are the contributory groups. Couple of meetings, contributions, lot of contributions came for the WP4A, and especially the active contributions from Kazakhstan, China, Russia, Iran, Egypt, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and some of the agencies like AsiaSat and our own IAFI from India, Eutelsat. So good interest in this particular agenda item. US, in fact, US has brought out some of the very critical services, safety of life emergency services, which are being provided by the NGSO satellites, and especially for the aeronautical and maritime services. And in fact, USA has more or less told that there should not be unnecessary over-regulation in this particular area, and there may not be any requirement of any changes in the radio regulation in this particular agenda item. But leaving apart that, even at the national level, now you know that the National Working Party 4A2 has been discussing this particular agenda item, along with, of course, the National Study Group 4. And this time also, one of the contributions from India is under active consideration for the submission to WP4A. So now I will very quickly describe what exactly are the issues which are involved in this particular agenda item, and then I will leave it to the eminent speakers to dwell upon the very specific issues. And then I will take the help of the resolution 14 itself of WRC-23, which is basically which has resulted in the formation of this agenda item 1.5. So when it comes to resolution 14, under the considering section, it describes the genesis of this particular agenda item, and it is twofold. One is that NGSO in FSS and MSS now are being implemented actively with the global service area, and this is the main crux of the issue, that the NGSO services are not confined to a particular region or particular administration. It is of global nature, and because of that, the multiple service area, multiple administrations are falling within the ambit of its coverage. And that has resulted in the incidences of the unauthorized usage of the ground stations or the user terminals from the different administrations who have different administration territory who have now made reported unauthorized uses to the RRB, and then which has resulted in the formation of this agenda. So this is what resolution 14 comes under the considering. Resolution 14 also notes that there are already many regulatory measures or regulatory provision exist, and they are in fact Article 18, especially the 18.1, Resolution 22, Resolution 25, all are pertaining to the licensing requirements or the authorization requirements of a particular administration territory before such type of NGSO constellation can operate, and including like resolution 25 also talks about the requirement of authorization for the global satellite system for personal communication. So there are already certain provisions exist which the resolution 14 notes. It also notes about the resolution 219 of the Plenipotentiary Conference 2022, which encouraged the member states to ensure the protection of GSO and bring out or formulate the necessary regulatory framework for the between the NGSO and GSO. Number 15.5, again it provides the properties of the directional antenna, which should be utilized to minimize the radiation in a particular direction or the rejecting the radiation from the specific direction. And also one reference is there where the earth station may also be equipped with the geolocation and shutting off of the emission of uplinks. So this is what is the noting of the resolution 14, which could lead to the methods under the this particular agenda item in CPM2 text. Under recognizing section, now it's a simple thing that member states have the sovereign rights to regulate the telecommunication within their territory, and then very important element here comes under recognizing is that some of the member states may wish to exclude their territory from the service area of the NGSO system. And this particular reference has come into the main body of the agenda item. And then afterwards, so if we see this notes, now when the discussions started and contributions started coming in Working Party 4A, there were views that, and like we have seen the US views which I stated, that there are adequate regulatory measures already exist, regulatory provisions already exist. Why don't you explore that how to implement those regulatory provisions effectively rather than creating some more new regulatory measures or the new resolution itself under this agenda item. And including that some of the views where some of the contributions talked about the earth station's capability to for the geolocation, some contributions talked about the geofencing, and then the identification of the unauthorized emission from the administration territory based on these notings. Then the resolution comes that the resolution 14 resolve to study the regulatory measures to limit the unauthorized operation. Again, now it is not to eliminate, it is to limit the unauthorized operations of NGSO, FSS and MSS earth station in earth to space direction. It means it is only uplinking. Now this becomes another very big topic of debate within the study groups. So they are talking about only the uplinking. You have to discuss only uplink, whereas some of the administrations were of the view that if you have to really bring the service area also into the consideration, probably it may require discussions on the downlink side also, space to earth direction also, which again lot of discussion debate. Then the second result says that to study the regulatory measures taking into account the member states' wish to exclude their territory from the service area of the NGSO system, as was there in the main body itself, and the implementability of such measures without adversely affecting the provision of service in the rest of the service area of the NGSO. This again, so there are a lot of catches, lot of constraints in the discussions of rather in the formulation of the methods under this agenda item. Now, moment you say the service area, now that the contributions have started pouring in, that there is already a precedent exists for the service area exclusion in the plan band 30, 30A, 30B. So people have started drawing the reference from there. But again, we know that how effective those service areas are there, and especially when we are talking about that without adversely affecting the provision of the service in the rest of the service area, we know how the coverage area vis-a-vis service area has played a major role in 30, 30A and 30B. And I hope that the eminent speakers will dwell upon that also, that how effective the service area exclusion has been in the plan bands, and how the service area, whether we can take the leaf out of it, or the additional measures are required in order to have the service area exclusion provision in this agenda item 1.5 also. Then the people have talked about the use of the NCMCs, the network control and monitoring centers, whether that could be utilized effectively. Then some contributions came up, even the characteristics of the NCMCs, the characteristic of the ground terminals, specification of the ground terminals, multiple number of the NCMCs, whether should be there. There are many things. And the final thing is, when we are seeing the last WP4A, they have already started preparing the working document. Working document framework was prepared last WP4A. And also the resolution, new resolution under this agenda item, and wherein a lot of contributions came describing the various the wordings, methods in the resolution to control the unauthorized emission. And if you are able to identify, then how you will be able to, there is an obligation on the notifying administration to even switch off the emission or the control the emission. So hopefully I hand it over to the eminent speakers. There are 3 speakers. We know very well Pangja. He earlier morning we have heard his session, and he is a veteran in this particular area, especially on even the plan bands and GSO especially. In fact, to tell you the truth, that when InSpace was formulating its own norms, guidelines and procedures for the authorization of the communication satellites in India, and especially for NGSO, I had a very good discussion during the WRC with Pang. I took very good vital inputs that how do we really authorize the NGSO constellation in India. And thanks, Pang, for those valuable inputs. Sophie, we all know very well, she will put her views forward for the protection of the GSO, because ISRO is mainly using GSO. But at the same time, the NGSO also we have started thinking. India has started using NGSO. We have to take a balanced view. And Dr. Laura, she will be joining online, I hope. And she is again the veteran in the NGSO, known for the Telesat constellation. So with that, I invite Pang to provide his views. Thank you.
Great. Good morning again. Thank you very much for having me again on this panel. I think when Balaji told me that I would be speaking on another panel, I really thanked him. But when he told me that it was on 1.5, I hesitated again. It's one of the most complex issues, as you know, and it's not complex in the sense of technical terms that you need to do a lot of technical studies, etc. But it's very complex and has a lot of ramification in the regulatory perspective. So thankfully, Dr. Jain before me presented already this kind of the basis of this particular agenda item and the different kind of ramification already. So my task is slightly less, but still I just want to show you a little bit the kind of GSOA position on that, because it does generate a lot of debates within the industry, but also within the regulators. So from our perspective, we have an initial position that we put out since last year, and regarding this particular agenda item 1.5. So 1.5, I think I don't need to dwell too much in that. I think that Dr. Jain explained that really well already. But just want to reiterate 2 points. One is that on the studies, is more about regulatory measure, that is to limit those unauthorized operations. And we know that the background, how this agenda item come about, was about one specific NGSO operators who has provided services, and that was kind of a big debate in the RRB right now. And I know that Madame Rivati, who just left, but she's in the middle of that kind of discussion on how to prevent that kind of unauthorized access, unauthorized operation from happening. Right? But the other part also, there's some differences between when we start talking about service area, there's a difference between a GSO and NGSO filings. So when you do a GSO filing at the ITU level, you have to specify the service area, so which region, which country, etc., will be part of your service. And with the NGSO at the ITU filing level, you don't have to do that because by nature, all those NGSO will go across the globe, and by nature, everything is under the service area. But of course, when we start to talk about unauthorized access, then this service area concept start to emerge. So that is why we have a lot of debate right now, and I think the discussion is progressing. But I just want to show you what our members, GSOA members, really has a kind of position until now. So first is that GSOA and all the satellite industry definitely respect all the kind of the sovereign rights of all the countries. So without having the necessary license, we just cannot, and we should not, and we would not, from our GSOA members' perspective, provide any kind of service in a country without proper licensing. And that is really the primary point from the industry perspective. We certainly respect that, and all the GSOA members are committed to this. The second point is that we have existing regulation. I think Dr. Jain already mentioned that. It's not a Wild West out there. There's many regulations that help regulator and national administration to authorize those things. And one thing I want to mention here is Article 18 of the ITU with the Resolution 22 and Resolution 25. Those are existing instruments that can help with this kind of how to authorize operators and how to ensure that they don't have this kind of unauthorized operations. And of course, from the operator perspective, we believe that all the geolocation capabilities and mechanism will help to implement those things. But implementation is definitely one of the key words as well in the resolution for this agenda item. It's like we need to assess what is implementable and what is not. So that is where we have the third point as the GSOA and as the industry is to say that we do have concern if there's any kind of a proposal that is not really feasible, that impose additional regulatory constraints. Basically, right now, the satellite framework and regulatory aspect is very complex already, and especially when it comes to NGSO. We just don't want any additional things that is, if they are not needed. If they are needed, of course, that's something is part of this discussion of 1.5. So for us, we have to reach a balance between what is required for national sovereignty and security and etc., but also what satellite industry can bring for this, with existing. So if you make it too complex, then maybe the kind of NGSO service will not be able to exist anymore. So we just have to have that kind of balance, and so that's why at this point we really welcome any kind of discussion like today with the regulators and with administration to find a proper way how to address this particular concern. So with this, I want to thank you and looking forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Pang. So now I invite Ms. Sophie to provide her views.
So a very good afternoon now, and Now, so I will just dwell about this agenda item 1.5, and ample background opportunities like background definition has already been given. So my emphasis will be more on the regulatory aspects related to this particular agenda item. And so now coming here, like satellite communication has significantly evolved over the decades. And it started with like single beam wide coverage satellites, and now two spot beam and mostly high throughput satellites. And earlier we used to talk about like megabytes, gigabits, and now we are into terabyte era. So now, and the provision of communication services also, it has undergone a significant transformation. We are seeing many non-GSO constellations emerging now in addition to geostationary satellites. So this, it raises like some concerns or some discussions regarding sustainability and then efficient use of spectrum resources and then this unauthorized transmissions. So why this, it becomes a question? Because GSO satellites mainly, that particular radiations, they are focused over a specific regions. But for these kind of non-GSO satellites, the radiations, it is actually global in nature. So how to control the radiation? So that it is the difficulty or discussions going on around this particular agenda item. And just statistics if you see, as of now, there are totally around 7,500 operational satellites. And in this 6,900, it belongs to non-GSO, which is nothing but LEO and MEO. So this, it implies the importance why this agenda item, it has come into picture now. And next thing is like nationally, if you see we update the policy, we update the regulation continuously. One thing is sure, we have to foster the innovation also, but at the same time, we have to ensure the responsible use of spectrum resources. And like my previous speaker explained, here the technical reach of the technology, it should not bypass the nation's sovereignty. So that forms the basic crux of this particular agenda item. So now moving here, actually studies required, like Jain sir pointed out, there are like, so adequacy of the current regulatory measures. There are now also many regulatory measures like Article 28, Resolution 22 and Resolution 25. But these things or these regulations have evolved significantly earlier. So whether these regulations alone are adequate to address the concerns expressed now. Why this becomes a question? Though these regulations are there are some complaints raised by the some administrations and these discussions are going on in RRB. And what we observe is this particular kind of nature may increase also. So that's why we have to see now regulatory measures, whether it is required or not, or how to improve or how to implement this. And second thing is this unauthorized radiations, especially in the earth to space direction, it is very difficult to identify the source itself. If it is in the downlink direction, okay, carry out spectrum monitoring and do the spectrum matching and identify the unauthorized radiations. But in uplink, this identification, it really becomes challenging. And then implementability of the regulatory measures. Though regulation is one part, how to implement it. So both regulations and implementability part, both has to go together to control the unauthorized radiations over a particular country. And now already like we have heard many terminologies like geofencing and remote deactivation, and during last WRC also like agenda item 1.15, 1.16, SIMs and SIMs in plan band and SIMs for non-GSO constellation, we discuss more about this NCMCs. But whether this is only sufficient now or how to strengthen this operation mechanism. So first one is the regulatory part and second is the operational mechanism. So next slide please. Next. Yeah. So now the possible solution. So first 4 points, it is the operational nature. Non-GSO Earth station, that is the UTs, which remain under, it should remain under the control of the NCMCs. And NCMC also, here mostly when we talk about this non-GSO, mostly we see about global and regional subsystem. So that requires like or necessitates more NCMCs also. And the same thing, geolocation capability has to be there. It has to track which position it is, and it has to be in continuously touch with the NCMC. And whenever it is not like abiding or something, remote deactivation also, it should be possible. And next thing, which so far which was in the agenda item 7, that is the regulatory thing. Now that it is coming or figuring often into this agenda item 1.5, the term is nothing but the service area and the exclusion of the service area and the explicit agreement. So these two terminology, whichever so far it was relevant to plan ban, these things we are seeing in this agenda item more now. So after this, my focus will be more on the service area exclusion, how it is used now, and how some countries are proposing this methodology to be adopted for this non-GSO constellation also. Next slide, please. So now current provisions and procedures related to service area. So service area is the area where legally we can provide the service. And currently it exists only in the plan ban under ITU-APT Appendix 30B, 30 and 30A. For 30A, which was the uplink ban, prior to WRC-23, this provision was not applicable. But in WRC-23, this provision was introduced for uplink also. And service area, if we come to non-plan ban, it will be ITU-wise, just we give the coverage contours. But here we define the service area in terms of the test points. But when it goes to global coverage, then the same extension of this, it may become challenging. And next thing is administration, they submit the information to the ITU. Then what ITU does is, ITU identifies two parts. One is the satellite network to be coordinated, and then which all administration it is included in the service area, they will be identifying that. And then before the next part of the submission, these the notifying administration, they have to obtain agreement from these countries. So that is the main crux. In non-plan ban, this is not there, but in this plan ban, service area agreement, getting explicit agreement from the administration, which is included in the service area, becomes mandatory, which we call as the entry into the list before the notification. And any time, even if you are not objecting before the 4 months time period given by ITU also, any time we can exclude this particular service area from the particular country's proposed satellite network. Moving to next slide. So this is the last slide. So taking into account all these aspects, now the future work, it is concentrated into most of, whether one thing is very clear, everybody is or most of the things, regulatory burden should not increase. But when we go for any additional agreement or something, automatically it puts some constraints or additional work on administrations. So now in addition to the existing mechanism, adoption of a draft new resolution is being discussed, and from India also AFA has contributed to this, which we are discussing under the NWP 482. And then regulatory procedure similar to plan ban, whether it has to be adopted or not here, some administrations are proposing this, and implicit or explicit agreement, which is beneficial. Experiments experience have shown that compared to implicit, explicit agreements may be better. And in case of service area objection, there is a thin line of difference between service area and coverage area. So without affecting, as this particular non-GSO things are global in nature, without adversely affecting the other service area, how to implement this provision, so that it really needs further discussion. And then to develop the here, the notifying administrations also may be many, not only one administration. So how to make one administration responsible, and that administration also, they have to in turn liaise with the service operator, and then they have to make adherence to these provisions. And then actions of the bureau in event of non-compliance. So when some complaint goes to bureau, what are the steps has to be followed? So that is being discussed, and in the same time, what are the actions and the responsibility by the notifying administration, and the same thing to strengthen the operational measures. Two additional annexes are being discussed. What is the MCMC responsibility and what are the capabilities of the Earth station? So these are the future work which will be discussed in the National Working Party. For that we can contribute further during this WRC-27 cycle. So thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Sophie, for a very enlightening presentation and views. May I request now Dr. Roberti, to provide her view.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Hi, hello, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to attend, even if remotely. And I'm very grateful to the foundation for this opportunity. So I believe I'm sharing my screen. If there are any, if it cannot be seen, let me know. All the previous speakers have already introduced this agenda item, so there is no need for me to spend time on this. However, the last time I had the chance to say a few words on this agenda item, I already presented this slide, which highlights what we perceive as incoherencies, contradictions between the current provisions in Resolution 14 and some of the proposals submitted to 4A, the last 4A in particular. And what I would like to do today is to go in some more detail on these contradictions. I just summarize them briefly. Resolution 14 refers to studies on regulatory measures, while the draft new resolution on agenda item 1.5 actually refers to regulatory and technical measures, which is clearly a big change. And in particularly, there is the proposal for multiple network control and monitoring centers under a centralized control and monitoring center, the technical feasibility of which has not been assessed. Furthermore, as already mentioned, Resolution 14 refers to the possible exclusion of a country from the service area. This issue of service coverage area is very complex, is not being fully clarified yet, even in terms of definition, but broadly the service area refers to the territories of countries included in the filing. So under the current provisions, only the countries that may wish to exclude the territory from the service area would be involved, while there are now proposals for explicit agreement for inclusion in the coverage area, which is very, very different. This would require a massive undertaking from the notifying administration to get explicit consent from all countries in the world, because it's been highlighted that virtually all non-GSO LEO systems have a global coverage, and would also push the regulatory burden to the countries that wish to be included in the first place. Furthermore, the coverage area, again, definition is not entirely clear, but it seems to refer to the area illuminated by the satellite. Hence, any limitation could imply blocking in the space-to-Earth transmission, that once again, the technical feasibility of which has not been assessed. So going into a bit more detail, this proposal for multiple NCMC, again, is a purely technical requirement. It is outside the scope of the agenda item. Furthermore, speaking from the point of view of a satellite operator, non-GSO systems are complex systems that are managed by a complex software. So from a technical perspective, typically the NCMC is unique as it manages the entire functioning of the constellation, including the global optimization of resources such as power and spectrum. Therefore, it is technically not possible to distribute the NCMC functionalities across multiple entities. When it comes to this proposal for explicit agreement for inclusion, I've already mentioned that Resolution 14 refers to the possible desire to exclude some territories. Requiring explicit agreement from all countries in the world is a huge task, of course, for the notifying administration. And it's also likely that we all know how these things go. It would take a very long amount of time, assuming it is even feasible. And this would even result in gaps in the service provision due simply in delays in completing the process and not by the desire of the country not to be included in the first place. And as I've already mentioned, this would also push the burden to the countries that wish to be included in the first place. As I mentioned also before, there are references in the new draft resolution to coverage area, which also implies a possible limitation in the space-to-Earth transmission. What this is outside the scope of Resolution 14, first of all, as I've already mentioned. And I would also like to show with a very simple example how it is impossible to exclude the territory of a country in terms of space-to-earth transmission without inevitably affecting the service provision also in neighboring countries, which is also against the current provisions in Resolution 14. So this is a very simple example, and I've used the region that most of us know quite well, which is the region around Geneva. These are the EIRP contour levels with a roll-off of -3, -6, and -10 dB. It is clear that, for instance, if hypothetically Switzerland wished to be excluded in terms of space-to-earth transmission, inevitably this would impact space-to-earth transmission also to France, even using the smallest -3 dB contour level. So in summary, any reference to the coverage area fall outside the scope of Resolution 14, and limitation in H space-to-earth transmission are technically impossible for some non-GSO system and would have an impact on service provision to the rest of the service area, which is another further contradiction to the provision of Resolution 14, which, as some of us remember, I'm sure remember, was a very difficult compromise to reach the conference itself. When it comes to the inclusion of the service area, I would like to just to make a general observation. As have already been mentioned by the previous speakers, agenda item 1.5 has been the result of unauthorized transmission of some VSATs in some countries. However, non-GSO service provision encompasses a variety of services beside broadband provision to end users on land. For instance, the future provision of backhaul connectivity to terrestrial operators, and the maritime and aeronautical service provision, which are essentially global in nature. So, while it is definitely within the sovereign right of all states to decide which services to authorize or not in their territories, the exclusion of a country from the service area would automatically render all services unauthorized. And we can envisage a scenario in which countries may be tempted to use it as a tool to stop, for instance, provision of services to VSATs on land, and by doing so, they would sterilize all other service provisions. And finally, the very last slide, and I'm very sorry to stand between you and lunch. I would like also to highlight the differentiation from GSO Earth Station service provision that this agenda item may lead to. Resolution 22 has already been mentioned. This applies to all FSS Earth stations. It was when it was discussed, originally WRC-27, this stemmed from concerns about the GSO, unauthorized service provision, because at the time non-GSO were still not fully mature. So Resolution 22 exists. It refers to possible solution also via geolocation, and all GSO and non-GSO modern systems have in any case an NCMC that can geolocate and switch off as a minimum eSIM type of terminals. So Resolution 22, either it works for all or it doesn't. But I would like to highlight as possible requirements under this agenda item would lead to a differentiation from GSO networks for the provision of essentially nearly identical telecommunication services to similar or even the same Earth station. And why? I think it's common knowledge that there is ongoing a very strong synergy between GSO networks and non-GSO systems. And this is proven by the several mergers, acquisitions, agreements between satellite operators that is leading to future and already ongoing multi-orbit operation. There are already available on the market Earth stations, user terminals, that are capable of switching seamlessly between the two types of orbits. And this is particularly in relation to ESIM. So there is no more a clear physical distinction between a GSO and a non-GSO FSS Earth station. So, as a final consideration, I would like to highlight that a paradox would arise if the same physical Earth station would be subjected to some sort of more restrictive regulation when transmitting to a non-GSO satellite, but relieved from such restrictions when the identical Earth station would be transmitting to a GSO satellite from exactly the same location in the same country using the same frequencies. So this is something, a general consideration that I would like to put on the table for everybody assessment. And with this, I'm sorry if I took maybe a bit too long, especially before lunch, but I wish to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura Roberti, for such a good presentation and providing the views of Telesat. So before I summarize the views of the eminent speakers here, maybe we can take one or two questions, and then I will summarize, because we are about to close, lunch is waiting, so only two questions. So yeah, Mr. Malhotraji. No, please. Professor Jagdish, you have already taken one question, so I would like to go for another question if
Thank
someone
you very
is there.
much,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moderator. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mehrotra, Rajesh Mehrotra. I'm an erstwhile functionary of the ITU's BR, Radio Communication Bureau, Space Services Department. And I have had many occasions to look at situations where an administration would like to get its country's administration boundaries removed from the service area. Mr. Chairman, you have very nicely initially given a very good synopsis of the whole situation, Resolution 14 and so on. And you have explained the whole thing very well. Now, when it comes to service area in the downlink and service area in the uplink. Now, uplink service area basically is where you locate your Earth stations. Service area downlink may be a BSS, for example, Article 23 in the radio regulations, where we had many occasions where administrations would like that we remove their administration's territory from the service area. For a non-planned band, it was very difficult to do that. So all we'll do is that in the GIMPS diagram, we'll remove that particular country's territory, and we'll say, well, you are removed. That's the best ITU could do. Situation has become very grave, very difficult today because of the large non-geo constellations and about a situation which is pervading everywhere. So we need to go a little beyond what has been done, because there are cases which are now being referred to the Radio Regulations Board. And I'm missing the presence of Revati here. I would have asked her this question as to when such issues are discussed in the RRB, what exactly is the outcome? Is the notifying administration able to satisfy the grievances or the requests made by those affected administrations whose satellite systems are being interfered with? Now, there are issues. Now, let me summarize as to what I'm trying to say and leave a few questions for the audience and for the speakers. I was very happy to see the details which were outlined by Ms. Sophie, who has very clearly indicated what is being done for the planned bands and what needs to be done for the non-planned bands. But what needs to be also done is to come out with a very strong measure which can be taken up by India in the next Working Party 4A, which will be discussing Agenda Item 1.3, this particular Agenda Item 1.5, and then bring out in that particular meeting as to what needs to be done. Calling it that it can be done in a global manner and have a control and monitoring facility on a global basis, which can control everything, is not a possibility that can be gone in for. And then I would also urge the Indian participants to WRC-27 in future for Agenda Item 1.5 to very forcefully bring out these aspects. And I'm very happy to see the details pointed out by Ms. Sophie. Thank you very much. These are my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. And of course, it was not question, it was your views. And thank you very much. So we will not take the second question now, considering the time constraint. Of course, I will just quickly summarize. The issue is very important. I think all of us now realize, after hearing the views of the eminent speakers here, the constellation sizes are growing, and the unauthorized transmission from the different administration territory, the incidences are increasing, and certainly there is something needs to be done at the regulatory level. But at the same time, because we also do not want to put the regulatory burdens on the administrations, we need to encourage the usage of the NGSO constellation as well. So this is what we heard from today, especially GSOA PANG's views were quite balanced in the sense that they are very open for the studies, but at the same time they are very clear that the service area exclusion could have the unintended consequences and the no additional regulatory burdens. Sophie also pointed out a few of the studies, areas of the studies which should be undertaken before we formulate our views, especially with regard to the adequacy of the already regulatory provisions and whether really additional regulatory provisions are required. Geofencing and remote deactivation of the unauthorized NGSO ground station could be one of the features which could be leveraged. And the very interesting point was that there could be and there are multiple notification administration. We have to identify a notification administration which is responsible to remove the unauthorized transmission. Dr. Laura was very clear that the service area exclusion is certainly no-no, what I could understand from her. And especially the explicit agreement for inclusion would create a lot of burdens to all the administration as well as to the bureau. Multiple as NCMC technically would not be feasible. Probably it could be not cost effective also to the administration. And the very interesting point brought out by her that the ThinkCom has now been working on the common earth station which could be used for both GSO as well as NGSO. And then how would you discriminate? It would be a paradoxical that you create some regulatory constraint on the same ground station when it talks to NGSO, and you relax those constraints when it supports the GSO. So very good, interesting points. The coming months in WP4A as well as in the AWG, we will see very interesting debates, contributions, contradictions, and hopefully, ultimately, as always happens, the WRC will converge upon to bring a optimized solution, which would be win-win situation for both NGSO and GSO. This is what we need. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jain. I extend my deepest appreciation to our panelists on the stage and Dr. Roberti for joining us virtually. I request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the stage to present a memento to our wonderful chair, Dr. P.K. Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge hand for our wonderful chair and our amazing speakers on the stage, and Dr. Roberti. May I request you all to please join for a group photograph? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for networking lunch. I request you all to kindly join us back in 30 minutes time for the upcoming session on satellite direct to device WRC-27 agenda items 1.12, 1.13 and 1.14. Thank you very much. See you on the other side of the break. 1.12, 1.13, and 1.14. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a warm round of applause to welcome our session chair, Shri Gulab Chandji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT. Welcome, sir. Shri Gulab Chandji holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communications from NIT Durgapur, joined as a Group A IRRS officer of 1992 batch in the WPC wing of Department of Telecommunication. He has more than 30 years of experience in spectrum management and played a major role in various spectrum auctions in India since 2015. Please welcome with the thunderous applauses our eminent speakers, Ms. Sonali Nanda, Deputy Director, PMAD in Space. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Nanda has completed BE ECE from MDU Rohtak and MBA Finance and Systems from VIT Vellore. She gained 15 years of expertise in managing INSAT, GSAT, and foreign lease transponders, provision agreements with commercial users, market assessment, business development, costing of satellite transponders, ISRO's special satellite and ground network projects, GSAT-7 and GSAT-7A for Indian Navy and Air Force, marine vessels AIS data, legal petitions at Honorable TD SAT, etc. Please welcome Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Asia Pacific, Viasat. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gomez has over 20 years of experience in wireless policy and spectrum regulation. Prior to joining Viasat, Mr. Christian held senior policy and regulatory roles within the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, the mobile industry, and the New Zealand Spectrum Regulator. He has represented New Zealand at WRCs and Asia Pacific regional forums, including APT. Please welcome Shri Arun Agarwal, DDG Satellite DOT. Mr. Agarwal has a vast experience of working of the USOF. Shri Agarwal holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electronics Engineering and an MBA. He is an ITS officer of 1990 batch and has more than 32 years of experience in various areas of telecoms such as planning, installation, standardization, rural telecom, USOF schemes, etc. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Shri H. Rayappa, Director, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO. Welcome, sir. He is dealing with frequency management, SATCOM applications, ground segment, capacity management, and SATCOM planning. His contribution is significant in the planning and realization of gateways for high throughput satellites. He has been a key player in rollout and operations of SATCOM networks for societal applications like telemedicine, teleeducation, VAST connectivity, disaster management, search and rescue, etc., which have a greater social relevance. We welcome our eminent speakers and our session chair. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Bhatia and his team who have organized this event and invited me to be part of today's one of the sessions. And the agenda item which has been given to me is basically there are three numbers of agenda items: 1.12, 1.13, 1.14. And all these agenda items belong to mobile satellite service category. And of these three agenda items, agenda item 1.13 is, I think, the most important and discussed about agenda item because it talks about direct connectivity of our handheld devices, our mobile devices with the satellite. And there is a very peculiar thing about this agenda item that generally the sharing of the spectrum is studied like between the two neighboring countries in the ITU or WRC and all that. But this is such an agenda item where the satellite and mobile both will have the footprint over the same geographical area. So in a way, this is a unique agenda item, and it has got its unique challenges. But there might not be a lot of challenges in implementing it because already the technology has matured a lot, and there are systems already operating. And the only thing remains that nationally, how to deal with the sharing of the spectrum. Same spectrum in the same geographical space has to be shared by satellite as well as the terrestrial mobile services. So the national regulations have to play a lot of role into this to make it a reality actually going ahead in the future. And the countries like USA, UK, and other European countries, they are already scurrying to make regulations for making this sharing a reality in their domains, in their geographies. So without wasting any more time, I would like to invite my co-panelists, which are from InSpace, Viasat, and from DOT, and from ISRO. So I would like to call upon them one by one in the order which has been given to me. So first of all, I would like to invite Ms. Sonali Nanda, Deputy Director, PMAD InSpace. Thank you.
Yeah. So good afternoon, one and all. First of all, my congratulations to the organizing association, IAFI, for this wonderful show and second preparatory meeting of WRC-27 agenda items. I have a small presentation where I have also added agenda item 1.11 for the sake of completion. It won't take long. So just for the completion sake, I'll start with agenda item 1.11 and go up to 1.14. Can you go to this one? Okay, okay. So agenda item 1.11, 1.12, 1.13 and 14, they are from the chapter 3, that is mobile satellite issues. The identified working party for all these 4 agenda items is WP4C, and it will work in close coordination with WP4D because 4D deals with IMT related studies, and that's why it's very important that they have to ensure the compatibility between the terrestrial and the satellite services. The studies which will come out of these agenda items by WP4C, it will ultimately inform us what potential regulatory changes in the MSS allocation of various frequency bands will be effective thereon. Next slide. So coming to breakdown of these 4 agenda items, just for the sake of remembrance, you can remember these short forms. Agenda item 1.11 talks about MSS satellite to satellite link. 1.12 is LDR MSS, that is low data rate MSS system. 1.13 talks about MSS in IMT, which everybody is saying is a very crucial agenda item. And agenda item 1.14 is MSS in 2 gigs. Related to resolution 249, 252, 253, and 254 of WRC 23 respectively. Next slide. So now I'm coming to agenda 1.11. It talks about MSS satellite to satellite link. Now NGSO, as we know, operate in the low Earth orbit. It has nearly, it has no real-time connectivity with the Earth stations. And on top of it, there is a MSS satellite operating between 1 to 3 gigs, which is currently being used for global maritime distress safety systems, RNSS, and aeronautical mobile satellite kind of applications. Now, if these 2 systems start talking to each other through a satellite-to-satellite link, what we will get is almost a real-time data reception in the Earth stations, and then low latency applications will take up. So what has to be done is, the MSS has the frequency, as on today, the frequencies are either Earth to space or space to Earth. Now one more direction indicator has to be added to it, which will be satellite to satellite, space to space. Also, as per the director's report of WRC-19, it was observed that Bureau is getting lot of APIs from various NGSO system, and they are applying for the applications which are not valid under Article 9, because they are talking about using MSS for satellite-to-satellite links. So that is where this agenda item becomes all the more important, that what kind of regulatory things have to be introduced so as to enable the satellite-to-satellite links in MSS. Next agenda. With the 32nd meeting of WP4C, which was in October last year, these were the output documents, a working document and a liaison statement, because there was an overlap of one frequency band between agenda item 1.11 and 1.15. Next. Coming to agenda item 1.12, you can see it in front of you. It talks about low data rate MSS system, which will, so what is happening is that a lot of small satellites are using MSS frequencies. Now, because small satellites are increasing, the MSS spectrum requirement is also increasing. Next slide. So these are the, this 1.12, which talks about LDR MSS system, it will actually address an IoT kind of satellite communication application. And what the resolution says is that this kind of constellation will not include telephony, transmit data in bursts, capable of operating with periodic or intermittent data transmission, and fourth, capable of maintaining a service even though there is a packet loss. Now, the last point is being debated in the WP4C meeting. Next slide. In WP4C meeting, these are the 3 output documents, and what are the open issues? Few of them rather. So first is they have to describe this low data rate MSS system or their potential operational condition. Next is update of the spectrum requirement. It would also talk about how this LDR system, even with a packet loss, will maintain a service. And next is clarification on the requirements of IMO in a frequency band and how it will be used in future. So these are some open agenda, open discussion points which will take place in the upcoming 33rd meeting, which is in April end now. Next slide. Coming to agenda item 1.13, now this is MSS in IMT. IMT can support both terrestrial as well as satellite. So MSS system will provide the direct connectivity between the space station and IMT user terminal, and thus it will complement the terrestrial reach of IMT. So that's what this agenda item says. But there is one more thing which the resolutions talk about, is that if the expected use of MSS in IMT becomes a reality, then it will be based on the authorization by the administration in that territory. It will not happen without it. Next slide. So what this WP4C is expected to do is, it will conduct the studies based upon, it will take the frequencies for studies from the document 1036. Now, what is 1036? It addresses the frequency arrangement for the implementation of terrestrial component of IMT. So it will source the frequencies band from there, and along with the regulatory considerations on the protection of terrestrial component of IMT. So this is what WPC has been, working party has been assigned to do. Next. Now, under this agenda item 1.13, it talks about integration of MSS with IMT so as to have better coverage, not only on plains, but primarily on the hilly terrains where the base station, the terrestrial base station establishment is not feasible. And even it will give you a resilient system. If the base station fails because of any natural calamity, the IMT station in the sky will take up the traffic. So that's how it is proposed to work. And the conditions for such satellite systems are, it will share the same frequencies what terrestrial is having. And second, the same user equipment. So no burden on the user. My same mobile will receive both the signals seamlessly. So we have to see how it becomes a reality. Next one. So in the WP4C meeting last year, some 7 output documents, as you can see the listed there, have come out. And the opening issues have been functionality and description of the MSS, of this kind of MSS system, including the authorization issue. They are talking about if such system is established, how it will be authorized. It will talk about technical and operational parameters of such system, protection criteria of MSS for the sharing studies. And next issue, which is a major one, is if the operations are happening in the international waters, outside national boundaries, then what are the controls and checks? Also, B6 and B7 frequency arrangements have been included in the band list for studies. Next slide, please. Coming to agenda item 1.14, it talks about MSS in 2 gigs. Now, when the MSS actually allocation started, the applications were limited. But now the applications have grown multifold. We all know that. Now they want to use MSS to address connectivity. So once these kind of applications starts, it will be MSS being it's a continuous frequency band of L band and S band. It will be a practical and a cost-effective solution of connectivity, especially for the remote and unserved areas. So that's where MSS is aiming to reduce the digital divide in true sense. So that's how resolution says that we need more MSS spectrum, and the existing services, the existing frequency bands where MSS is said to have secondary allotment, it should become primary so that MSS spectrum increases for its multifold operations. Now next slide please. Now the open issues in WP4C meeting against this 1.14 agenda item are, they are yet to discuss on the details of parameters such as receive station noise temperature, side lobe level of satellite antenna. They also discuss about the protection criteria, especially for the interference of a GSO MSS system, for which some clarifications are being noted in the meetings. Next slide. So what has also happened is lot of sub-working groups under this 4C have been established. So 4C 1A is for 1.12, 1B is 1.13, 1C is 1.14. That is actually done to expedite the study materials. And remaining 4C, remaining sub-working groups are working on various contributions. But the only one thing I want to highlight here about a sub-working group C1.12, which talks about that the working document lacks input on authorization matter. And they also want to talk about what will be the legal standpoint if such services start. That is, will they have to partner with the terrestrial operators, where the gateways will be located. So all these things are yet to evolve. And participants have also highlighted that there is a dire need to understand how MSS operations in the international water will be fructified. Next, okay. Last slide. So on the national level, starting from March 2024 to March 2025, some 13 meetings of the National Party 4C have taken place. ISRO has given 2 contributions against 1.11, under 1.11 and 1.3 agenda item. And for one, for one agenda item, even IAFI has given the input contribution document. And in the latest National Study Group meeting of 4, all these contributions have been accepted. So that's all, and I will take a pause here so that other panelists can take up the agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali Madam, for throwing light on all the agenda items allotted to this session. And thank you for adding one more item, which was excluded by Bhatia ji, probably because it has multiple frequency bands and it's very complicated. So as you might have seen through our presentation that now, like spectrum always suffers from this syndrome, give me more, give me more. But now there is a lot of because of development of technology, there are a lot of possibilities for sharing the same amount of spectrum by multiple technologies. As you heard about 1.12, it is talking about like sharing the same spectrum which is being used by other services. It is saying, give me spectrum, give me a foothold, I will not disturb you and I'll be transmitting only intermittently. So I'll not cause you any trouble. So there is a lot of accommodation going on in the spectrum because it's limited, and especially the MSS spectrum, which is hardly beyond 2.5 gigahertz, and it's really, really limited. So without wasting further time, I would like to invite now Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Affairs, APAC, WAS Head. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone. The previous presentation was really good because it gives us a very good introduction to each one of the agenda items, and it explains the details of each one of the resolutions behind each of the agenda items. So my proposal for my brief presentation is to provide you with an overview on how to perhaps evaluate the different agenda items and how grouping them a little bit can provide some clarity in terms of how you can handle what's been assigned to each agenda item through those resolutions. So here we can see the 4 agenda items in question. So I want to group them in terms of ecosystem development. So the agenda items 1.11, 1.12, and 1.14, they all have similar foundations because these ones deal with existing MSS spectrum. MSS spectrum is globally allocated, does not overlap with terrestrial mobile spectrum or spectrum identified for IMT. And the work on the standardization of MSS spectrum for D2D is well underway in terms of equipment standardization through 3GPP NTN. That began already through the work of 3GPP release 17, which includes frequency bands already in the MSS spectrum, the existing bands. And it details how the devices can cope with transmissions from space, but thinking that MSS spectrum has already been used for this. So this is nothing new in terms of MSS use, which is exclusive spectrum, non-overlapping with terrestrial mobile. This has been used for decades, and it's now the evolution is simply changing the form factor of the device. So MSS spectrum used for mobility, or also known as sat phones, it's been around already for a long time. And any sort of considerations on interference, those have been more than studied in the past, and therefore we can be certain that existing MSS bands and the ones the agenda items that are dealing with expanding those existing MSS allocations will not pose any problems in terms of interference. There is a very good already historical background about how the interference is handled in this band. So no real issue there for India, I'll say. India has MSS allocation in this national table of allocations. MSS systems operate here in the MSS bands. So no real issues there. Now, 1.13 is the odd one out of the lot. Now, that's the one that will require a lot of study and evaluation. So one thing to take into account here is that the existing ecosystem, in terms of standards, was what we call 3GPP NTN, involves L-band and S-band. Therefore, IMT use for MSS is outside the current ecosystem. And when something is outside the current ecosystem, and then when you think about all the different layers of issues, so I will pose to you that there are at least 3 layers of issues with 1.13 that will need to be considered in the study. So the first one will probably be relevant to the IMT equipment makers in terms of how their equipment receivers can cope with interference coming from emissions being transmitted from the LEO orbit into jurisdictions that might decide not to implement this option. So say a neighboring country to India or India itself, for various reasons of the other 2 layers, which I'm about to talk about, might decide to delay the implementation of this. But your neighbor might decide to go ahead right away. You will need to find a way to discuss cross-border coordination, because we heard in the previous session, the one that dealt with 1.5, that there's a lot of discussion about global NGSO systems of large scale style not being able to switch off their emissions. Is too difficult to do. So the question is, what do you do if you never decide to implement this while you're taking your own time to decide? How do you manage interference at the border? Now we hear that global scale NGSO systems cannot selectively protect you by switching off their emissions. So what can the administration do? That's something that 1.13 studies will need to deal with. So in terms of how existing IMT equipment can deal with interference in the cross-border, that's a big question. The second question is to do with regulatory issues. So here it's important to look into what the resolution dealing with 1.13 is telling us we need to work on. So I will say that considering C, and I'm just going to tell you what this is about. For example, 1.13 resolution 253 in considering C says we need to consider that the usage of MSS in IMT has to be authorized by administrations within their jurisdiction. So we have to deal with this sovereignty type of question. Then there is a recognizing D that says, but the work needs to concentrate on IMT bands, which are primary bands. Now, IMT primary bands means that these bands are already licensed in every single market. And then the same resolution in Resolves 2 talks about we need to study spectrum requirements as well as regulatory matters. Okay, so if we think about these 3 things that the resolution is telling us, then unavoidably we need to take into account 3 layers of challenge. So the first one, we kind of discussed it already, cross-border interference. I think the IMT equipment makers will have to be involved in that discussion, how much interference they can cope with, what's possible in terms of power flux density, for example, into terrestrial systems. But the second layer has to do with the law. What's legal? So licensed spectrum operators paid for exclusivity of use. So that licensed spectrum has an ownership. Now the question is, what's allowed in terms of the current law and the legislation. What does the contract say? What does the license say? Can that license authorize a secondary user which is not party to the contract? So there will be legal questions to be answered because an MSS operator also operates outside jurisdiction. So I'll say most telecommunication law or radio communications law provides you with a ceiling of how far up in terms of space the law goes up to in terms of what's the jurisdiction of India or what's the jurisdiction of your neighbor in terms of what they're allowed to authorize. So those base stations, who do they belong in terms of authority and sovereignty? I think that's an unanswered question, and I think that can be quite a tricky one because, say, if India takes 2 years to implement MSS in IMT, but a neighboring country does it in 2 months, then you have an interference problem with your neighbor. You need to let the notifying administration of that LEO network that there is a problem. But the notifying administration of that LEO network might not be your neighboring country. In fact, it is highly likely that it will not be your neighboring country. So then you will have to write to the regulator of that country that is probably somewhere in the northern hemisphere, and you will have to basically rely on the willingness to get that question resolved. Now, the ITU can be the arbitrator, but we have precedents already in terms of enforceability. So the question is, what happens in the legal sense? And the question of sovereignty comes back. So that's layer 2, a legal one. So we will need, I think, some legal experts to get involved in terms of how India can exercise its sovereignty and who is the sovereign authority up in the LEO orbit, and how do you deal with a non-response from the notifying administration if you have a interference problem. Now, the third layer, I think, involves the mobile network operators themselves. So we talked about the equipment makers, we talked about the involvement in governments and sovereignty, and then we need to look into what's going to be the input from the mobile operators. So say you have 3 mobile operators in one country, each one has a different portion. That portion might not be a national portion. It might be, you might have the mobile operator owning one portion in one region, but a different portion in the region next to it. So the spectrum could be fragmented in terms of ownership, and the mobile operator will have to kind of figure out how to operate in one region where they have the spectrum rights for a certain block. But then they'll have to figure out how do they operate or provide service in another region where they might not have those blocks anymore. So you get the feeling there that we are not dealing with something so simple. And the other thing is, all this work that we need to do is for 2 companies. So we're going to have to spend 30 days at the WRC to answer this question, so 2 companies can go back home with an answer. But you know, that's the nature of things. So that's why I'm thinking it's very important to understand the grouping of these agenda items, which ones are non-consequential, which will be 1.11, 1.12, 1.14. That's basically using spectrum that is already MSS, L-band and S-band. So the odd one out is at 1.13. So I'm going to try to move to the next slide. Here we go. So I also want to show you a quick snapshot, and this is my final slide, in terms of what's happening right now, because things are already happening in some places, certain parts of the world. Some of this D2D and IMT is already taking place due to, say, an agreement between one mobile operator and one provider of D2D and IMT. So we have 2 flavors of D2D. The one is in existing MSS spectrum, that's non-consequential. We already have We already have sat phones, basic globally, and they operate in L-band and S-band. So that flavor of D2D now moving to provide messaging services to handsets, either from GSO or from the NGSO, is kind of already an existing ecosystem. It's just free of interference, no issues there. So what's happening in terms of those other countries, which they're testing this IMT use of spectrum for MSS. So currently, these systems operate under what is known as ITU Regulation 4.4, which means that those systems must protect everybody else. They must not cause interference to anybody, and they must not claim any protection. So that's how they currently operate. So basically, they operate outside the spectrum management regime. So that is creating complexities right now. So 4.4 says, okay, well, you are on your own, but you must protect everybody else and must not complain of interference. That's the way those systems are operating right now. So which is tricky in countries that have explicit commitments in the licenses for the terrestrial component, which says you must meet certain quality of service requirement. The other thing is that systems operating in IMT band, MSS systems operating in IMT bands, according to 4.4, as soon as there is interference, they must switch off. They must switch off operations. So in terms of how do we handle consumer expectation in a system that must switch off if there is interference, what commitments sort of can be made by those providers? That's very uncertain, and it's unlikely that this will be the ideal solution in that context for the reliability that people in the unconnected regions of the world are expecting. So that's quite significant. And there are cases where in Europe and the US, mobile operators themselves have pointed out to their authorities their analysis, which shows that they are likely to suffer interference from these systems. So to close, I wanted to provide you an overview of the ecosystem development, what it looks like, the different elements to take into account in the studies, the current picture in terms of how this is being done. But also I want to remind everyone that spectrum and orbits are not infinite, they're limited. So in a case where you have one or two companies of large scale in the NGSO, I don't think we're going to have many of those. If they put a claim on spectrum right across from below 1 gigahertz all the way up to 2.7 gigahertz, then you have to add that to, if India wants to have its own NGSO system, and maybe India might want to do this type of implementation itself, how is India going to safeguard its optionality, where you will need to negotiate access to orbits, but then you will have to negotiate spectrum access as well in bands which you have already licensed at the national level. You get me? So you have licensed IMT bands, which are under the India law already part of your jurisdiction. But because there is no jurisdiction up there, 2,000 kilometers up, but one or two companies hoard all the spectrum for IMT there. If you yourself want to use it at a later date and do a similar kind of system, I will say there will be real challenges for you to actually be able to do it, to even access orbits, but also to even being able to operate those frequencies up in LEO. So I think the question is much bigger than just the technical resolution of whether or not MSS can be done at IMT. I think you need to think about jurisdiction. You need to think about what's legal. You need to think about how to protect your terrestrial networks? And then how do you see India in the future? And evaluate the risks. So existing MSS spectrum poses no risk. This new flavor being proposed by one or two companies, what are the risks? So I will leave you with that question, and I'd like to finalize there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, very much for touching the topic 1.13 very extensively. You talked about like real issues which would be facing nationally, internationally, like the issues of sovereignty, jurisdiction, and the national issue of sharing the same spectrum with the primary user, which in our country has been given through auctions. So these are the issues there, but I think technology is quite confident and capable of taking all these challenges. And as far as the jurisdiction issue is concerned, I think agenda item 1.5 is largely able to address this issue. And similar kind of approaches could be incorporated into the resolution of this agenda item for IMT. Now I would like to invite Mr. Arun Agrawal, DDG Satellite, DOT, for his insight on the subject.
Good afternoon. So thank you very much, IAFI, for inviting me to deliver this presentation. We have discussed extensively about the actual agenda items. Now I will discuss basically what is the technological and regulatory consideration from licensing point of view, and also providing a snapshot of the various developments in this satellite D2D, direct-to-device connectivity, how the world is moving. And thereafter, how these agenda items will help them in further evaluation. Yeah. So as we know that now the world is moving from geo satellite to LEO satellite, and various frequency bands are already there which are identified. So these agenda items are primarily discussing how the existing frequency bands can be used for future services, for future D2D services, and how new frequency band can also be found for providing these services. So if you recall, our Honorable Minister said in Parliament on 3rd April that satellite is a complementary service to terrestrial service. Now that is true, but what was being discussed, that when these smartphones provide connectivity to a very, very large extent, very extensively, whereas satellite phones, due to various limitations, including cost and tariff, they cannot provide connectivity to the masses, but they can only complement. But here what we are discussing, that if normal connectivity, IMT connectivity, mobile connectivity is not available, then how this satellite connectivity can supplement and complement it. How we are going to extend this connectivity, that is what D2D service we are discussing here. So now these evolving technologies primarily supplement IMT service, or they are complementing it also, but by expanding the scope, they are really supplementing it. So with the 3GPP release 17, the foundation has been laid for direct communication between satellites and mobile handset. So now the mobile devices can connect seamlessly with traditional base stations as well as satellite system when we have a fully evolved system. Right now, it is only the beginning because this is a very limited D2D service. So this D2D technology, now this can not only work with the existing satellite smartphones without requiring special hardware or apps, or when the technology is fully evolved, it can provide services what we are getting on a normal smartphone like voice, data, and broadband also in future. And it will rely basically on advanced satellite modems that will act like cell towers if we are using IMT bands. But as of now, the technology that is available and that is being commercially provided, it is only a two-way messaging service. But there are certain limitations. The mobile phone should be normally in an open area, and line of sight with the satellite should be available. And the frequency bands available are L and S band for satellite and also IMT frequencies. So now the worldwide, the example I can quote is that D2D services in LS bands are available through Inmarsat, Skylo, and Globalstar, whereas it is planned in IMT band through Starlink. Now, how the Indian regulatory framework supports it. So our Indian Telecom Act 2023, now Section 6 of the Act emphasizes the technologically neutral use of spectrum, and it says that central government may enable the utilization of the spectrum in a flexible, liberalized, and technological neutral manner. So the new act supports this type of D2D regulatory framework. Now TRI has also supported it, and in the service authorization recommendation of September, it says in 4.18a that for providing service, use of NTN shall be permitted to the access service authorized entity and unified service authorized entity. So now we have a framework in India that supports D2D service. However, rules and details are yet to be worked out. So we see here in this pictorial diagram that a base station is providing connectivity to mobile phone, and satellite is also providing connectivity to the mobile phone, and various services can also be provided, IoT, M2M, and other services. So right now it is only two-way messaging service. So we see that technology is leading towards convergence between networks. And so our policy, like the Indian regulatory framework, is also enabling it. Now, what are the industrial developments worldwide? Like in India, this service, this D2D service, was launched at the IMC-24 in October. So BSNL has launched it, and Inmarsat satellite I6F1 has been used for it. It is a two-way messaging service, and it can provide connectivity right now through limited mobile phones like Motorola mobile phone, and a companion, Motorola companion device is also provided. So later on, with further development, normal mobile phones will be able to connect it, but right now, it is through a companion device. So worldwide also, many developments have taken place, like Link Global. It has already some kind of agreement with 30 mobile network operators around the world. The services are yet to be launched, and they are using the frequency spectrum below 1 gigahertz. Now AT&T and Verizon, they have also tied up with AST Space Mobile to provide such kind of service through IMT bands. Now, Vodafone has also shown in UK how a video call can be made through this type of D2D service. And in India also, now Jio and Airtel, they have entered into agreement with Starlink, though Starlink is just to be provided license. So maybe later on, they may also provide this type of D2D service in future, if they are permitted. Now in January, I just mentioned that Vodafone successfully made world's first space-based mobile video call from an area where there was no mobile coverage. So now AST Space Mobile, it is using a LEO satellite, and it can offer 4G or 5G type of service. So through smartphones, it was used. In February, also, Vodafone AST Space Mobile and the University of Malaga in Spain also launched a new space and land mobile broadband research and validation hub. So these are some developments which are happening world over. So in November 24, FCC approved a license for T-Mobile and SpaceX to provide supplemental internet coverage from space. Now, we know that 7,000 satellites of Starlink are in orbit, and about 550 of them are equipped with D2D smartphone payload, means that is an IMT base station on the satellite. It can provide service directly to smartphones. Now, FCC has also authorized certain frequency band to Starlink for providing services in the US and also outside US also. It has also permitted SpaceX to emit more power into spectrum bands for its IMT type of service. And some kinds of relaxation has also been provided, like minus 110 dB watt instead of minus 120 dB watt. So this type of relaxation has also been provided for out-of-band emission to Starlink for this type of service. So Starlink service, right now the beta phase service is going on, but in future it may provide voice, it may provide this type of messaging service, though it has used this type of service during disaster and calamity. Like SpaceX and T-Mobile, they launched D2D service and activated emergency texting in using 911 numbers during Los Angeles wildfire, and also it was used in other places also for providing this type of service. In Australia also, regulatory approval has been provided there, and now though the service is yet to be launched, but framework is ready there. So world over, many activities are happening. India has also not lagged behind. We have also started D2D service in India. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for your extensive views on the subject. You touched upon the national law, which has a provision for technology neutral use and of the spectrum and all that. But the law which is more appropriate to this kind of uses is the kind of secondary use of spectrum. Like government can always permit us the secondary use of the spectrum which has been primarily allocated to some primary user. And thank you for bringing out so many international examples, from which I could understand that there is no standalone service being offered for direct-to-device. It is always in partnership with the terrestrial operator. So I think the technology has been built in that way, that there must be a terrestrial operator with whom the operator, satellite operator, has to partner and provide the services wherever there is a coverage gap, or whenever there is a need to supplement the capacity also. So thanks a lot. My last but not the least, the speaker, Mr. Rayappa, who is Director Satellite Communication, ISRO. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I have both the advantages and disadvantages of being the last speaker of the session. Yeah, most of the things has been already said by my colleague, Ms. Sonali Nanda, about the agenda items and the what is happening at the working parties at WRC, and Mr. Gomez has touched upon the various regulatory challenges, and Mr. Arunji has already touched upon what are the national licensing criteria and where the progress has been made. I think most of the major issues have been touched upon already. So in this case, the agenda items 1.12, 1.13, 1.14, I think most of the places it's the technology which drives the applications. Here, I consider the necessity has become a imperative driving thing here for these agenda items. So already we see that already technologies have been demonstrated, and some of the service providers are already ready with satellites and tying up with telecom service providers to roll out the, so we see a lot of advanced things happening. But so that indicates that these agenda items, particularly the 1.13, has become a more hot topic in this study cycle. And of course, WRC-27 will have to spend some few midnight oil burning to come to some understanding on this subject. Particularly in respect to, in the Indian context and ISRO context, from the agenda 1.11, we have 2483.5 to 2500 in the intersatellite link agenda item, where we have the dynamic system operating in this S-band. So we have given a licensing statement for considering, we have given operational parameters so that this service is protected. Coming to 1.12, the thin data, there are 4 frequency bands which are under consideration, under study. Particularly the 1427 to 1432 megahertz band, the adjacent band, there are EESS and SRS that are where the systems have to be protected in the adjacent band. Of course, from the 1645.5 to 1646.5, the GMDSS is there. It is a again a safety of life service which is globally operational. Again, of course, it's only 1 megahertz of bandwidth. Coming to 1.13, there are the 13 subbands below from 694 megahertz to 2.7 gigahertz, in which we are operating satellite MSS band and satellite SBSS services. Particularly to 2500 to 2690 band, in which the first 35 megahertz is used for MSS downlink, the last 35 megahertz is used for MSS uplink, in between 60 megahertz is used for BSS, and out of which 60 megahertz has been already given to IMT. So these are all the important points from the current operational systems. Coming to what is the discussions which is going on with respect to 1.13, it is picking up again, but the important aspects here, some are technical, some are regulatory things. The technical aspects, again, the system characteristic has to be yet to formed up. Of course, there are so many inputs and so many discussions are going on in terms of what is the service quality, what is the coverage, and what is the service availability. And also based on, once the service characteristics are defined, then the challenges comes the sharing and compatibility between the existing services. Then comes the how to fix the protection criteria for the existing services. These are the important milestones. Again, in terms of technical challenges, there are discussions about, because in the case of satellite MSS, so far using the GSO systems, it is the mobile terminals which are on the move and mobile. But in this case now, this is not specific to GSO alone, GSO and NGSO. The direct-to-device is mainly focused on the NGSO satellite platforms. So there are again both user terminals as well as the satellites will be in dynamic motion at a given time. So there are again challenges of dealing with high Dopplers, and again challenges of out-of-band emissions, protecting the adjacent band services. These are all the important things which needs to be dealt with. I think these things will pick up a more intense discussion, and there will be consensus on that. While submitting the Indian contribution, we also noticed that the other group 5D, I think, has to give the licensing statement to this group 4C, which is studying. Once it comes, then again we can expect the defining the service characteristics soon. Of course, in the 1.14, this again a additional band being under study for considering the MSS. So far, in fact, satellites team used to fight with IMT, you don't touch my band. Now IMT is coming to identify my spectrum to be MSS so that I can reach out better. So on a lighter sense, maybe down the line, 2 WRC cycles, even we may see currently what is taken away from 6G from satellite. You may come back and say, I want to put satellite in this band, please allow. With that comment, I want to conclude this. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Rai Prasad, for being very brief and to the point. And I think if time permits, Bhatia sir, a few questions can be taken from the audience. I think it's a happy situation. There are no questions. One question, two questions are there. Good. So there are two hands raised. Marutra sir, first question. Mic goes to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope there is no favoritism being shown towards me, but anyway, I'll take the question. Thank you very much. It was very nice to hear different views from different speakers, which covered a whole lot of topic on 1.13 is the area which I'm going to focus on. I could understand, I think Mr. Agarwal is now not on the dais. I would have asked some questions of him, but nevertheless, it was said that the concept of D2D, NTN D2D, I would say, began from the time of 3GPP release 17. That's when the whole concept began. And now we are trying to see how to accommodate this particular way. And from the slides that I saw from Mr. Agarwal, the DDG satellite, he showed 2 or 3 very important things. One being that the IT-APT 2023 provides a technology-neutral use of the frequencies. And there, it doesn't really matter if you are going to use a band for a supplemental use of some other service. For example, an IMT band being used for MSS and so on. On the other hand, we see that when you use the MSS band, there are clear definitions in Article 1 for MSS, whereas when we talk about the NTN, a term which was never heard of before, probably the release 17, there is no definition either in the radio regulations of NTN or anywhere else that I can sort of talk about. So am I to understand that NTN can be used in the IMT band in the manner that has been described when it was said that Starlink is going to use the MSS D2D in the IMT band, which might be in collaboration with one of the IMT operators, maybe in any of the countries. So my question is to anybody on the dais or maybe anybody in the audience, as to does anybody have a clear understanding how does NTN differentiate from a space service? And if so, how will it be utilized when it comes to NTN D2D with that definition? Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite a question. So I think you made some good points there, and I will go even further. I will say that the concept of N2A, the NTN, has been labeled as such NTN within the 3GPP standardization group. But actually, the actual workings of communicating from a satellite to a handset on the ground, that's been going on way before 3GPP release 17. So we all know the sat phones, used by the military, used by civilians. So this is not new, but it's being done using MSS, which is well defined in the ITU regs. And with that, I would like to point something out here. So the concept of D2D MSS in IMT bands, which is already quite a mix-up, is being sold a lot around the world as a way to bridge the digital divide, connect the unconnected, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, D2D MSS in IMT, right now, in the places where we saw the lists of where it's being experimented with, or in beta version, they have to operate on a non-interference, non-protection basis and must switch off immediately if anyone complains of interference. That, I think, is unlikely to change as an outcome of WRC-27. I think that will remain because there will be the primary rights of the IMT license holders must prevail and must be protected because they are legal instruments in each country. So even if the study says, the technical evaluation says that this is the way to avoid interference, but the fact that we have to go through 4 years of studies to determine that, it means that there are potential for interference, which is not the case with MSS, existing MSS bands in L band and S band. So I will pose to the government here, or to any government, is that there is a fourth layer to consider, which is a social policy layer here. So the social policy layer to consider will be, why would any government would want to connect its unconnected population with a second-tier service that must switch off at any time if somebody says there is interference, where you already have a tier 1 service, which is MSS existing in L band and S band, which is already protected. So the question is, in social terms, why would a government sponsor a second-tier type of approach instead of promoting a protected system that gives certainty to those users that have so little connectivity that all they need is certainty? That's number one. Number two, the business model. So in one of the slides, I saw an example of the recent collaboration here in India where Viasat partnered with BSNL to launch the first D2D in MSS, means protected, service in India. We chose that model of partnership with local infrastructure holder precisely because of the issue of certainty for the consumer, and also because of security. So we are fully conscious that any D2D service in MSS can easily resolve any interference concern because there is none, it's been already proven. Secondly, it can be well integrated into the national infrastructure right away because you already have MSS operators here, such as BSNL, with MSS also licenses, so we can partner and we can provide the national security certainty, that's another type of certainty, that it is required here. And everybody knows who is accountable for what. And just to finalize, I saw some examples of some implementations in some countries, and I saw Australia and New Zealand. I'm very familiar with the New Zealand one because I was 10 years with the regulator there, with the spectrum regulator. And I know everything about the ownership of IMT licenses and how the law works. Now, that recent service launched there between one of the operators in New Zealand and one NGSO operator ended up in a law proceeding, in a court proceeding. This is public information, and you can look it up on the internet. This was the problem. The local MNO entered this partnership with that one large-scale NGSO operator who promised to the consumers. You can have interference-free access 24/7. But that didn't happen. There was an issue of false advertisement. Operators in the, users in the rural found the service was intermittent. Now the consumers took the case to the competition authority. Now the competition authority went back to the operator and said, if there is a lawsuit, are you going to be accountable? And the question is, we don't own the satellites. We don't even own the filing. New Zealand is not even the owner of the filing of the ITU. So the question is, you give a second-tier service to a socially vulnerable part of the population. Then you get the result back of an unstable type of approach, which is non-protected. And then the question goes back to the courts saying, who's responsible? The terrestrial operator who is licensed, or the MSS D2D in IMT, which is not even registered in the country as a company. So who is going to pay for the damage? And that question remains unresolved. So I think that's quite important to take into account. You have to add the social layer to it. Thank you.
So I think quite short question and quite brief answer. So good, I think you got the answer. So I did not compliment or supplement. So one more question is there then. I'm coming to you. Please.
Sir, just this question is for reconfirmation. My question, how will be the emerging smartphones for D2D different than existing smartphones in terms of size, weight, cost, and availability in the open market?
There is a time shortage, so I'll give a brief response to you. So any technology, however great technology that may be, it's not kind of like useful unless it is affordable. So the efforts are on to kind of provide a chipset which is common to both terrestrial and satellite. And that is the way through which the affordability comes basically. So unless you make it cheap, adoption will not be there. So that is as stated as that. I think that answers your question. Any other question? Where is the if you want to supplement or complement?
Thank you. One is the statement. First, Agarwalji is not here. He said that there was a time that the D2D IMT services is going to be a supplementary kind of a service. But who knows, 30 years back we were saying that mobile services are supplementary services to the fixed one. Who knows, the world is changing fast. In 5 years or 10 years time, which one will be the supplementary and which will be the main? So that's a question of time. Now my question is, as of today, that how many countries have signed an agreement with the LEO operators providing D2D service? Is there any numbers in presently or coming year or so? How many are the countries who has gone through the operators who has gone through the agreement with the LEO operators? Yeah, the question you can only answer.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll say the number is about a dozen. No, I wouldn't say it's more than that. I don't know really. I mean, you have to separate between beta services or experimentation, but actual services, I don't think there are many. I think that you will see that the number of trials is, could be beyond the dozen, but actually commercial services, I think it's, I'm thinking if I say 12, I'll be generous. If I say, you have to separate between commercial trials and then between full carry services, which actually you pinpoint something. Yeah, so the mobile operators have a license which classifies them as carrier-grade telecom providers. The question is, can you issue the same type of license to an NGSO? But I think it's part of the question is because they can't get that. Yeah. I don't think they can get a telecom carrier grade license which will allow them in every country to roll out right away because they don't have that carrier grade level.
Just a last comment, sir. One IoT constellation which is operational, which we know is Swarm constellation. I think Starlink has bought it. So that is quite popular. It is providing IoT services to various countries, as far as I know. In India, they had applied, but they have withdrawn that constellation as of now.
I think that's all. I think because time shortage is there, so we'll wind up the session here itself. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gulabchandji, for conducting such a beautiful session and so effortlessly. I thank all our eminent speakers for sharing their amazing presentations with us and their expertise. I now request Shri Gulabchandji to please present a memento to all our eminent speakers, starting with Ms. Sonali Nanda. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us this afternoon. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Mr. Christian Gomez. Thank you, sir. We thank Shri H. Rayappa, sir. Thank you, sir. I thank Mr. Arun Agarwal ji, who is left. I request Mr. P.K. Garg, Vice Chairman IAFI, to please join us on the stage to present a memento to our session chair, Shri Gulabchand ji. Thank you very much, sir. I request our panel to please pose for a group photograph. Up next, we have an interesting session on FSS antenna diameter and FSS BSS downlink in 17 gigahertz, WRC-27 agenda items 1.2 and 1.4. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the session chair, Shri MPS Alava, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT. Welcome, Mr. Alava. Mr. Alava has played an important role in formulating National Frequency Allocation Plan 2018. He was involved in drafting Indian contributions to WRC-19 and also participated in WRC-19. He also worked in Wireless Monitoring Organization, where he was involved in carrying out monitoring of radio frequency spectrum, identification of frequency subbands for introduction of new services, ensuring adherence to licensing conditions and assistance to domestic wireless users and foreign administrations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers, one after the other. Shri Nandan Patel, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs via SAT. He manages national and regional multilateral spectrum policy and ITU matters regarding spectrum allocations and access. In his previous role at UK's communications regulator, Ofcom, he led representation of the UK on fixed and broadcast satellite issues within CEPT and ITU. Welcome you, sir. I request Shri Vinod Pandita, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs, Hughes, to please join in. Welcome, sir. He's a seasoned professional with 20 plus years of business development and product management experience across multiple technology domains in the telecom industry. He worked extensively on satellite communications, IT and internet specialities, product management, pre-sales and solutions, monitoring and management of P&L, creation of AOP, providing key inputs for GTM plan, strategic vendor management, network operation, and business development. We'll be virtually joined by Ms. Martha Donate Fuente, Vice President, Government Affairs and Policy, OneWeb. Ms. Martha is an accomplished spectrum expert at Eutelsat Group with a specialized focus on NGSO spectrum policy, licensing and coordination. She has demonstrated a strong commitment to enhancing the company's global footprint, particularly through her efforts in cultivating relationships within the Americas, Africa, and recently APAC regions, advancing Eutelsat Group's worldwide outreach for WRC and spectrum regulation. Welcome, ma'am. We will be joined virtually by Mr. Jose Pepe Vidal, Satellite Network Coordination Engineer, Kuiper, Amazon. Welcome, sir. I'll hand over the session to our session chair, Shri MPS Alava, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. This is session 4. This session is all about what you can say like agenda item 1.2 and 1.4. And before we start this agenda item, first I would like to give my thanks to ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this second workshop on WRC Preparatory, WRC-27. And in the previous session, like previous 3 sessions, we have seen that all the agenda items were related to satellites. And in this session also, we will be dealing with the agenda item 1.2 and 1.4. And this is also an interesting agenda item. If I say that in this agenda item, we are having the stake because some of the spectrum band is occupied or allocated to some of the government agencies. So in that sense, this agenda item become interesting agenda item. So briefly, I will touch upon this agenda item 1.2 and 1.4. 1.2 is all about to study so that antennas, smaller antenna size can be used in the band 13.75 to 14 gigahertz band. And another agenda item is agenda item 1.4. This is all related to study to accommodate new primary allocation to FSS and BSS for the downlink. So these 2 agenda items we have got, we will be presenting and discussing these two agenda items. And we have 4 speakers in the matter in this regard. So I will go with the list I am having in my hand. So first on my list is Mr. Nandan Patel, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs, WISET. So I'll be asking him to present his views or any kind of presentation so we can start the discussion. The floor is yours,
sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. First of all, thank you to IFI for organizing this event. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about a couple of issues that are going to come up at WRC-27. I'm going to speak about both agenda items 1.2 and 1.4. To start with, 1.2 agenda item is basically regarding the potential deployment of smaller Earth stations in KU band 13.75 to 14 gigahertz. So today, in this band, for both GSO and non-GSO systems, Earth station sizes are limited. For GSO, it's 1.2 meter with a PFT limit, and for non-GSO, it's 4.5 meter. This is particularly to protect the radio location services. We all know that today, plenty of radars are being used in this band for critical government applications. They include all type of radars, and shipborne and airborne radars as well. So those need to continue to be protected, and that is going to be one of the challenges of this agenda item, because as the Earth station sizes in FSS reduce, you start to increase interference in terms of the beam width of the antennas and the signals that are transmitted. So those sharing studies would be conducted. And you can also imagine that when the sizes of those terminals go down from potentially gateway Earth stations to terminals, you're looking at high density applications and high density deployments as well. So those kind of scenarios would have to be worked out to ensure continued protection of radio location services. Perhaps the studies may reduce the antenna sizes to some other minimum size, or we don't know what would come up, but that is one of the considerations under this agenda item. The second impact I wanted to also highlight here is regarding the non-GSO, non-GSO sharing environment. So today, these systems coordinate with each other, but if you can imagine that if you're deploying smaller terminals, then look angles get more constrained. So if I have a large constellation operating with thousands of satellites with smaller terminals, I probably can't find a clear place in sky to look up at my satellite and communicate with it, because I need to protect the large constellation satellites. So that environment is already constrained. We know that, and this could further add issues. So we think that those issues also should be resolved and should be considered in the studies under this agenda item. Moving to 1.4, this is regarding a new allocation in Region 3. This is FSS band of 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz and the application of EPFT limits. Now, we know that there's growing demand for satellite broadband services throughout APAC. It's continuous. We've seen this happen in Region 1 and Region 2. I'll come back to that. But what we would like to say is that today's satellites are designed in a way that they could operate in entire 17.3 to 20.2 frequency band. So it would actually help if this band is harmonized across all 3 regions, and that we extend the current Ka-band downlink, which is from 17.7 to 20.2 gigahertz, give more 400 megahertz of spectrum for satellite services to provide services. So just as a background, this allocation was first made in 2003 in Region 1. It was based between GSO and non-GSO systems. This allocation was based on number 22.2, which states that non-GSO systems shall not cause unacceptable interference to GSO networks. Then in last conference in WRC-23, this allocation was made in Region 2, and where EPFT limits were also applied. And now we're looking at region 3 for this allocation. Mainly, it's about harmonization. These non-GSO systems are global, and certainly GSO networks also with 3 satellites, you would cover the entire globe. So this particular agenda item is mainly regarding harmonization and of allocations, and so that services can be provided in an efficient manner. In terms of including the frequency band harmonization, we also need to look at the technical conditions that should be harmonized in this case, because the spectrum is available for all players, but there should not be any issues in terms of interference. So today, GSO networks are protected from non-GSO interference through the equivalent power flux density limits. Those are applicable in 17.8 gigahertz to 18.6 gigahertz and beyond. But in the WRC-23, those limits were also extended to the 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz, which was allocated to Region 2. But as I said before, that Region 1, those limits were not applied. So at this conference for this agenda item, that's also on the table, to apply those limits, to extend those limits basically from Region 2 to Region 1 and eventually Region 3 as well, so that the technical conditions are also harmonized, which means both GSO networks and non-GSO systems can operate under a fixed regime, and there is no issues in terms of compatibility. One of the other things that I do wanted to highlight is that there are also aggregate limits, aggregate interference limits on non-GSO systems to protect GSO networks, and those are currently not applied in any of the regions, and those should be also extended from the 17.8 to 18.6 gigahertz into this band. So that would be the main issue coming up at conference, and this is what we were looking for. And actually, these bands currently are being used on the satellites, and it would help for the satellite community to have this allocation and have harmonized conditions for services to consumers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for brief presentation on agenda item 1.2 and 1.4. Of course, I understand from agenda item 1.4 that operator want the harmonization of frequency band, same technical condition on the ground, so that seamless they can provide the services. In terms of smaller size of India, smaller size of antennas, what I understand that it will be handy, or I need to understand that one, whether it is only related to handiness, or it has got some technical benefit for that one. Is there any answer to that one? Just like my question is like we are going to study for the smaller size of antenna. Why we require this smaller size? Either this technical condition is constraining to give the services, or some different reason for that one?
The reason is currently that band is particularly used for gateways, and so it would be better for satellite operators to use the spectrum efficiently, and also communicate with smaller terminals, with user terminals if needed. So it's basically opening up the possibilities that the spectrum can be used for, as long as there is compatibility between services and other incumbents are protected.
Thank you. I think so. We will continue with the session, and next I would like to call upon Ms. Martha Donate Flint to present his views. I think she will be participating remotely.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the nice introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank IFI for the kind invitation. Okay, I see that the slides are being presented. That's perfect. So, well, just to start, I would like to say that, well, UTESAT has been very interested in Agenda Item 1.2. So we are following very, very closely and participating actively in the Working Party 4A meetings. So that's what I would like to focus on. It's Agenda Item 1.2, and just to give a brief background on the situation, this agenda item focuses on the 13 to 75 to 14 gigahertz band, and it is looking at possible revisions on the sharing conditions in this frequency band to allow the use of the uplink FSS service with the smaller antenna sizes. And just to say, in 92, at the work 92, this allocation to FSS in the Earth to space direction was added, and there were some constraints associated to the minimum antenna size of the FSS antenna. Then in 2003, there were some changes introduced to allow smaller antennas for the GSO side, so the minimum antenna size was set at 1.2 meters. And there were some other limitations on the PFD and EIRP density limits. And just to comment, which we didn't add here, the current limitation for the non-GSO FSS is 4.5 meters, and I will go into more details later on that. And then in the WRC-23, which a lot of you will remember, this was proposed as a future agenda item and was supported by some regional groups. And for the APT, it was a multi-country proposal, which included India in supporting this future agenda item. Also, ATU and CITEL supported this agenda item. And now we go into WRC-27, where we are, through Working Party 4A, studying these possible changes of the non-GSO and GSO FSS in this band. Next slide, please. Okay, just also to give an overview on the current situation of the band. Eutelsat Group and many other GSO and non-GSO operators use the band 14 to 14.5 gigahertz for the user link uplink. So we have 500 megahertz of spectrum available for the uplink. And although the 1375 to 14 gigahertz band is allocated to the FSS, we can't really use it. And this is due to the limitations I mentioned on the antenna size. So it's 1.2 meters for GSO and 4.5 meters for non-GSO. So as this is used for the uplink, for the user uplink, this makes the band very, very hard to use because we cannot really have user antennas that are like 4.5 meters. It's very, very difficult. So in reality, we only have this 500 megahertz of spectrum available in the 14 to 14.5. And to just give a view on what we have on the downlink, for the KU band downlink, we have 1.05 gigahertz available. This means that if this agenda item was approved, we got smaller antenna sizes for both the GSO and non-GSO. This would mean that the uplink capacity for the FSS would be increased in the KU band by 50%. And this would limit the risk of congestion. And this means that we could have the same number of FSS air stations, but distributed in a broadband, as opposed to only from the 14 to 14.5 gigahertz. So this would really bring a lot of advantages for the FSS. And lastly, to mention, of course, that this band is also shared with other services. So on a primary basis, we are sharing with the radio location, as Viasat has presented earlier. And also, it is shared with the Space Research Service on a secondary basis. Obviously, we need to ensure that we are protecting the existing services, and that's what we are looking into with all of the 4A studies. Next slide, please. Thank you. And with this, I would like to provide an overview on the band usage in the Asia-Pacific region. And it has been very helpful to have a questionnaire being discussed at the last AWG 34 meeting, which just recently happened last week. And we had an output document summarizing the usage on the Asia-Pacific region. For this questionnaire, the question was basically, what is the usage of the 1375 to 14 gigahertz band? Do you use it for radio location? Do you use it for FSS? Or do you plan to use it for any of these services? And in this report, 16 countries replied. India was not one of them, but we know that India actively uses the band for the FSS, for the GSO FSS, if I'm not mistaken. And the result of the questionnaire was really satisfactory. It was really what we were expecting the reply to be, which is that most of the countries are using or plan to use the 1375 to 14 gigahertz band for FSS. And you can see here that it's a reply. It was basically or use actively the FSS, and then 37% of the countries either use both or also use the radio location service. So this is very useful for us to have a look into the actual usage and to know what to base the studies on. So coming into the next 4A, we will have a much better idea on what the real usage is, and we can base this on the future studies that we plan. Next slide, please. Okay, and now I will go into details of the studies, of what are the key issues for noting in these studies, and then I will go into how many studies have been presented. But for this slide, I would like to talk about the key elements to consider in the studies for the radio location sharing. I'm just going to focus on the radio location because, as we all know, this is the most controversial, let's say, issue. So for the FSS characteristics, we are looking into different antenna sizes that are lower for the non-GSO, lower than 4.5 meters, and for the GSO, lower than 1.2 meters. And these antenna sizes could go as low as 30 centimeters, and that's one of the options that we are looking into for the future studies. Then obviously the antenna gain associated with that size, the antenna pattern, the transmit power, because this is looking at the uplink band. So the transmit power of the air stations is very important. Also the elevation angle in which they connect to the satellites. And lastly, and most importantly, is the FSS deployment density. There has been a lot of discussions at the last Working Party 4A on what would be the expected FSS deployment density. And I would like to say that the deployment density right now is basically 0. So any more than that is great, basically. So we are looking into how we can estimate how many air stations would transmit at the same time simultaneously in this particular band for both the non-GSO and the GSO. So it is expected that there will be a lot of inputs coming into the next meeting on this particular topic, on the deployment density. And well, there are many other elements to consider, but for the FSS, I believe those are the most important. And then moving into the radar characteristics. So these characteristics are contained in the recommendation 1644. And this recommendation is being reopened at the Working Party 5B to add more characteristics on the radar, because it is true that the characteristics that are currently on the recommendations are very limited. So it's very difficult to perform the studies with such limited information on the radar. But some of these characteristics that we need to use for the studies are, of course, the type of radar, because this is very important to know where to place the radar, either if it's maritime, aeronautical, or land radar. Also the received gain, the antenna pattern that the radars will use. The bandwidth is also very important, because remember that the agenda item is looking into 250 megahertz, but maybe the bandwidth of this radar is much lower, and the bandwidth that is being discussed right now is only 10 megahertz. Also the sensitivity, which really translates into the interference threshold. This is also very important. What is the protection criteria that these radars actually use? And this is also being widely discussed at the Working Party 5B meetings, and also at the Working Party 4A, obviously. And lastly, also the antenna height, which is really associated to the type of radar that we will be using, and lastly, the distance to the FSS. This will play a big role on the interference environment. So what is the distance between the RLS and the FSS? Next slide, please. Okay, I will just finish with the status of work. I will not go into much detail on the specific contributions, but just so that everyone has an idea of what has been done until now. So in the first Working Party 4A meeting for this cycle was held in May 2024. And Ghana and Nigeria presented an initial input with the characteristics of the FSS to be used in the studies. So this contribution provided the characteristics for the GSO, the MEO, and the LEO. And this was received very well. It will be very useful to perform all of the studies. It was also received an initial response from Working Party 5B on the characteristics of the radar that I mentioned. And as I said, these are still under consideration. So we are expecting to receive some more information at the future meeting of 5B. And we also received some propagation characteristics to be considered, which is also, of course, very important. And lastly, other contributions from France and China on some initial elements to the working document of the agenda item 1.2. Next slide, please. Okay, now we go into the last meeting, Working Party 4A, October 2024. This meeting received many inputs, and I would say one of the most important ones was related to the single entry analysis of the FSS air stations. And these studies were looking at the impact on the radars in this KU band, but only from one single air station. So it was either non-GSO or GSO air stations, but it was only looking at one air station. And the reason for this is because as you all know, we need to go step by step, and we need to analyze first what is the impact from just one singular station. So the plan for the next meeting is to receive many inputs on the aggregates, so on the aggregate impacts onto the RLS. And for this, we also added the links in case anyone is interested. There were 3 output documents for Agenda Item 102. One was a liaison statement to 5B, seeking the missing characteristics on the radars, and also on the percentage of time for the protection criteria of these radars. There's also an updated working document, which compiles all of the information, all of the studies, and all of the inputs from the administrations, and a preliminary CPM text, which really wasn't reviewed at the meeting because there wasn't enough time, but we expect other inputs coming into the next meeting as well. And next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so looking ahead, I think it's next month already, yeah, in May 2025, we will have the next Working Party for a meeting. And in this meeting, we are happily expecting a lot of aggregate studies on this agenda item. We will be looking at the impact from GSO or non-GSO air stations in an aggregate way into the maritime, aeronautical, or land radar receivers. So yeah, just to say that we are really looking forward to receiving contributions, and as a next step, which I believe will be mostly to the October 2025 meeting, we will be looking at the impact of many GSO and non-GSO combined together, which will also be very interesting to look at. So with this, I think we go into the last slide. So next slide, please. Thank you. So I would like to finish this presentation just inviting the administrations and the members that are interested in this to support the studies. We don't know what the outcome of this agenda item will be, but we at least would like the opportunity to perform all the studies necessary for this. And just to repeat again that the future work will include the aggregate, which is very, very important. And this will include defining the user terminal deployment density. And I believe this sentence is the most important one. Allowing the use of this band for smaller antennas at the FSS would increase the uplink capacity by 50%. So 50% is quite a lot, and this would limit really the risk of congestion in the 14 to 14 gigahertz band. So with this, I finish. I sincerely thank you for the invitation, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the brief presentation, and thank you very much for informing or giving the information that with the smaller size of antenna, there will be 50% increase in uplink capacity. So that is a good thing. And few of the things, statistics, you have shown that 50% of FSS are utilized in Asia Pacific region and 31% both in RLS. And independently for the RLS, very few percentages there. That is a good statistics to move ahead. And also you have informed that through the sharing studies, no significant impact has been shown between the various services. And in the coming meetings, ITU meetings, so they will be creating different scenario for the multiple GSOs and NGSO, so that those kind of scenario can also be studied with the aggregate effect from those satellite into the radio location services and other services. Thank you very much for giving all these details. And continuing this session, next I will call upon Mr. Jose Pepe Fute Vidal, Satellite Network Coordination Engineer, Project Kuiper Amazon.
Thank you very much. I can see the slides are on the screen. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, evening to everyone. And thank you for having me in this panel. My name is Josefe Vidal, and I speak on behalf of Project Kuiper, an NGSO operator getting ready to deliver services worldwide. We, as many of you might know, we're very close to be launching, and in doing so, we really want to get to a harmonized solution that essentially allows our operations to be even throughout the world. That's the purpose of some of the ITU work. So, in specific to Agenda Item 1.4, I'll be giving a brief presentation on the progress, the current proposed solutions, and I'll be using some of the information that already Mr. Patel has shared. But yeah, thank you very much to the organization and to the previous speakers. Next slide, please. So the agenda item as a whole came out from the previous study cycle as a repetition of what had happened already for the WRC study cycle of 2023. So for this study cycle, I have the text over here of the exact resolution that came out, resolution 726. And as I mentioned, I'm going to walk you through the objective of the agenda item, the current status and progress, as well as the genesis, some of the hurdles or what we're finding, and some of the inputs from the different stakeholders. Ultimately, I will be, if I have time, sharing the specifics of one scenario that is relevant to NGSO. And I'll be looking to cooperate with many and any other stakeholders that are interested in this item, because it should be a relatively easy and straightforward agenda item with only limited amount of concerns to be addressed. So next slide, please. So the agenda item as a whole, and again, thank you very much to Mr. Patel for a wonderful presentation on the outlook of what is going on. But I'll be repeating some of the same stuff. The objective really is to look at a primary new allocation for the FSS in 17.3 to 17.7, and a potential new primary allocation to the BSS 17.3 to 17.8. Considering the existing solution that was found in the previous study cycle for Region 2, this agenda item also looks at whether to extend the EPFD limits to Region 3 and Region 1. What's the reason for that, and what's really the benefit? From an NGSO's perspective, to have a harmonized solution that allows for operations to be the same and not have a constraint be in one country or one region and then change to the next region, that imposes some difficulties that inevitably handicap the ability to leverage the solution that NGSO is. But that also applies to GSO and NGSO. We really like to have a solution that fits all, especially given that that solution has been proven as feasible for coexistence between the incumbent services and the new allocations that are being suggested. So specifically to what happened in WRC-23, agenda item 119 looked at also having FSS being included because of the existence of Region 1 FSS use. So Region 2 opened up, and the solution ended up being to establish the Article 22, Table 22 1B as the solution for coexistence between GSO and NGSO. And now Region 3 is being considered. So 2 regions have FSS use already, while Region 3 is considering the use of it. It really wouldn't make any rational or logical sense to avoid having Region 3 use of FSS. So we need to really address what are the sharing scenarios that have been put forward in the working party for a discussions, and to address them one by one, such that we can look at the technical studies and sharing scenarios for both in-band and adjacent band, and making sure that we address the concerns that have already been solved in other regions, but for the specific operators in this region. So specifically, and that's part of the progress that's been going on, there's been detailed back and forth with liaison statement between Working Party 3M, 5B, 5C, and 7C to state and record the technical and operational data that is being used by GSO, FSS, as well as BSS feeder links, Earth exploration services, and radiation services. That's most of the work that has been done so far for the agenda item, as well as the skeletons for the long list of studies that are needed. I believe for in-band, the current count is 9 sharing scenarios, 3 of which are for NGSO. That would be NGSO into GSO FSS, NGSO into BSS feeder links, maybe 38, and NGSO to BSS restrictions. For adjacent bands, there's also the ones that I just mentioned, the Earth exploration services as well as radio location. That's come out to be specifically 3 CPM methods so far that would encapsulate the options. So please, next slide. These 3 CPM methods that I depict here on the screen can be really summarized to method A, no change, method B, restricted to GSO use, method C, FSS use for all 3 regions. To cut to the chase, really, method C would be the one that would be advocating for the most harmonized solution. And in reality, at the previous working party for A, method B was suggested, but there's no technical justification really on why for region 1 and region 2, the use is already allowed for NGS operators, but for region 3, it shouldn't be. We're working with other operators to look at what would be the reasons and ways to alleviate the concerns of not allowing NGSO use to region 3. But from an operational and logical perspective, solution that has already solved the coexistence issue 1 and region 2 could be and should be applicable also to region 3. From the previous presentation of Ms. Patel, we saw that the solution of applying 22.1b Article 22 limits would deal with the protection of GSO, FSS. That is a solution that is very, very attractive and quite feasible. Kuiper is in favor of that as well. But the conversations right now are along method C, whether the one that they mentioned is a possibility or another one that is currently available in region 1 is a possibility. Having EPFD limits, considering that the EPFD limits have proven to protect GSO networks, would be a very feasible and very workable solution. Therefore, stakeholders are really speaking on how to address that, considering the incumbent and current services. The other side of the equation for the NGSO's perspective is the protection of BSS feeder links, and especially those working in the reverse direction. And I have a quick example that I'll give at the very end if I have time, but this would be the quick summary of the 3 methods. Next slide, please. Overall, really, the NGSO's perspective of this is there's a band that is available that has proven quality spectrum in adjacent bands to the already being used spectrum that is available for a harmonized use of the 3 regions. Method C is the most promising for that participation of NGSO in providing the necessary amount of capacity that is available for those bands. And again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but a solution that has been proven feasible for 2 regions already should be the straightforward, easy answer. Nonetheless, it's going to take a lot of work. There's a lot of studies. There's about, as I said, 9 in band, and for the BSS portion, there's more than 30 studies that need to take place. So at the next working party for A, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more studies. We're going to finish these technical studies in the next year, I would say, and then working towards really how do we make method C work for all those that are interested. So now if you skip forward 2 slides, I'll cover very quickly one of the items that is in regards to BSS and NGSO sharing. Please, can you fast forward 2 slides? Correct. So one of the items that has been highlighted as a concern for region 3 operators has been the reverse band interference from downlink transmitting NGSO satellites to uplink receiving GSO BSS receivers. As we can see from the first graphic, the one on the top left, the NGSO transmitting down will be affecting either through interference path 1 to the BSS receiver in the uplink, or their transmissions will be blocked by the Earth that they see right in front of them. That, if we think about the already existing solutions of the EPFD inner satellite, which directly tackles and covers this, which is also being considered as a solution for this specific coexistence scenario, we see that the NGSO transmissions in the downlink will be mostly hitting the Earth up until, depending on the altitude of the NGSO system, a greater separation of 60, maybe 65 degrees for the case of Kuiper. That off-axis rejection is the one that is going to be transmitted to the BSS receiver in the uplink. This is the direction towards which we would be going to look at the applicability of the EPFD inter-satellite. But as I mentioned, the opposite direction interference protection is something that is already being captured in the regulations. We have a working solution for other regions. Let's see if that applies for Region 3. But the clear answer is that works already. So let's prove with technical feasibility analysis that it's applicable to Region 3. So thank you very much. And go back to the thank you slide.
Thank you very much for your brief presentation, and thank you very much that in your slide you have shown that method C will be the choice of Amazon Kuiper, so that it will give the harmonized environment across the region 1 and 3, like region 2. And this is the only crux I could able to see in agenda item 1.4. And thank you very much for giving the views on this one. And continuing this session, now my last speaker, I would like to call upon Mr. Shri Vinod Pandita, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs, Hughes.
Hello, thanks. Very good evening to all. So I am from Hughes Communications. We are into VSAT services, one of the largest service providers in India. And we are here from last 3 decades almost. So I am going to share my views on the lower KU for allowing smaller size of antennas. What we see as on date, the KU band is widely used by all the operators in India and across globe. And to offer affordable services to the end customers, and it not helps only for the affordable services cost reduction, it helps us the faster deployment as well. So we'll be serving maritime services for connecting maritime, for air also, and for IoT applications. And what we saw, or in the existing scenario, there's a lot of maybe capacity which is available in this 13.75 to 14 gigahertz, which is unused. However, we understand some critical services are already running under this band, and with the proper protection, I think it makes imperative that this should be allowed for the use, because to have the efficient use of the spectrum, and that too which is unused and availability is there. As KU spectrum is very scarce and we don't have much available over India. There are other bands going to be K and all that is yet to be implemented or started for the services. So that's what my views for this on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. One thing is very much clear, that with the use of smaller size of antenna, the capacity is going to increase, and it will be easy deployment as well against agenda item 1.2. I think so we have been given time from 4 to 5 o'clock. We have got a lot of time. So I also prepared one presentation on agenda item 1.2 and 1.4. So I would like to share my views on agenda item 1.2, not similar to my colleague has shared. Next slide. Next. This is this is the current situation, current regulation for in the band 13.75 to 14 gigahertz, which everyone has conveyed that there are only two sizes of antenna currently we are having. One is 1.2 meter when we are uplinking to the GSO satellite, and another size of antenna is 4.5 meter when we are uplinking to the non-geostationary satellite. These are the two basic sizes currently we are having. And if in case any administration wanted to reduce the size of antenna, then they need to follow the PFD criteria, which is minus 115 dBW per meter square per 10 megahertz. This is the current situation. Next slide. Now you see what we are doing by reducing the size of antenna. First question comes in our mind that we are changing the radiation pattern when we reduce the size of antenna. When we are having the bigger size of antenna, that means beams are very sharp, but size of antenna is bigger. But when we reduce the size of antenna, in that case, the radiation pattern will change. When the radiation pattern of antenna will change, then it will disturb the current regulatory environment. So in that situation, it is very much required to go for the study whether that regulatory environment, whatever currently we are having, we need to change. In that case, we have to go for the sharing studies. So I have taken out the recommendation ITU-APT 465 in which these two gains are given. G is equal to 12 minus 25 log this one. So this is currently in the range 5 minimum to 48 degree. Here the 5 minimum, this is the important part. That's why, which is colored in the yellow part. When you reduce the size of antenna, it is going to change this 5 minimum. And in the below table, if you see it, for the 13.85 gigahertz, if you consider the diameter of 0.3, currently this 0.3 meter diameter we are going to study. So this 5 minimum will increase to 6.5 degree. Whereas if you compare with the last diameter, that is 4.5, it is hardly 0.48. So you can see the main beam, if you are transmitting the main beam, for certain portion, like 1 degree doesn't have a regulation in terms of EIRP, though some limitations are there, but from the point of antenna radiation pattern, there is no regulation. Antenna can have any kind of gain in that area. So if you see 0.3 meter diameter, there is a 6.5 degree, and if you add it on both the side, it will be roughly around 13 degree gap. So in 13 degree gap, you can have a larger gain of antennas. So that part, that regulation part, we are unregulating for that part. Next slide. Same thing we are trying to explain with the diagram. If you see the 0.3 diameter, the degree in the opening at the main opening for the main beam has been increased to 6.5, which is shown, but the gain of antenna got reduced with that one. So this is the pictorial view of what it has been shown in the previous slide. Next slide. Now, this is another slide wherein there is a limitation of maximum EIRP in any 1 megahertz band. Now, if you see 0 to 2, there is no regulation. There is no regulation for maximum EIRP. Surely, I think so, when we are going to increase the opening of the main beam antenna, then that's 2 degree. I'm not sure, but it is going to, that has to be open more, or it has to be modified to say 7, from the 7, or we can directly start from the 7 to 9.2, something like that. So that is required. Otherwise, there is no use of modifying for the small, because existing provision is already there. Why you require to modify when everything is there in place? Because even if you reduce the size of antenna, you have to follow the existing provision, that is 21.13a. So I think so. I don't know whether these WRC will modify this provision also or not. Next slide. Now, if you see the sharing studies, this is just one of the snapshot from the various studies. And if you see from the sharing studies, all the 8 studies shows the positive margin, means there is no interference if we are going to study between radio location services and the uplink services, uplinking to the geostationary or non-geostationaries. So with this diagram, we can clearly see that there is a positive margin, and there are some more studies submitted which is reflected in the chairman report, which shows that the margin varies from 2 dB to 40 dB. So much margins are there. So in the previous presentation also, some favorable things has been shown with regard to the sharing studies. Next slide. This is also one kind of scenario they have considered in one of the studies. Here also they have shown the positive margin, 5 dB, 7 dB for the different antenna size. So at the end, current situation with regard to agenda item 1.2 is that no study has shown that which exceed the -6 dB reference margin. Everything is below that one. Next slide. This is the contribution submitted from India, and Indian contribution also shows that there is a positive margin. They have shown the scenario where they put the radio radar in the aircraft, and they created some kind of scenarios, and through that scenarios they randomly created ship station locations, and they studied, and they found they shown that there is a positive margin is there. Similarly, when the radio location services is put on the on the ship, and they randomly change the position of ship, in that case also they have shown that there is a positive margin. So the sharing studies is very favorable in if you talk about the agenda item 1.2. Next slide. Now coming to agenda item 1.4. So this is very clear that 2 bands are there, one for the BSS and one for the FSS. And in order to create new primary allocation to this band, only for the reason 3, this agenda item has been created so that we can determine the EPFD limit. As my previous speaker told that they require a harmonized environment. So in order to harmonize environment, we require to do the sharing and compatibility studies in band and adjacent band between FSS downlink, BSS downlink, and RR footnote 5.516 provision. Now let us see what is RR footnote 5.516. Next slide. So down below, if you see, this is the current provision for the RR footnote 5.516. Yes. So here, in the band 17.3 to 18.1 gigahertz, it is allowed for the feeder link for the BSS in that band. So uplink is allowed. So definitely sharing studies has to consider this and create some kind of scenarios and create some kind of downlink and carry out some kind of studies and create some CDF graph for that one. So we require one kind of scenario for BSS, and as everyone told that for the reason 2, FSS uplink and BSS uplink for the feeder link has already been there, and they are following certain kind of regulation, Article 11 or some kind of environment, and same kind of environment they are required to create in the current agenda item. And this is for the GSO. And for the non-GSO also similar things is there. For reason 1 and reason 3, FSS uplink in the frequency band 17.3 to 18.1 gigahertz is allowed. And in the reason 2, the band is little, that is from 17.8 to 18.1 gigahertz. This is the current, currently in the band from 17.3 to 17.8 they can operate with the current provision. So under the new agenda item for the downlink, they have to protect these existing uplinks and create some kind of environment, carry out some studies, and have to produce CDF graph so that we can analyze the result. Next slide. Now, some of the studies are there in the chairman report. I picked it from the chairman report, and this is with regard to the adjacent band as well as in band. So first studies result, this is a rough idea I'm telling you. So first, it is a sharing between BSS RX, that is a space-borne, that is considered as a victim, and BSS TX, that is also space-borne. So both the stations are in the space, and they have created some certain kind of scenarios. They carried out some studies and created some CDF graph at 1%, or I don't know what kind of percentage was there. So according to that CDF graph, the margin is very close. You can say it is just, you can say 1.6 dB in case 1 and 7.6 dB in case 2. So 1.6 is very close to -6 dB, and 7.6 dB is little far. So still sharing is possible in the case when both the stations are in the space-borne. Second scenario, where FSS is transmitting on the downlink, and the victim station is on the ground, which is a radio location service, and that is in the adjacent band. And in this adjacent band, we are having the stake. So if you see the result, it is far, far more below the protection margin. If you see the margin, it is 15 to 30 dB approximate margin is there. So this is, according to these studies, the margin is much more. So according to this study, we did not have to worry. But still, since India is having the stake in adjacent band, we have to create certain kind of scenario if we are using the radio location services, and we have to conclude this adjacent band. the views on this adjacent band. Last one, this is radio location services and FSS, which is in the space band. There also margin is there, but since the radio location services, various kind of radars are there, ABC and all those. So according to that, margin varies between 1.6 to 17 dB. So here, I think so, there it may require discussion because it may harm our stakeholder, and we require to see whether the scenario through which they have conducted these studies matches with our scenarios or not. So this is the current status with regard to agenda item 1.4. Next. This is all. Thank you very much. I think so. We have discussed in details the agenda item 1.2 and 1.4, and right now we are very positive that there are chances. If we see the current studies, there are chances that we can accommodate or very fruitful result for the incumbent services, as we heard from the speakers and as per the chairman report we are having. Let us see what kind of scenario in future studies come and what kind of CDF graph we see. And that part also we will be discussing in the future at the national level, at the public platform, and we'll try to conclude on these two agenda items, 1.2 and 1.4. This is all. Thank you very much. If any questions is there, we are here to. Yes, please, sir.
So we can take it offline, maybe over the tea. Thank you so much. As we're running short of time, thank you so much, Mr. Lava, for chairing the session so effortlessly. And I thank all our distinguished speakers joining us virtually and present on the stage. Thank you so much for your presentations. And now I'd like to request Shri MPS Alava to please present a memento to our speakers. Firstly to Shri Nandan Patel. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? To Shri Vinod Panditaji. Thank you so much. I request Ms. Arush Qureshi, General Manager, IAFI, to please join us on the stage to present a memento to our session chair. Thank you very much, sir. I request all of you to please pose for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, before we head to the last session of the day, I would like to take an opportunity to thank each and every one of you, the esteemed speakers, distinguished guests from India and overseas, and everyone present here since morning to join us at this incredible preparatory workshop for WRC-27. I would like to request you all to kindly join us for a networking dinner right after the workshop gets over at Inspire Hall, which is at the same level of where we are right now. And for the last session, I request you all, because we are running short of time, so you all can grab yourself some tea and coffee and get it to your tables. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to hear from our next set of eminent panel. They'll be conducting a session on other WRC-27 agenda items. We have a phone of one of the panel members, Mr. Lava. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our session chair, Shri Viresh Goyal, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, a 1992 badge IRRS officer, holding degrees in electronics engineering and communication engineering. He has over 28 years of spectrum management and monitoring expertise. His career highlights include contributions to NRS MMS project, a deputation to try focusing on spectrum management for IMT advanced services and significant involvement in ITU and APT meetings, including WRC 2012. We welcome Shri Videsh Goyal, sir. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a warm round of applause our speakers, Shri Munesh Kumar, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT. Is Mr. Munesh here? May I request everyone to please grab yourselves teas and coffees to your tables. As requested, we are running short of time for the session. And I request Shri Munesh Kumar, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, to please join us on the stage. It's a request to please join us back onto your tables with your teas and coffees. I request Shri Divya Oberoi, Associate Professor, National Center for Radio Astrophysics, to please join us. Welcome, sir. He is a distinguished astrophysicist specializing in low radio frequency astronomy. He earned his BSc and MSc degrees from University of Delhi, followed by a PhD under the prestigious Joint Astronomy Program. Professor Oberoi's work encompasses significant contributions to both solar and heliospheric physics, including the high-resolution imaging of solar bursts, the investigation of coronal heating mechanisms, and the development of sophisticated 3D models of the solar wind. Welcome, sir. We welcome Shri Munesh Kumar, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, a 1994 IRRS officer, holds a BTech degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering. He has resolved diverse interference issues and contributed to spectrum planning for PM, RTS, CDMA, and GSM networks, as well as RT licensing. He possesses strong expertise in radio spectrum regulations. He is recognized for his significant contributions to regulatory, licensing, and spectrum management within the telecommunications sector. Welcome, sir. We welcome Shri Bharat Bhatia, sir, President IAFI, once again on the stage for the session. And I would like to hand over the dais to our session chair, Shri Videsh Goyal, sir. May I request everybody, every one of you, to please join us back on the tables for the last session on other WRC-27 agenda items. Over to Mr. Videsh.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for inviting us for this session. I understand the audience has gone for the tea. If we can wait for 3, 4, or 5 minutes for people to join us. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, first of all, convey my sincere thanks to the IAFI and Bhatia sir for organizing such a wonderful preparatory conference or WRC 27. And since morning, we have covered almost all the agenda items concerning the satellite issues and the terrestrial issues. So now in the last, this session has been kept, I understand, to cover the remaining issues which have not been covered since morning. In the executive session we have till now. Now, to start with, I will request Munish ji to cover the agenda item 1.8, I understand. Yeah, thank you.
इधर thank you, Vire sir. Thank you, Bhatia ji, for organizing this workshop for preparation of WRC 27. I think we have to do a lot of things, and time is very, very less, because in the next coming 2 years, so many things are to be completed. So for this workshop, I have been given this agenda item 1.8. Anybody that presentation 1.8.
Munesh Kumar की slides.
Yeah.
1.8.
This is not the right one.
Munesh.
Munish नाम होगा या 1.8 होगा agenda?
Actually, this 1.8 agenda item is regarding this additional spectrum allocation to the radio location service on a primary basis in the frequency band range 231.5 to 275 gigahertz and possible new identification for radio location service application in frequency band within the frequency range 275 to 700 gigahertz. Basically, if you know, there are so many bands for radio location service. So, नहीं कोई बात नहीं, आपके पास ही थी ना, कोई बात नहीं. So I can speak. So actually, for deciding any frequency band, you need a lot of work before it is finalized. So mainly in background, you can say for this frequency band, leading ITU working party is WP6A, and participating ITU working party are WP6B and WP6C. So key focus area are just to understand radio location service. You have to do so many technical calculation, and you have to see all the we have to coordinate between two services. It means you have to you need to have some for in every country you need a global spectrum harmonization so that you can reach on a consensus. And similarly, you have to see so many things that whether it is feasible or not. So sharing and compatibility studies are also required. So in this, I would say that regarding this agenda items, this agenda item addresses the growing need for spectrum for advanced imaging and sensing technology operating in the millimetric and submillimetric. So this is being this band is being considered for this imaging and sensing technology also. So now you can see on the screen. Next slide, please. So we can use, because discussion are going globally, to use terahertz imaging system images. So terahertz imaging radar for standard personal screening. In this terahertz branch, which overlaps with the higher end of the sub-millimetric wave, that is 300 to 3000 gigahertz. These systems are used for security screening and can detect non-metallic and metallic objects hidden under clothing. So basically, band is basically for this radio location, but discussion are going on for using this band, millimetric and submillimetric band for this screening purposes. So possible application of this can be security screening, medical imaging, and astronomical. In security screening, you can see if something is hidden in the clothes, some explosive or some weapon, or any dangerous objects is hidden while frisking, these items can be checked. So these are the in this security screening. This is the possible application. Similarly, for medical imaging, some research explore the use of some millimetric waves for medical diagnosis through this is less common than security application. Similarly, for celestial objects, just to have a study of these celestial objects, these millimetric and submillimetric waves can be used. So discussions are going on. So globally, if this consensus is reached, then I think India should also support this agenda item just to have socio-economic growth of the country. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munish, for covering the agenda item 1.8, telling us about the terra imaging, screening, and medical screening, and usages of this extremely higher frequency band for the benefit of the society. Now, the remaining agenda items which are to be covered in this conference, as we know, there are 5 agenda items pertaining to science services issues. And I'm happy, being a National Working Group Chairman of Study Group 7, I am happy to invite Divya Oberoi to cover 2 of the very important agenda items. Agenda item 1.16 on the radio quiet zone, and the agenda item 1.18 on the Earth Exploration Satellite Passive Services. Welcome to Divya Oberoi.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, a very good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for breaking your tea break short and joining us back here. Thanks to IAFI and Bharat Bhatia ji for giving me this opportunity to be here and share some of our work with you. And I should also say that unlike many of you who have decades of experience in this field, we are taking our first baby steps towards this. So I represent the radio astronomy community from India, and it's been my pleasure to be a part of this exercise, to be contributing towards WRC-27. So I also wanted to share the enthusiasm and actually the encouragement which we get from Viresh ji in making the science services aspect a little more active and engaged with WPC and the work being done towards making our contributions. And just like all the other agenda items which have been discussed so far, or at least most of them, these agenda items, the ones which I'm going to talk about, also relate to satellite services here. And again, it's been emphasized repeatedly that the spectrum is a scarce resource, and therefore there is a need for sharing and optimization and coexistence. And those are exactly the themes which carry forth in these presentations or in these agenda items as well. So with that, let me move on to just to remind us. So the agenda item 1.16, it deals with the idea of protecting radio astronomy operating in the specified radio quiet zones in the frequency bands which have already been allocated for radio astronomy services from interference from non-GSO satellites. Right? That is basically the idea, and the 2 zones which are of interest here are One is located in South Africa, that is around a place where the square kilometer array is going to come up. The other one is in Chile, the site of the Atacama Large millimeter and sub-millimeter array. So, and here is the list of frequencies which this is relevant for, but that's not something to dwell about. I thought, let me first give you a sense for what is a broader context of what we are talking about. So these figures show the location of one of these radio quiet zones, the one in South Africa. And as you would see from the figure on the right, sorry, on my left, that it's quite a desolate place. So in the past, it has been the practice for radio telescopes that if you want to build a sensitive radio telescope, you go to a place where there are few people, you get away from radio frequency interference, you build your sensitive telescopes. With the advent of the satellites, that's no longer possible. That is what has brought this agenda item here, right? So the radio astronomy community is actually putting in a lot of effort in going to places where you're not inconveniencing others, where there is no population to be served. The population density here is less than 1 person per square kilometer. Okay. What already exists there is the picture which you see in the background. What is in the process of being built there is the square kilometer array observatory, which will have almost 200 antennas, which will cover the frequency range from 350 megahertz to 15.4 to begin with, but eventually to 24 gigahertz. And it's spread across, a region of about 150 kilometers. Science operations are scheduled to begin in 2029, right? And it's the most ambitious telescope which, mankind has attempted yet. The other radio quiet zone, this is the location in Chile. It's actually less than 30 kilometers from the Chile border. Again, this is an extremely inhospitable place, a dry desert, and that's why nobody lives there. What already exists there is ALMA. You can see, some of those satellites, some of those dishes there. Here is a nicer picture. So these are 66 antennas. Most of them are 12 meters in diameter. These are very high frequency antennas. They cover the range from 31 gigahertz to 1,000 gigahertz. And this facility is spread over a region of about 16 kilometer baselines, 16 kilometers. Just one example I wanted to give you is about the science which these guys do. Why do we build these things in the first place? So the figure which you see on the screen here, it actually shows something like a solar system in formation. At the center blob is a star. The ring which you see around it is the dust, which is eventually going to settle into forming planets. The white bars which you see, they show the direction of the magnetic field which has been measured in this system. This system is 520 light years away from us. This magnetic field which this facility has managed to measure is 1,000th of the magnetic field on the surface of the Earth. Right? That is what these telescopes are capable of, and that is why we need to put in the effort to allow them to do what they need to do. Okay? So now, getting on to what has been done so far already on this. So this is the report from the meeting which, the WP7 meeting which concluded just last month, late last month in Geneva. And I'm not going to take too much of your time to get into details, but this essentially focuses on the various mitigation techniques which have been attempted or which are deemed to be possible for improving the quality of the data which these telescopes can collect. Most of these inputs have come from the agencies which are listed here, Telesat, US, Canada, SKO, and Korea. The focus, like I said, has been on coexistence studies. The coexistence ideas which have been proposed, and some of these have actually been tested, are very straightforward. Bore site avoidance, for example, right? Or temporal avoidance or frequency hopping, so that when the telescope is operating at, let's say, frequency F1, the transmission from the satellite is not happening at F1 or close to it, but at some faraway frequency. And that requires the two to be aware of what the plans of the other are. Where is the telescope going to be pointing, and at what frequency it is going to be operating at. And those experiments are already being tried out at various places. Then there's the standard things like reduction in the power levels being transmitted, and steering your beam or either placing your nulls towards the direction of the array or steering your beams away from those. Those are the sorts of ideas which are being discussed. This slide actually gives you a little more detail of the various things which have been tried, but I want you to focus only on this aspect, which is about the impact and future prospects. All that says is then in what has been done so far, there are good indications that it should be possible for these two services to coexist, for commercial operations of satellites to continue, and for the radio telescopes to operate to their designed specifications. And in fact, it allows these radio telescopes to observe without any harmful interference from these if we are able to, do this coordination between them. So you can, in fact, enhance the satellite communication services while protecting the scientific research. All the indications are towards that direction. The other agenda item which I wanted to report about is 1.18. That is again about protection of passive services, the Earth Exploration Satellite Service as well as the radio astronomy service, this time in frequency bands above 76 gigahertz from all sorts of unwanted active emissions. Right? And this is the Resolves 2, which is the responsibility of the Working Party 7D. And so this is about,
First
again,
of all,
compatibility studies.
So I've been pushing Mahfouz and his team, and obviously Shwetab.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that, yeah. So this is again about compatibility studies between RAS and active satellite services in adjacent and nearby frequency bands and, setting of the threshold levels and so on and so forth here. Okay. Here again, okay, yeah, this is the list of the frequency bands, but that's not the most important thing. The focus areas as far as the discussion for this particular agenda item, that's what's listed here. So this was to develop a working document on compatibility between the RAS and the active satellite services. Though some progress was made, there is not, at this point, there is not an agreement which has been reached on the EPFD values and the methodologies to be used for satellites above the 76 gigahertz range. There was another working document, the scope of which was increased to include the antenna patterns going all the way up to 275 gigahertz. There was an initial proposal which has been formulated, again, in context of resolution 739, again, about the compatibility between RAS and active receivers, active space services. There have been actually more than one liaison statements which have been submitted, and there's a whole lot of other documents on which progress was made, something like 10 documents. These are again in context of radio astronomy, but mostly these ones in context of lunar-based services, communications between landers and rovers, devices which are in orbit and devices which are on the surface. So that's the sort of work which has been happening on the agenda item 1.18 here. Okay. There was a contribution which was submitted by India as well. This was in context of agenda item 1.13, which was to include one of the prime facilities in India as among the example facilities which were being listed in this particular document. Unfortunately, the meeting did not agree to send it further as a reply liaison statement to Working Party 4C. But it was suggested that India can, on its own, include this and suggest it as communicated directly to the WP7C. This, I think I'm going to skip. The last thing I want to say that in the Indian context, even though this is not directly related to the agenda items here, efforts are underway at the GMRT to now enable VLBI science in partnership with telescopes located in other parts of Asia, Australia, and Europe, which will actually be operating from 1.4 gigahertz to 20 gigahertz. So that's the frequency range which we aspire to span. And we are initiating efforts at this point for inclusion of this facility in the Master Frequency Allocation Register. Yeah. And that's all I had at this point. So with that, I'll thank you and take any comments or questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Divyaji, for making us aware about the square kilometer array, very important and very prestigious facility. Atacama Large Millimeter Array, which is also very important and very prestigious facility at Chile. Yeah. and informing us about agenda item 1.16 and 1.18, which are science services agenda item among the 5 agenda items. Cosmology, light years away, how much light years away the telescope can see into, their capacities, and the contribution made by Indian administration in the last science services meetings. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Divya Obray. And I take this opportunity to inform or to make you aware about the science issues are being dealt in this WRC. You may be aware that in this WRC, if I am not wrong, first time in the history, first time 5 agenda items are being covered by study group 7. So that's why the study group 7 is very important for the current cycle of WRC-27. So I will take this opportunity to make you aware about the study group 7 and its agenda items. May please put up my presentation. You have a pointer also? Okay, thank you. Yeah, next slide. So, the science services scope is quite wide, as we can see from this slide. It is covering the space research services, Earth exploration satellite services, MET-8s, radio astronomy services, manned and unmanned spacecrafts, planetary bodies. Next slide. Global environment monitoring, which is, we may not be able to appreciate these activities, but these are very essential services for the survival of our planet. Global monitoring facilities, weather forecasting, even measurement of the surface of the sea. They call it a surface temperature of the sea. These are very important readings to be maintained by the community. Alert and warning information, damage assessments. Next slide. For studying the sun, metrosphere, and all elements of solar systems. Spacecraft for human and robotics exploration and of extraterrestrial bodies. We heard of the Mars mission and the Moon mission. Deep space research, Earth and satellite-based radio astronomy services. So for these services, we have got structure in science services, study group 7. We can go to the next slide. This is the SG7 structure. It has divided into 4 working party, 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. As detailed over here, they are covering their specific domain of activities. Next slide. This is the current setup of the National Study Group 7. I am chairing this National Study Group 7, and I am also the Vice Chairman of the Study Group 7 of the ITU-WRC. This is the constitution, and Mr. Obray sitting over here is Chairman of National Working Party 7D. And through this dais, I request ITU-APT Foundation of India and Bhatia Sahib in particular to call on these important agenda items are being dealt by science services, to call on all the chairmen, at least 7B and 7C also, along with Mr. Obray, for such important conferences. Next slide. From this slide, this is very simple and very important slide. If you can see, science services working parties either responsible or contributing group in all the agenda items of this WRC. In the last 5 agenda items, they are the responsible working parties, and in the remaining agenda items, they are at least the contributing parties. There is not a single agenda item where they are not either the responsible or contributing working parties. Next slide. These are the 5 agenda items pertaining to lunar surface between lunar orbits, agenda item 1.15, agenda item 1.16, just now covered by Mr. Oberoi, 1.17, concerning the regulatory provision for receive-only space weather sensors, 1.18, just now covered by Mr. Oberoi, and 1.19 is regarding the Earth exploration satellite services in 4.2, 4.4 gigahertz and 8.4 and 8.5 gigahertz ranges. Next slide. There are till now 3 meetings of relevant working parties of the study group 7 has been happened. Last year in March 2004, September 2024, and just now in March 2025. Next slide. I won't go to the text of those slides, just to make you aware of the activities happened in each of the working parties. We will run through. Next slide. I won't read out. These are the recommendations which have been under consideration under the working party 7A. Time and frequency signals. These are very important activities, purely scientific. It's so boring also, but people are working on those recommendations and handbooks. Next slide. Can you go to the previous? 7B proceedings 1. These are the recommendations and reports which have been finalized by the 7B. In this portion of the text, there is a contribution by National Working Party 7B through the Indian administration, which have been taken with a lot of applause and appreciation from the chairman of WP 7B. So this was incorporated, and basically the contribution was made by ISRO regarding the lunar space activity and their mission activity. 7B proceedings 2, working documents towards PDNR lunar space 1. Studies, and these are the working party 7B is responsible for agenda item 1.15. They are working on the primary draft CPM text on that. Next slide. 3. Next, please. They have revised the recommendation SA2141, new recommendation on 2 gigahertz SOS characteristics, space operations services, basically. In this agenda, in this recommendation, there is a contribution from India also, Doc 7B 139, which was incorporated in these recommendations. Next slide. There are other several activities were being conducted within the 7B. These are the simple list. We can go to next slide. Working Party 7G is responsible for agenda item 1.17, 1.18, Resolve 1, and 1.19. These are the activities they are performing in their respective agenda items. Very extensive agenda items, and a lot of activities are being conducted within those agenda items. Next slide. Agenda item 1.19 is concerning frequency band 4.2 and 4.4 gigahertz and 800 and 8,500 megahertz band for Earth exploration satellite services, passive services. Basically, they are looking for the frequency bands to measurement of the temperature of the sea surface. Presently, 7 gigahertz band is being used, if I am not wrong, for the measurement of those activities. 7C proceedings. Next slide. These are the draft new recommendations which have been finalized in the last 7C meetings in March 2025. Next slide. These are the 7D proceedings. And 7D is responsible for agenda item 1.16. It is for protection of radio astronomy operation in radio quiet zones. This is the aspect which have been covered by Divya Oberoi. There are two facilities it has been listed out in the resolution of this agenda item. One is pertaining to square kilometer and another is Atamala in Chile. Both have been covered by Mr. Oberoi. Next slide. In the last meeting, these are the draft new reports has been finalized by the Working Party 7D. Next slide. Yeah. Through this quickly, I just want to make you aware that we are doing so many activities in the satellite parlance and the terrestrial communication parlance vis-a-vis the radio spectrum is concerned. There are a lot more important activity which are very important to all of us, to the nation, to the humankind, to be protected for the to be protected and for the services and the activities they are doing for the protection of the environment and the service. Thank you very much. In this last session, the last speaker, Shri Bhatia ji is welcome to make his presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, most of the agenda items have been covered, but there are two agenda items that were left out. So I thought I will complete this workshop by a little bit talking about agenda item 1.1 and 1.3. We have covered actually 1.2, we have covered 1.4, 1.7, 11 to 14, and then all the science items. 1.15 we did not specifically cover, which is a moon agenda item, but it's not a very difficult agenda item. But these two, I thought I will just take a minute to talk about these two agenda items. So 1.1 basically is an agenda item specifically suited for Earth stations in motion, particularly when we talk about connecting the aeroplanes and ships, aircrafts. These are the two frequency bands, 47.2 to 50.2 and 50.4 to 51.4, which are being considered for these non-GSO eSIMs and for GSO eSIMs. So the idea is that whether these bands could be used for eSIMs, eSIMs are very, very important. Remember the slide that Mr. Stewart talked about, 96% of the population has been connected and only 350 million people are not connected. But one other part of that discussion is also that most of that connectivity is only on the landmass, which is a very small part of the Earth. The majority of the Earth is still on the high seas, where there is no connectivity for mobile services. So that is where the eSIMs come very important, particularly with the ships or in the aircraft. So that's where I think the need for connectivity is much stronger. And this particular agenda item deals with two particular frequency bands around 50 gigahertz for eSIMs. So, I won't read all of this, but basically, the studies have shown that it is possible to allocate these bands for eSIMs. These are being used for the FSS. I think in India, GSET is using these bands. I think so people have had to leave, but they have worked on some of the coexistence studies, and those studies are being conducted by Working Party 4A, and hopefully we will be contributing to those parties. In the next meeting is in Shanghai in May, and that is where I think the CPM text will be developed. But in general, there does not seem to be any big problem of sharing between eSIMs and FSS, although those studies are still to be carried out, and our own GSET is using those bands. So from our perspective, I think it is possible for India to support these studies and this band for eSIMs. The second agenda item is 1.3, which is the use of band 51.4 to 52.4 by the gateway station for NGSO. Currently, the NGSOs use KU and KA bands extensively. Even for the gateway, KA band is used around 28, 29 gigahertz. But this is a new band which is already available. So the aim is to open up this additional 1 gigahertz for the gateway station for non-GSO. And a lot of studies are needed, which are being done by 4A. And we will be contributing to those studies from IFI, and we seek inputs from various stakeholders. But prima facie, it appears that we could possibly support this new allocation for the gateway stations. I think that's all I had on these two agenda items. So with that, I can conclude this very quick presentation and hand it over back to Vireshji.
Thank you, Bhatia sir, for covering these two important agenda items, 1.1 on eSIMs in V band and agenda item 1.3, band for gateway for NGSO. Thank you very much. By this, I understand, any question on this session? I'm afraid.
Okay, sir. May I ask? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Sir, just in terms of NGSO position tolerances, are the regulations different for approved altitude and degrees of longitude along the geostationary arc?
To whom this question is directed? Mr. Bhatia sir, can you repeat the question, please? Yeah.
Just in terms of NGSO, position tolerances, are the regulations different for approved altitude above the sea level and degrees of longitude along the geostationary arc?
Very technical one. Yeah.
No, actually, what you're talking about is agenda item 7. So agenda item 7 in WRC-23 was dealing with this subject of tolerances. And it was a very complex agenda item because the tolerances vary depending on the altitude of the NGSO, whether it's lower altitude or a middle altitude. And there are a lot of experts from NGSO here. Perhaps they can throw light, but I think this issue was already resolved in the last WRC, so it's not an agenda for this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shnoy, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. I have a question for Dr. Divya. Dr. I'm just curious to know, we have GMRT in Pune, we have the Ooty Radio Telescope, I've been there. And I think these two are, the very important facility in India. I'm just trying to understand, how will they be able to help in SG7? Specifically, how will GMRT and ORT be able to help? Ooty in SG, in the working group.
Okay. So the agenda items which are there for WRC-27, they all pertain to much higher frequencies as compared to the ones that which GMRT and ORT operate. GMRT operates from 150 megahertz to 1450 megahertz, while ORT operates at 327 megahertz across, centered at 327, bandwidth of 16 megahertz. So these are much lower frequency instruments, and they don't directly are not directly involved or don't fall under the ambit of the current agenda items in 1.16 or 1.18. So at the end, so what GMRT is trying to do now is that we are venturing into the VLBI space, where we are building single dishes, but those dishes are capable of going up to 20 gigahertz. That is where we will at least begin to get into the frequency range which 1.16 is talking about. But then 1.16 again limits itself to the two radio quiet zones which they talk about, one in South Africa and one in Chile. So we don't lie in that. But I think the lessons which we will learn while the coordination is being done for those zones will very much be applicable to what we are trying to do here. So it may not fall in, a WRC ambit, but we can certainly take it up under, NFAI once the time comes, once we are mature enough to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Obraji. But those bands are being studied vis-a-vis specific to those two facilities only. Yeah, and those two facilities are covering the bands which are listed in agenda item 1.16.
So just adding on to what Professor Rajiv mentioned, currently we are not, GMRT is not working on those frequency bands, and there are no plans also, there are plans. So my question is that while the radio quiet zones are being considered in those regions, if there's a future plan for GMRT or some other location in India to also consider those higher frequency bands, maybe we will need to work for a future WRC agenda item to add this location to whatever resolution will be developed at the WRC-27 for those two locations, maybe to add GMRT, because if you know the current GMRT is focused on the lower bands, the lower UHF band or so. So whether there is a need to have a declared, dedicated radio silence zone under the NFAP that we were discussed in the NFAP committee. But if we are talking those higher frequency band, I think need is on a global basis. So perhaps we may need to work on those issues to create an agenda item for a future to update that resolution, whatever comes out of WRC-27, to add GMRT into that. So perhaps you would in future consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, if it is a plan, in fact, we can make a contribution in the current cycle also, that we have got the plan, and in future we may come across with our details and our technical parameters of our facility to be incorporated in the subsequent resolution or the activity which may come up later. That's the good idea. Thank you, Bhatia sir. Any other question? Yeah, with this we may conclude the session? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. We conclude the session here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Mr. Bhatia to please present a memento to all our eminent panelists, starting with our session chair, Shri Videsh Goyalji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in and gracing the occasion. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. To Shri Munesh Kumar. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, Shri Divya Oberoi. May I request you all to please pose for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of this amazing workshop. I would like to request Mr. Bharat Bhatia to kindly join us on the dais for the closing remarks. Sir.
For this closing session, we also have a very special, important announcement. And I would like to, invite Dr. Kevin from TCCA to join here on the podium. Please. So I will do the concluding a little later, but before that I thought we'll use this opportunity to sign a memorandum of understanding between IAFI and TCCA, which represents Tetra and critical communications industries around the world. TCCA is a well-known body for all emergency communications and is very well recognized as the voice of PPDR, as we know, and a lot of people call me Mr. PPDR for my previous work in Motorola. But I think TCCA is continuing to do a lot of good work in promoting critical communications, both narrowband as well as broadband. And we thought that we would use this opportunity to have an MOU understanding to continue our support for the public safety communications, critical communications, emergency communications, disaster-related communications. So I'm very pleased to welcome here Dr. Kevin Graham. He is the CEO of the TCCA, and we will now be signing this memorandum of understanding and exchanging the same. And perhaps we will sign it now.
Maybe I could just say one word in response. Our industry is an important one, but a small one compared to some of the work you're doing here. But spectrum is so important for all the use cases for society and those that keep us safe. We commend the work you're doing here. We look forward to joining you in progressing spectrum issues and those that revolve around our essential services, critical industries, and those that keep us safe. So We look forward to joining your work. We look forward to working with you in bilateral discussions around spectrum needs for all users, including our community. So thank you for your support in India. I hope we can work together on not just in this region, an ITU region, but harmonise across the world as much as possible. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for having me here today.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we had a long day, I'm not sure, tiring day of deliberations, starting with the inaugural session, and then followed by agenda item 1.7, which I think is one of the most important agenda items. From India's perspective, I think mobile services are still very important. We are leaders in 5G now. I think the fastest rollout of 5G in India. We were not so much so in 3G. We did a good job in 4G, but I think we did a great job in 5G. And our Honorable Prime Minister has very categorically said that India wants to lead in 6G. So we are all working towards that goal. We are trying to make sure that India remains at the forefront of 6G. The entire industry, the mobile industry, the telecom industry, the IT industry is behind that vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi. And we have taken a lot of initiatives in trying to be one of the leaders in the area of 6G. The 6G standards are being developed in the ITU Working Party 5D. And in that 5D, of the main working groups, India chairs one of those working groups. And also there are others, various committees that are chaired by India. So we will continue to push these standards. And I'm sure the technology, Professor Rajiv is here, and other academia is working very hard in trying to develop new patents, new technologies that will go into 6G. The essential patents are very critical part of 6G. And therefore, agenda item 1.7 is very, very important for all of us. Agenda item 1.13 that was talked about all day is also very important because there are still gaps in connectivity in what we call as a coverage gap. There is almost 6% of the world population which is still not falling in the area of coverage of mobile phones. And that's why the satellite is very important. It will continue to be important for us. ISRO has done a phenomenal job of a lot of GSO satellites which cover the entire country. But again, I think the technology wants also the non-GSO satellites. So we are working very closely with many non-GSO operators, in addition to the GSO operators, to connect all those places which fall within the coverage gap, as well as other areas also for technological reasons, particularly for IoT and other areas where satellites can play a very big role. And as I think was mentioned in one of the presentations today, as a complementary role to the mobile services. So those two are critical agenda items, but there are other agenda items also very important. To support the NGSO, I think 1.5 is very important, and we are playing a critical role in promoting agenda item 1.5 as well. Hopefully, in the WRC, India will send a very large delegation. As I mentioned, there were almost 90 plus people from India in the last WRC. China typically sends around 300 people or 500 people sometimes. And I think we make sure that next time in the WRC-27, we also send a very large delegation. I invite all of you to stay connected with IAFI, continue working in preparations for the WRC-27. Our team is always available 24 hours. And we invite all of you to be our members, active members if you are already a member, as well as join IFI if you are not joined. We are open to collaborations, just like we signed with the TCCA, and we have signed a number of MOUs with many other associations as well. We are working very closely with the GSMA, with the GSA, with the ITU associations in Japan, USA, Indonesia, and many other countries, and we'll continue to do so. So with that, I think we have come to the close of this. We would be starting the closing drinks and dinner. Which is the location for that?
Inspire Hall. Inspire.
Inspire Hall, right next door. So you're all welcome to join us in the Inspire Hall for the closing drinks and dinner. With that, I declare this conference closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of second preparatory workshop for WRC-27. I congratulate IFI, and I thank every one of you for joining us the whole day. And may I request every one of you, all the attendees, to please join in for a group photograph so that we all can head for dinner and cocktails.
I think before we close, I think we can all take a group photograph. So I request everybody to come on this side. Please, everybody come here. We'll take a picture. Ha, 2 rows. Ha, 2 rows. Some people.
Thank you, everyone. I request everyone to kindly join in for networking dinner and cocktails at Inspire Hall. Thank you very much.